Viewer discretion is advised. Prologue. Bad things come in threes. 1950. Petrovka, Russia. Thing 1. Marcos ran. He ran and ran. He ran like that kind of running that makes your chest burn. He was not an athletic kid. In fact, quite the opposite. But he was not the chubby kid either. He was just average, a little too average for his liking. And to be completely honest, a little too average for any of the kids at his school's liking. He enjoyed being by himself. He liked to explore, read, and although his grades did not reflect it, Marcos was brilliant. And there we have it. Marcos was a loser. But that's kids, right? We all brand each other so we can label what makes us different. What makes us special. What makes us, us. It's so boring. So tedious. But every now and then, for some of us, something comes along to knock us off those paths and make our lives much more exciting. More challenging, more exhilarating. Poor Marcos. As he ran, images flashed across his mind. Nothing discernible. Nothing significant. Just blurs of light mixed with memories of things that had occurred that day. Kind of like the evolution of dreams one would have throughout a deep sleep. "Come back here, you little faggot," another child chasing him shouted. He had begun slowing down, but with those words of encouragement, he picked the pace right back up. He knew these woods. They did not. He spent a lot of his free time around these woods. They didn't. The trees were very thin, black and white, tall and bare, birch trees, or in Russian, bereza. They were closely knit, creating a density that was overwhelming. He knew all of them. As he ran, he knew how to dodge in and around them. And he knew if he could just make it an extra few yards, he would be safe. A concussion, an injury to the brain or spinal cord from jarring caused by a blow. When the rock hit him, it was lights out. And then this, waking up, freezing, and in pain. He began to get up, but the pain got worse. His head was throbbing. Now he remembered. He was hit in the back of the head. Slowly, he began to clean himself off. Fortunately, he got knocked out easy. Perhaps his punishment would have been different had he not. As he picked up his satchel, however, he saw that he had been sabotaged. It was torn to shreds and much lighter than before. No matter, he had to get back home. He began his walk through the woods back to the main road. The road all the kids used to get to school and back. Not much of a road, not well maintained anyway. It was, after all, just a simple mining town. Working his way up the hill to the road, he noticed something he had not before. A small shack built near the stream. This was not right. He knew these woods. He looked around, lost, but then something completely drew all his worry away and was instantly replaced with fear. As his eyes adjusted, he noticed a silhouette of some kind of creature peeking through the now cracked open door. His eyes adjusted more. Thank God. A dog. Just a dog. "Here, boy," he called out. But the animal darted inside. Marcos approached the door, completely forgetting that the entirety of even seeing this shack, let alone exploring it, puts him way off course. And who knows what time it must be. Nevertheless, he pressed on. As he came to the crack of the door, he nervously peeked in. It was pitch dark. One step at a time, he moved slowly into the shack. Then he noticed a faint light across the other side of the enclosure. "Here, boy," he tried once more. Still nothing. He made his way across the room to the faint light. A stairwell. The dog must be down here. Slowly, he continued as he began his descent. He could hear boards creaking. The walls were cement. It reminded him of the bomb shelter his dad once built. The cement was cold to the touch as a hallway began to come into focus. And as he made his last few steps to the landing at the bottom, his fingertips grazed both sides of the narrow cement stairwell. It was some kind of underground bunker, dimly lit. As his eyes slowly began to scan the floor in front of him, they were met with a strange object across the room. A structure of some kind, like a statue, a piece of art, maybe, too dim to tell. He slowly crept forward, still too dim. Wait, bars. Those are bars. Is that a cage? Suddenly the stray came back to mind. Was this where he was kept? How did he get out? No, impossible. It's all locked up. That was when he saw it. A large, darkened cage. A cage that sunk into the dark recess of the basement's corner. But why? For what? A noise came from behind him, immediately followed by a foul odor. The noise was like wet sounds, like sopping sounds, and they were getting closer. He felt a temperature change as the hairs on the back of his neck began to stand up. He slowly began to turn around. When he laid eyes on it, horror washed over his face. He swallowed, but there was no saliva to swallow. His mouth was bone dry. A puddle of urine began to surround the young boy's feet as Marcos began to shake. The dark, shadowy creature stood over him. Just then, an appendage burst out from the creature's torso. It was not exactly an arm, but seemed to behave as one. A claw with 2 fingers, one apparently being the thumb, opened. The nails on the claw went straight for the boy's jugular and stopped, as if to warn. Marcos could not move. He just stood there, frightened, cold, and shaking. The creature then began making clicking sounds with its mouth. It lowered its head to meet the boy eye to eye. But Marcos shut them, terrified of what was happening. The long nail on the end of the creature's finger then began to drip with the little boy's blood. Then, without any warning, its nail slammed straight up through the boy's skull as he was lifted to the ceiling. The creature opened its large jaws, and just like that, Marcos was gone. Prologue. Bad things come in threes. 2033. Zancudo, Ecuador. Deep in the South American jungles of Ecuador, twilight begins to settle in. A slight mist begins to roll off a nearby river known as the Agua Rico, a light, murky brown river that seems frozen to the eye. As the mist rolls across the muddy banks, it slowly begins to be swept away, and then rapidly parts as a loud rumble begins to descend on the forest terrain. Within seconds, all the trees begin to dance from the force of the ubiquitous entry. The large military cargo helicopter touches down in a clearing 150 yards north of the river, but within the dense jungle. While the propellers are still going at top speed, 3 figures in white hazmat suits jump from the vehicle and run in hunched-over positions while covering their heads. They were all holding their hazmat head coverings under their arms, and each had briefcases with them. They made their way to a concrete structure about the size of a small barn. One of the men looks around and takes in his new surroundings. He notices the high electric fences guarding the clearing from the dense outside jungle with warning signs along the fencing. As his eyes drift up, he notices cameras posted on the top of the fence facing inward. Then a look of anxiety began to wash over his face. A look that said he expected what he was seeing, but still found it unsettling because he watched the ubiquitous ascend into the air and disappear as quickly as it had arrived. They were alone. "It's too late to turn back now, Charlie." Charlie nodded his head. "We only have 3 minutes to input the codes." Sal was right. He was looking at his watch with worry and stress in his eyes. He looked back up at Jack and Renee. They needed to move quickly. The 3 of them ran inside the concrete structure. They came to a solid steel door. On both sides of the door were small black boxes bolted to the concrete walls. Renee and Sal scanned their badges on either box, then looked at Charlie. Charlie slowly approached the box on the right, reached out his hand, and opened the front cover of the box. Inside, there were buttons for numbers, just like an old payphone would have. He took a deep breath and began punching the code in. Once he was done, he closed his eyes and clenched his jaw, hoping he had not made a mistake. Just then, the steel door opened. A look of pure relief washed over all their faces. On the other side of the now open steel door, an elevator was ready for them to board. They all got in. The elevator room was extremely bright and lined with stainless steel siding. There were no buttons, no certificate of inspection like your typical elevator. Just 4 walls, a ceiling, and a floor. As they all looked at one another, they simultaneously put on their hazmat head and face coverings as the outer elevator shaft steel door closed, shortly followed by the steel elevator door itself. "How far does this go down?" He looked to Sal for a response. Instead, Renee responded in her British accent. 3,218 meters, roughly. Charlie looked from Renee to Sal with a bit of confusion. Sal just smiled at Charlie. 2 miles underground, he translated. Charlie hesitated and then looked at Renee. "That's deeper than Jinping." Renee looked at Sal, rolled her eyes, and looked back at Charlie. "Jinping is underground, yes, but built into the side of the Jinping Mountains. We are going straight down." He heard the disdain in her voice, but didn't care. He had a job to do here, and he might not be Enrico Fermi, but he knew his job was just as important as theirs. "I hate confined spaces," Charlie muttered under his breath. Sal put a hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, Charlie. This elevator was built to sustain a blast from a bomb." For some reason, that cued both Sal and Renee to look at Charlie's briefcase for a second. Shit, if that happened, the damn thing would probably still even work. The 3 began staring at the ceiling, like polite elevator goers anywhere else would. They were closing in on ground level when another conversation transpired. "Charlie?" Charlie looked up at Sal. "Charlie, remember, do not touch anything. Keep your distance from the specimen, and for God's sake, keep your cool." Sal looked down at Charlie's side, where he was holding his briefcase once again, and so did Charlie. He then looked back at Sal, glanced at Renee, and back at Sal again. He noticed the two referencing his carry-on quite a lot, and thought he should put it to rest. You guys get your jobs done right, and I won't even have to open it. He gave Sal a slight smile. Renee and Sal gave each other a concerned look. Having a military officer in their laboratory made them both exceedingly nervous. The steel doors finally opened. Here we are, boys. They slowly exited the elevator. Charlie looked amazed. This was unbelievable. The room they were in was supposed to be a laboratory, but this looked more like an aircraft hangar. It was completely concrete. The ceiling was dome-shaped, completely curved from top to bottom. It was like being in a concrete observatory, but with no retracting doors in the roof for a telescope, and definitely no telescope. Instead, in the middle was a large cage made of steel bars. You couldn't see anything through the cage because curtains hung on all sides of it from the inside. It wasn't like other labs either. The room was dimly lit, and the ground, made of dark brown concrete, completed itself with a reflective luster. The walls were smooth, made of cinder block-like material, and stood about 15 feet high before blending into their dome existence. The room was shaped like a rectangle, spreading a good distance from the elevator doors, procuring a long, subterranean recession for the lab. Charlie noticed cameras, just like the ones now miles overhead. They were being watched. As they walked up to the cage, Sal reached out to a control panel attached to it and pressed a button. The curtains withdrew, and lights flooded the entirety of the cage. And there it was, laying on the ground. Its human-made home was a cold concrete slab, glass walls, and steel bars on the outside. The creature was extremely thin and sickly looking. Its skin was almost reptilian, rough in texture, with spikes all over it. 4 arms protruded from both sides of the creature, along with its 2 legs. At the end of each of its 8 arms and both of its 2 legs were 2 large fingered claws, with long, thick, and sharp nails, which seemed to be straight out of the Jurassic era. Lastly, a rhino-style protrusion adorned the back of its neck. There were more of them originally. Sal announced to the 2 of them. They were captured after taking out an entire Russian village during the Cold War. The Russians were convinced we had something to do with it. Both sides were experimenting with genetic engineering, so they assumed we had created something. They were able to subdue the alien clan to study it and possibly reverse engineer what we had done. They soon found out it was not us. Through the next 50 years, they tried studying the creatures. They experimented on them, dissected them, tried to communicate with them. After all these years, they have found nothing. Until now. This is the last one living that visited us all those years ago. The Russians turned to us for cooperation in this endeavor, as time was against them. We figured out a way to communicate with them through a mathematical code. They are far more advanced than us and can communicate through airwaves their own bodies create. They can download their thoughts right into our networks. In fact, if it wanted to, it could tap into any of our nuclear facility networks on the planet, hence this 6.5-foot thick concrete prison around us. And is that because of the virus? Charlie asked. Laying on the ground, half dead? Yes, it's extremely contagious. Airborne. The virus, once in the air, can travel for miles. Don't worry, it can't hurt us. It's completely incapacitated. This creature, this specimen, is the only thing on the planet that has it yet. Who knows if it got it here or came here with it? Once Dr. Shepard, Renee, and I retrieve the samples, you let us out of the cage. We exit the facility and decontaminate on the surface. Nothing will go wrong. Let us get started. Renee and Sal unlocked the steel gate and then the glass cage. They slowly walked over to the large creature with their briefcases. Each knelt on either side of it and opened their cases. Charlie closed and locked the gate and door. He watched as they spent the next minutes gathering samples from their specimen. They both stood up and headed back to the door. "All right, Charlie, let's get out of here." With that said, he began to open the locks for them. As he unlocked the glass cage, he caught something out of the corner of his eye. It was a reflection on the glass on the other end of the cage. A reflection of the creature. It was standing behind the two doctors now. Charlie's startled expression caught the attention of the two doctors, and they both turned around and were greeted with the creature right before them. Two arms simultaneously protruded from the creature's sides and impaled the two. Instantly, they both began to shake and spit up blood as their specimen proceeded to tear through their chest cavities. Charlie slammed the door and began running. He thought if he could just make it to the elevator shaft, he could get away. He was most of the way there when a cold sensation swept over his body. It was shock. He looked down to see the creature's claw peeking through his abdomen. The creature retracted its claw, and Charlie fell to the ground. He couldn't see much as he lay there on the cold concrete floor, waiting to die. He could make out blurs of light and shapes. He saw what appeared to be the creature enter the elevator, and then it was gone. The elevator doors closed. Charlie rolled to his back and sighed. He knew he was dying. While the creature slowly made its way up the elevator shaft, he reached over to his briefcase and mustered up the strength to enter the combination. He opened it, and there was a laptop. He opened the laptop, and a security box came up. And inside the security box read, United States of America, Pentagon, Zancudo Underground Laboratory, detonation code entry. At the surface inside the concrete structure, steel doors begin to open. The creature, barely able to breathe or walk, began to make its way out into the open. Suddenly, the creature was swept up in an explosion from underground that traveled through the elevator shaft and was catapulted across the clearing. It's well into the evening now. The stars shined beautifully over the Ecuadorian jungles. There was a full moon out that night, making for a bright night sky as a trail of black sooty smoke burning from the rubble below made its way to a tiny Ecuadorian village 35 miles south. (2052) Atlanta, Georgia. Thing 3. A little girl sits at her coffee table in the family living room. She seems to be extremely focused and organized at the age of 6 as she colored in her coloring book. Dad was sleeping on the rocking chair behind her, and her mom was talking on the phone in nearby the kitchen. It was a large, beautiful home, exceptionally clean and expensively furnished. Among the family portraits, some taken by photographers and some rendered by artists, hangs a large, expensive, original piece of artwork. The family portraits showed a well-to-do Asian American family of 5. Husband, wife, and 3 daughters. The artwork portrayed a family flaunting their wealth in a tacky yet somehow socially acceptable and suitable, or expected, fashion. Just the 3 of them were in this downstairs common area of their home at the moment. The young girl was, in appreciation, soaking up her current lack of sibling competition for the parental units. "Mommy, Daddy's sleeping. Can I turn my music on?" "No, sweetie. You know how Daddy likes to sleep to that stuff. Put your headphones on." Her eyes lit up at the realization of this wonderful idea her mother just had. She ran across the large living room to another overly sized living room, which seemed to be untouched, as if for show. She looked around and darted to the corner where a massive credenza sat. She opened the drawer and took out a small pair of bright yellow headphones. She put them on and raced back to her work, sitting on the coffee table, awaiting her next crucial decisions. When she got back, she waved at the TV a few times, engaging with the TV's functionality simply by hand motions. She opened a small box on the lower right corner of the screen. Within that box, she scrolled down to her desired first track and pressed play. A smile grew across her face as she plopped down and immediately went back to the work at hand. A children's song emanated softly throughout the living room from the little girl's headphones, but was drowned out by the news coming from the TV. Then, something caught the girl's attention from the screen. "Mommy, that's you," she exclaimed, gesturing at the well-dressed female senator on the screen. Her mother peeked around the corner at the TV. "Yes, Alexa, that's Mommy." She winked and blew her daughter a kiss. Alexa reached up with her hand and pretended to catch the kiss with it and giggled as she pretended to put it in her mouth and swallow it. Again, she put her headphones on and it was back to work. Suddenly, the conversation Mom was having on the phone went silent and Dad immediately sat up. There was a loud rumbling coming from over the house as the interior walls shook. Two teenage girls rushed down the stairs which led to the main foyer. Mom and Dad met the two at the bottom of the steps, within reach of the front doors of their home. "What is that?" both girls said at the same time. "I haven't the slightest idea," Dad stated, as he immediately opened the door and walked out onto their porch. There was nothing to see outside. It was dark out, but a soft light washed across the lawn, compliments of their Malibu lighting. The rumbling, however, was louder and directly above their heads. The family walked out toward the street to get a better view as they noticed the residents across from them, mirroring their strategy. Suddenly, they were engulfed in a floodlight coming from the police helicopter above. The whipping sounds of the blades made it hard for them to identify the sounds of sirens approaching the house from both ends of their upscale neighborhood street. Several cruisers with sirens blaring raced into their driveway, followed by a large government SUV with black-tinted windows. The back door opened to the SUV. A large black man in a black suit stepped out and away from the vehicle towards the family. "Senator Lee?" He pulled from his inside coat pocket a black wallet and opened it for the family to see. "I am Detective Parks. You and your family are to accompany me and this escort to Hartsfield-Jackson International. You're to be flown to an undisclosed location for you and your family's safety." She looked at her concerned husband in disbelief. Alexa, still happily listening to her headphones, not knowing the chaos her family is being swept up in, could barely hear the news. "Thank you, Senator Lee. We hope to see you back in this space relatively soon with some better news," the reporter said with audible dismay. She looked at the camera and sighed. This virus was spotted in South America nearly 2 decades ago around Ecuador, some sources have told us. It appears to have been covered up not only by the USA, but also the UN has been involved in keeping this from the public. An image appeared at the top right of the screen. It showed what appeared to be a war zone taking place in the US at the hands of rioters. Buildings were burning. Police cars were upside down and vandalized. People everywhere were running and yelling, while some seemed to be chanting and demonstrating. This backlash from the public is violent and disgusting. Many have died from this virus, but many more have died from the... A live news reporter interrupted the broadcast. Good evening, America. This is Ed Cross with CNN. The screen flashed to a collage of headshot pictures of well-dressed men and women. 7 senators were reported to have been drugged from their homes tonight in a display of retribution for the lies. We regret to report each one of those senators were murdered execution style. As disgusting, repulsive, and grotesque this demonstration is, the lies and deceit coming from Washington and from leaders around the globe causing us to lose millions of loved ones causes everyone. Here at this network, to beg the question, are these actions warranted? The following video was transmitted to our station approximately 1 hour ago. It was sent by one of the groups responsible for the murder of a sitting senator. Please understand that the following video contains unedited violence and an assault on a human life leading to death. This video is not for the young or faint of heart. Alexa, still smiling, and while coloring and listening to her music, looked up at the TV. While she listened to some of her favorite children's music, her smile vanished. A look of confusion and terror swept across her face. Her dad stepped in front of the TV and turned it off. She looked up at him with teary eyes and took off her headphones. Come with me, Alexa. Everything is going to be okay, but we need to leave. Alexa slept in between mom and dad. It was a private chartered jet reserved for government use. Senator Lee stood up and gave her husband a kiss on the cheek. Keep her close, John. She stepped over the two into the aisleway and walked to a small table in the back. Her 2 teenage daughters, who were sitting across the aisle from them, watched her go back there and meet 3 men at a small table. It was a small plane, so they kept the meeting to a whisper. Still, John made out some of the indiscernible conversation. Mrs. Senator, we believe it's both Russia and China cooperating. They have taken over several large military compounds and facilities. They have several nuclear warheads parked on either coast, and they are currently targeted on. The conversation became almost muted in John's head as his eyes widened and witnessed the surreal event taking place outside his window. At first, it looked like an asteroid, but then it dawned on him once it touched the earth. A bright light flooded the terrain as far as his eyes could see. Soon, a bright yellow and orange fiery light shaped into a mushroom cloud. To his horror, another happened what seemed like 100 or so miles away. He looked back to his wife, who glanced up at him. All the blood had rushed from her face, and she turned very pale. She looked back at him as a tear fell from her eye. Chapter 1. Fallout 2068. 16 years later. It has been over a decade and a half since the world went dark. Governments around the globe have tried to keep the peace as they attempt to bring civilization back to the forefront. Amidst a fraction of the population, people have split into factions in order to protect themselves from human trafficking by cartels and the Russian insurgents. Outnumbered by bad actors, the UN has temporarily suspended the Geneva Code. Enemies of the state are to be swiftly executed on sight. The US government is spread out thin across the entire Northern and Southern Americas in an attempt to eliminate all foreign threats. The Russians have completely infiltrated the continent and are seeking control of the entire population. All power grids worldwide have been crippled and remain in unstable conditions, wreaking havoc on Mother Nature. With the unfortunate but unavoidable practice of herd immunity, more than half the globe's population has been wiped from the face of the earth, leaving the virus somewhat neutralized. Humans were now left to their own devices. They were forced to keep migrating from one place to the next in order to acquire supplies. They did so while doing their best to avoid radioactive regions. They called these regions red zones. A small faction of men, women, and children have been embarking on a journey towards South America under the notion that there has been a safe harbor declared there. Our story begins here in the once flourishing and now dilapidated city of Cartago, Costa Rica. Cartago, Costa Rica, 14 miles south of San Jose. Trevor looked through his binoculars and through the double-pane glass at the building across the street. He appeared to be nearing his mid-20s, but was more like your old Southern gentleman who spoke with a little bit of a Texas twang. He was thin, well-built, and had a military-like physique. Kent, Ash, and Samel were looking through the window as well. As they took turns with the binoculars, they studied the property across the street, which appeared to be a gas station. "It looks like all the pumps are hung up," whispered Ash, a tall, thin, tan, and gangly kid who talked like your average Californian surfer. And Kent, tan, as a brown leather wallet, in his black cargo pants and ribbed white tank top, painted a portrait of a picturesque military vet dating a sexy mistress named Midlife Crisis. As if that weren't enough, he finished off his appearance with a gray handlebar mustache. "What's our next move?" Samel, a very young, tall, thin, exotic creature, spoke up in his thick, Middle Eastern accent. "Let's move on it before someone else does." "Hold on. Hold on," Trevor said in a rolling, lazy delivery while putting his hand up to the three of them, urging patience while he peered through the lenses of his binoculars. "You guys see number 4? They all confirmed they did in unison. Look just beyond that at the dumpster. The lid was down last night. Someone has been here." "Probably just someone passing through," replied Ash. "We've been watching the entire street for over an hour and not a sign of anyone." Trevor softly sighed. "You're right. It's getting dark soon. Get the generator." Ash and Samel grabbed the generator on either side. It was very large, so they each had to use both hands. Trevor looked at Kent, and they both nodded at each other and pulled out their pistols and checked their ammo. Trevor took the door handle that led to the street first. He reached down and grabbed a small toolbox, and he looked back at his team and slowly opened the door. Kent rushed out and hid behind a parked car on their side of the street and waved the three out. Trevor ran across the street to another parked car and hid as well. He waved the two across. Ash and Samael ran across the street, both a little sideways and sort of facing each other while staring at their target, pump number 2. Once the two cleared the car, Trevor was crouched next to. Kent ran after them. Trevor gave one final sweep of the area, stood most of the way up and ran to join his team. Ash and Samael dropped the generator next to the pump. Trevor then placed his toolbox next to the generator and opened it. There were various wires and screwdrivers within the box. Trevor grabbed a few wires and started fastening them to metal piles protruding from the side of the generator that was obviously once covered. Ash and Samael hurriedly grabbed screwdrivers and began undoing the large panel to the pump's electrical unit. As they unscrewed one screw after another, they just let the screws fall on the ground. Kent had his gun, and now Trevor's as well, and had them drawn towards opposite directions while shifting his body, creating a lethal human turret. The last screws were being undone as Trevor had just finished the wiring and waited, with anticipation of setting his eyes on his next job. They removed the panel, and the three of them got to work wiring the inside of the pump. The generator was now fully hooked up, and Trevor primed the bulb and grabbed the throttle. He looked up at the two. Ash had his hands around the handle of the pump, and Samael was ready to push 87. Ready, the two looked at each other, then back at Trevor, and nodded. Remember, the generator is on fumes, and it gets filled first, he said as he unscrewed the cap to the reservoir. They nodded once again. He then reached into his toolbox and grabbed a small broken mirror. While crouched down next to the generator, he used the mirror to catch the sunlight. He was bouncing it toward a sign that read Alto. The sign was absorbing the reflection. As he did it for a little longer, they heard engines around the corner start up. Within moments, 3 cars one by one raced around the corner. Trevor pulled the throttle. Nothing happened. They all shared worried glances. He pulled it again and still nothing. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He knew too many pulls would fill the intakes and render the generator useless. He sat there with his eyes closed and silently mouthed words to his maker and once again pulled. Finally, it started. Immediately, the gas pump lights lit and a built-in television screen came on. Ash pulled the handle from within its cradle as Samael slammed his fist on the button that read 87. The first car pulled up as they were topping the generator off. It was a beat-up old station wagon, and there was a woman driving. She seemed about Trevor's age, or a little older. The woman in the car was slim and toned. She held a presence about her that made people happy, with her flowing blonde hair, big, bright eyes, and beautiful, inviting smile. She threw Trevor an uneasy grin and turned off the engine. A much older gentleman sat in the back, sleeping. He had a rugged darkness about him and maintained a chiseled structure, all the while sporting a pair of dirty eyeglasses, currently slipping off his nose. He sat next to 2 younger, average-looking children who looked as if they were growing weary of their car seat's confines. The 2 were very close in age, both with blondish brown hair and blue eyes. They looked to be at most 5 years old as they rubbed their tired little faces and let out a yawn here and there. Trevor put out his hand towards Kent, who returned his firearm to him and went back to keeping a sharp lookout. Trevor tucked a gun into his belt by the middle of his back as he leaned into the car and gave a big smile to the kids in the back. Then he looked at the woman. "Hey, Beck." Beck changed her loving glance from the kids to Trevor. "Hey, Trev." She reserved a concerned look to give him as she continued to speak. "Listen, I know we got to keep moving, but the kids are starving. Can you get them something from the truck?" Trevor smiled. "Sure." Then he looked back at the older man who was sleeping. "How's Jack holding up?" Beck sighed. "He's just exhausted. He really needed a break. Trevor nodded in total agreement. "You're full. Move forward. I'll be there in a sec," he said as he gave the side of her door a couple taps. Beck started up the engine and drove around opposite to them on the other side of the pump. A large military-grade Hummer with a bed on the back pulled up after that and turned off its engine. Trevor looked at the man driving it and waved. "Hey, Seth," his best friend waved back. Seth also appeared to be the same age as Trevor. Other than the fact that he was bigger than Trevor, the pair could pass as twins. Seth, unlike his friend's clean-shaven jaw, wore a well-groomed beard and mustache. Ash began filling the rig as Trevor hefted himself up on the side step and straddled the edge of the bedliner. He opened one of the several coolers and pulled one of many brown packages out of it and jumped back down. He peeked around the truck to the car behind it. A tiny little hybrid with a man and a woman sat inside, awaiting their turn for fuel. He gave a nod and a friendly, casual-like salute to them and turned around to deliver dinner to the kids. As he began to briskly walk over to the old station wagon, he caught Beck's expression on her face as she stared wide-eyed into the distance behind him. His heart sunk, and he felt the blood drain from his extremities as he slowly turned around. "Move. Let's move now." They all turned to see a cloud of brown dust swirling into the air, coming from the ground. The origin of the dust was unknown as buildings blocked their view. This was good, because although they could not see the approaching visitors, the visitors could not see them either. It would not be long before their unwanted visitors were in sight, so the group began to scramble. Ash yanked the pump out of the rig, as Samael was already uncapping the hybrid's tank. They filled it up as fast as they could and moved immediately to assist Trevor in rounding up the precious supplies. Ash looked at the two in the hybrid, which was just a small two-seater. "And Eugene, you guys holding up okay?" They were an older couple, rough around the edges, but seemingly content. Each of them was pleasantly aged around their mid-40s. They both portrayed a look that said they've had their fair share of life, but were still very capable of handling their own. Anne, who was in the passenger seat, gave a smile and a nod back to Ash. "We are good. Let's just get out of here." Then Eugene chimed in. "Next time we stop, I call the Hummer. This lunchbox wasn't exactly what I had in mind," he stated, referring to the tiny little two-seater he was operating. Ash smiled. Then immediately, him and Samael jumped into the bed of the truck and each pulled a rifle out and held onto the roll bars near the cab. They had to sit in the bed of the truck as the Hummer's cab was packed full of supplies as well. They didn't seem to mind, though. On the contrary, they seemed to really enjoy it. They were both young and in shape and enjoyed a little bit of unease. Kent climbed into the front passenger seat of the truck as he gave Ash and Samael a stern look. As Trevor slipped into the front passenger seat of the station wagon, all three cars sped off. Beck and Trevor were staring into the rearview mirrors, monitoring the situation. Trevor noticed the worried looks from the two kids. "Oh, yeah," he thought to himself, then quickly grabbed the brown package from the ground and handed it to them, which made their eyes light up. "Put on your headphones, guys," Beck thought to suggest, trying to normalize the unfolding drama. They had a little old-fashioned Discman with a headphone splitter, and each had their own headphones. Completely oblivious to the threat behind them, Caleb and Delilah gathered up their listening devices, put them on, and began opening up their dinner. Bananas, canned Spam, carrots, and a couple meat sticks was on the menu today. It was pretty much the same thing every day, with little switch-ups here or there. The pair were easily pleased. They grew up in this world, and each had their twin sibling for continuous camaraderie. At the vulnerable ages of 7, they'd already seen more in their short lives than most people 5 times their ages. "There, turn there," Trevor signaled. They were the lead car, as the other two vehicles closely followed. They kept looking into their rearview mirrors, unsure which direction the visitor or visitors were headed. They kept looking, but lost sight of any evidence of moving vehicles. "Take it south," Trevor quipped, speaking of the highway they were approaching. Beck made a right turn onto the on-ramp for the IA-2 south as the two vehicles followed. Ash and Samel peered past the little hybrid behind them and searched the horizon for any signs of following vehicles. Meanwhile, the sun said its final goodbyes to the west, giving a beautiful light show across the sky as its final argument before retiring for the evening. As twilight turned the last page of its chapter, Trevor felt as if he were being watched. With the intuition one would have while being stared at, Trevor's instincts kicked in, which in turn drew his attention to a dim field just off the highway. There, standing in the middle of the field, stood a tall, large, darkly clothed figure. He couldn't make out any evidence it was a person, but he knew it was staring back at him. He looked over at Beck. "You see that guy?" Beck looked over. "What guy?" Trevor pointed in the direction of the figure, gave a little chuckle and retorted, "That." But before he could get the words out, the figure was gone. "That's weird," he said in a quiet voice, almost as if he was no longer talking to anyone other than himself. They both dismissed the issue and let the sound of the highway through the poorly insulated station wagon direct the conversation for the next few moments. Chapter 1 continued. Fallout 2068. South America. As we pick up where we last left off, we come back to a familiar place, Cartago, Costa Rica. And on a familiar abandoned stretch of highway, Trevor and Beck are engaged in conversation. "This is the starting point," Trevor stated. Beck looked down at Trevor's hand to see a gas mask, then looked back up at him. "Next 45 miles?" she questioned. Trevor answered by distributing gas masks to everyone in the vehicle as he made an announcement. "Come on, everyone. Next 45 miles. Red zone." They all put their masks on as they slowed down to traverse the once-occupied military barricade with radiation warning signs set up across the highway, now dressed up in graffiti and bullet holes, compliments of the local amateur gangs. A long, dark, and desolate highway lay ahead of them. Trevor was toying with a large radio device, trying to pick up a signal. As he changed it from channel to channel, it was just static. "How far do we have left to go?" Beck asked as she looked over at Trevor. "About 3 or so hours. Once we reach Dominical, Seth's friend will meet us at the boat." Seth was the one driving the rig behind them. "You tired? Would you like me to drive for a bit?" "No," she said with a smile. "I'm the older sibling. I get to drive." They both chuckled. Just then, something began to come over the radio. Trevor swiped it off the dashboard and turned it up. "This is it," he said. "It's that recording again. Caleb, Delilah, hand me a pen," he shouted to the kids as he rifled through the glove box to pull out a notebook. He got ready to write down the information coming across the radio. The voice was slightly robotic sounding with a bit of an English accent. The reception was not perfectly clear, but discernible nonetheless. Repeating transmission. "This Izul. All networks back online. Properties are secure. Safe harbor has been acquired. Access code 719-AKQ641GSY. All local grids have been restored. Rendezvous 0.54814005 and 75.5128858. Temporary access expiring 8/10/2068. The radio went back to static as Trevor went over the numbers that were already written down from prior dictations. All the numbers are right. Trevor noted to Beck. Can you imagine electricity? Running water? Beck smiled as she responded. I'm gonna take the world's longest hot shower. But how do we know this isn't some sort of trap? Trevor took a moment to think. We don't. We'll have to check it out as we get closer. He paused for a brief moment and looked back at the older man sleeping in the back. Maybe send Jack in to spy on the place. He should be able to get some good intel before, but his thought quickly ended there. Ouch, he exclaimed as Beck threw a stern older sister punch. Leave Gramps alone. Then a slight change in her facial expression as she struck a bit more serious and quiet tone. What about this Paco guy? You think we can trust him? Trevor turned around in his seat and looked at the dark silhouette following them. Seth's friend? I trust Seth. This Paco guy has a boat, and Seth seems to trust him. I'm willing to roll the dice. You got a feeling? Beck just shrugged. No, I don't think so. She turned and glanced at the kids. Then to Trevor. We just need to be careful. Dominical Beach was beautiful at night. Although vacant of venues, a boardwalk, or even crowds of people, it seemed to emanate a sense of nightlife. The Costa Rican forest met the sand with a seamless density, appearing almost out of place. The waves were calm as they washed up on the shores, as the headlights of their vehicles lit up the sandy ground. They all parked close together in a semicircle, with the headlights facing the ocean. They all stepped out of their vehicles and took in their surroundings while shaking off the long drive. There she is, Seth said as he pointed to the approaching 3-level yacht. Sunset, right on time. There was a long wooden dock about 20 yards in front of them that stretched out into the sea. The 10 of them began to walk towards the dock. The yacht was making its final approach, as they could hear the water being disturbed from underneath the engines, reversing their force to decrease the vessel's speed. They climbed the staircase to the docks and watched as the ship made port. Just then, they were met with halting voices from behind them. Stop there! No more walk, a man said in a thick Hispanic accent. They all put their hands up and turned around. They were met at gunpoint by 2 men. What are you doing here? A third man asked, as he appeared from behind the first 2 and walked between them, right up to Seth and Trevor. With their hands still up, Seth attempted to defuse the situation. We're meeting some friends, he stated, as he signaled with a hitchhiker-like thumb to the now docked boat behind them. The group noticed a few more men with flashlights going through their cars. Trevor rolled his eyes. In the excitement, he forgot. Always guard the supplies. And for Christ's sake, never leave your weapon. Those, my friends. That, my boat. You, not invited, the newcomer stated. Calm down, Solo. A voice beckoned from the boat. Seth breathed a sigh of relief. It was clearly his friend Polko. Evidently, Polko had more guests than he thought. The three men searching the cars looked up and joined the group on the dock. Polko emerged from the boat and briskly walked down the dock with four of his men following behind him, carrying assault rifles at their sides. "This is my family," Polko exclaimed as he put a hand on both Trevor and Seth's shoulders. The two men, once targeting the 10, now eased their guns. The 6 newcomers stood, facing Trevor's group. Their leader spoke up again. "No permission, Polko. This, my boat. I'm in charge. No room for more," he said as he turned to his men. "Go take supplies from truck." Trevor lunged forward, but the men drew their guns on him, again causing him to back up and put his hands back in the air. Salo, calm down. This was the plan. We need them, remember? Polko winked at Salo and Salo grinned. "For sale?" Polko looked at Salo. "For sale, Salo." Trevor and Beck looked at each other in utter panic and sheer disbelief. How could this be? How did Seth have it so wrong? How did he not see this? And why, for God's sake, did they leave their guns? Were they about to be caged and sold off to the highest bidder for supplies? Trevor tapped Seth with his foot and whispered, "What the fuck, Seth?" Polko walked in between the group towards Saulo, cueing the 2 armed men to again lower their weapons. Polko was shorter than the rest. He carried with him a who the hell cares and permanent vacation persona. He married that with a suitable Bahamas-style wardrobe. A little on the heavy side, this man kept a confidence about him that was mesmerizing to people engaging him. Being Hispanic, he spoke English very well, while almost seeming to emphasize his thick Latino accent. He embraced Saulo and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Then while he had his arm around Saulo's shoulders, he looked at his 4 men that escorted him off the boat. "Hombres, show Saulo the gift we have come with, for his wonderful hospitality he so kindly bestowed upon us." With that, all 4 men raised their assault rifles and began firing. Trevor's group, caught off guard, flinched and put their hands to their ears. Beck could feel blood dripping down her face as she watched the 6 men who once had guns pointed at her and her group get impaled with bullets through their heads and torsos. The now out-of-place, ragtag group looked on in horror, easily losing track of the crisscrossing flesh and blood, painting the open spaces between them all. When the firing stopped, she couldn't help her dropped jaw as she turned and looked at Trevor, who was also covered in blood and maintained a similar expression. Their eyes kept drifting to the 6, now unrecognizable figures laying before them, mangled in bloody disarray. They slowly turned and looked at Polko. He had the biggest smile spread over his face. With his arms high in the air, suggesting a celebratory hug, he walked up to the pair and embraced them and then stood back while still firmly clutching their shoulders and smiling. Then, a quick question swept across the gangster's lips. "How was your drive?" Chapter 2: Premonition. Although America had been sheltered from the majority of the virus over the past several years, recently, it had joined the rest of the world as large populations began to become infected. As deaths rose and tensions grew among social and political platforms, the country found itself in a downward spiral as desperation took hold. To quell such hardship, some found peace in spending time away from the cityscapes and joined nature for a much-needed reprieve. A good example of this, a young family from Grand Rapids, the Meeks. With about an hour left of sunlight, it appeared to be a nice family road trip. Two teenage siblings sit in the back of their family Jeep. A mom and dad sit up front while holding hands. It was Dad's turn to drive. The San Isidro Mountains were beautiful in the summer. This was the time of year the Meeks family spent some well-deserved downtime at their lake house on Lake Barrett. They knew this drive well, so the family was delving into some fun road trip games to quiet the growing anxiety they were all feeling. It was the learned anxiety of the blissful getaway that lay before them. As the San Diego International Airport was long in their rear-view mirrors, about 30 minutes or so, they figured they had about another 45 minutes to go. Although they were visitors here in Southern California, they were no strangers to the hordes of people and constant jarring noises of traffic that surrounded them as far as the eye could see. The big difference for them was the weather and that smell of salty seawater that seemed to envelop every oil-stained corner of the city. Of course, they were used to large bodies of water, as the Meeks were from Grand Rapids, about 25 miles east of Lake Michigan. But there was something so much more captivating about the saltwater air as opposed to the freshwater air they were used to. Perhaps the salty air just spelled out all the freedom and lack of obligations it typically came with. Trevor enjoyed family trips to his grandfather's lake house. He would often reminisce about the nights he would spend with his sister on the dock after a full day of family fun, before their night would come to a close. As the two grew older and more self-sufficient, they would sometimes even fall asleep on the dock as the sun would settle behind the mountains. He remembered how him and his sister had discovered a sense of immortality on that dock. They would sit at its edge and admire a smooth rock they had personally picked from a recent hike through the nearby woods. "Do you want to throw it?" Beck would ask her little brother. Trevor would look up and nod with a smile, taking the small rock from her hands and chucking it as far as he could. They would soon hear a small plunk as the smooth stone would make its entrance through the lake's glassy surface. Beck was always the melodramatic one and would often memorialize the experience with her poetic words. But Trevor never minded that. He actually enjoyed the idea of him and his sister having something so real, yet so secret, as he would listen to her thoughts. "They'll always be here, Trevor, somewhere out there at the bottom. We did that together." In the midst of a playfully fun game, a laugh in her voice and a smile on her face, their mom slightly turned her head towards the back of the car, glancing at the 16-year-old girl sitting in the seat behind her dad. "Okay, Beck, your turn." Beck stared out the window and bit her lip as if to be looking for something outside. "Okay, the letter D." As she said this, she turned her gaze to her younger brother and raised her eyebrows, suggesting her inevitable, soon-to-be win. A young 14-year-old Trevor rolled his eyes. Words began flooding out of the other three family members, each one racing to be the winner. Drain, door. Deck, duck, drapes. Beck smirked on in glee and just kept remarking, "No. Nope. Not even close." Trevor chimed in, "Dork." Their mom let out a big laugh. "Okay, first of all, that's not actually a word, at least not a real one. Slang doesn't count. Secondly, it has to be something you can see from your seat." Trevor quickly came up with his best legal defense. But Dad's right there. This time, it was Dad letting out the bellowing laugh. Very cute. Trevor continued. Well, Beck always cheats anyway. She's like a pro at this. She always comes up with words none of us even know existed. The car once again became loud with laughter. Suddenly at once, all of their phones began to ring. Amber Alert? Beck asked, as everyone began to scan over their phones. That is, of course, everyone but the driver. Then with a serious tone, the mom looked over at the driver's seat. Honey, I think we might have a problem. Car was silent for a moment, as the three reading their texts tried to make sense of what they were seeing. Emergency alert. Ballistic missile threat. Inbound to San Diego. This is not a drill. What? The dad said with a fading smile. Noticing the shock on all of their faces, he quickly dismissed his smile altogether. What is it? He said again, as his eyes slowly drifted down to the phone his wife was showing him. Honey. His wife's frantic voice directed him back to the traffic in front of them. He swerved and barely missed hitting the stopped car in front of him, only to be met with another car involved in an accident completely upside down. Avoiding the next hurdle, he lost control of the vehicle and began careening off the side of the freeway. None of them could see the chaos in front of them as they slowed their vehicle and tried to make it through the weedy patches of grass that separated the 94 from the city roads. A bird's eye view would depict a freeway engulfed in accidents, running pedestrians, and vehicles making illegal exits. Apparently, the Meeks were not the only ones to receive the ominous alerts on their phones. He kept pursuing the city streets ahead of them, navigating the rough patches of ground, never designed for moving traffic. Watch out, the mom exclaimed as she pointed to a man running across the field, evidently one of the poor souls new to the growing membership of travelers, having recently forfeited their modes of transportation. I got it, he responded with a cool head as he slowed and made room for the man on foot. Just then, a car came screeching by them, obviously not observing their surroundings, but just trying to make their own way to safety. The faster-moving car hit the man running across the field, sending him flying into the air and landing directly onto the family's windshield. The collision sent the four of them into high-pitched panic like screams. As the man hit the windshield, it shattered and blood went everywhere. Through the blur caused by bodily fluids and spiderwebbed like cracks in the windshield, it was impossible to discern one body part to the next. One thing was sure, though. What once was a face was now a hollowed skull mixed with teeth and bone and had partially impaled their car's window. As the vehicle made a slight right turn and a final climb to the city road, the carcass gently rolled off the car and onto the grass to the most shallow grave site the four had ever seen. Shelter. We need shelter. There. Over there. Their dad was depicting his every thought to the three of them, trying to be as transparent as possible to let them know he had things under control. They pulled into the parking lot of an elementary school, packed with poorly parked vehicles, scattered across the asphalt and grassy lawns. Trev, you hold my hand. Beck, you hold your mother's. Buddy system. Okay, guys, this has nothing to do with your abilities. We stay together, okay? They all scrambled from the car, grabbed nothing, paired into their designated teams, and ran for the closest doors. It was becoming dark at this point, dark enough to have a hard time seeing exactly where they were going, but not dark enough to have yet activated the outside lights of the school. The first set of doors they came to was clearly some sort of gym or auditorium. Beck and her mom reached the doors first. They were locked. Trevor and his dad took that as a cue to immediately scan the school complex. There, exclaimed Trevor. He pointed to what appeared to be the administration offices, There was a large orange door with a slim rectangular window on it. The door was to a large cinder block building with several large windows to either side of it. The window to the right had been broken into. Being after hours and during summer, the school was obviously closed, but apparently previously arriving shelter seekers had made their ways in. The family raced inside and were met with an embracing community of a dozen or so people made up of men, women, and children. "We couldn't get into the gym," announced a woman in the room to the newly arriving family of 4. Beck and Trevor's dad looked at the group, then at the woman. No, this building is made of cinder block. We should be fine." Suddenly, a frantic voice began pleading in a language that was not understood by the Meeks. A petite, older Spanish woman with thick glasses, a cane at her side, was sitting on a seat meant for a 4-year-old and was trying to communicate to them. Trevor and Beck's dad scanned the group. "Anyone know Spanish?" A man in the group responded quickly. "I know a little. I think her grandson is out there somewhere. She's been trying to tell us since she came in here. I think they became separated." Just then, the power went out in the building. The entire city was engulfed in darkness as twilight was rapidly turning to night, sirens blaring from outside. Mrs. Meeks was staring out the window. Her husband, in a panic, began yelling in her direction. "Babe, get away from there. You don't want to be." Just then, she interrupted him. "Oh my God, I think I'm looking right at him." A small boy, about 7 years old or so, was frantically trying the doors of the gym, right where the Meeks had been just seconds earlier, then disappeared around a corner. Without hesitating, she let her motherly instincts completely take her over as she bolted out the door, her husband failing to hold her back. Trevor and Beck listened to their dad's next instructions like deer in headlights. "Beck, Trevor, stay away from the windows." He pushed them back beyond everyone else, lifted a hinged counter, allowing them access to a more secure area of the room. "Stay down on the ground, under these desks, cover your heads, and stay together." With that, he quickly chased after his wife. A few folks were looking through the window in disbelief as they watched the couple leave the safety of the cement building. More people of the group joined the kids in hiding under desks. Trevor had all the red flags going up in his head as he disobeyed his dad and crawled out from under the desk and peeked around the counter's corner. There, he could see the silhouette of 3 figures peering out the window. He was hoping to see his mom and dad come back through the door. He certainly was not anticipating to witness the following string of events. A bright light lit up the entire room, temporarily blinding everyone. The building shook as the sound of glass was coming from the windows beyond the counters. Within seconds, the body of a woman was hurtled across the room and slammed down in front of him. Suddenly, he was yanked back under the desk by his feet. His sister and another young boy about his age acted fast and pulled him from harm's way. Once under the desk, he looked back at the body, and for one quick second, before the lingering flash of bright light dimmed, he saw a woman laying on her back, coughing up blood. She had a large piece of glass that went straight through her left eye, deep into her head. He gathered up his knees and put his head between his legs as he began to shake. Suddenly, a voice beckoned the group from down the hallway. "Everyone, over here. I found some stairs. I think it goes to the basement." Beck grabbed Trevor by his hand, and the two got to their feet and ran with the others. They were making their way down the hall, feeling along the walls while being guided by the voice in the dark. Suddenly, without warning, a large sonic boom blasted in the distance, forcing half the group to their knees. Trevor woke up in a cold sweat. He heard loud, hard knocks alongside the boat. Whatever the sound was, it must have slipped into his dream, which ultimately woke him up. Trying to shake the awful memories his dream had conjured up, he rubbed his eyes with his fingertips while palming the rest of his face. Then, in one swift downward motion and some pressure along his nose, mouth and chin, he gave his entire face a refreshing stretch as he came to remember where he was. It was Paco's boat, and they were now at sea. Chapter 2, Premonition, Part 2. Trevor didn't even remember falling asleep. As he attempted to get his bearings, he scanned the room. Round windows let plenty of light in as the reflections of sparkling ocean waters played artfully across the walls of the small cabin. Morning had come while he slept. He felt the hardwood floor beneath him with his hands as he turned his head to see Beck. She was on the bed, with the two little ones beside her. He smiled to himself. Of course, she got the bed. As he stood up, he completely lost his balance by the slight rocking of the boat and almost dove face first into the floor. At the last second, he caught himself and regained his balance, then quickly looked over at his sister, hoping he hadn't woken her. She was still sound asleep. In fact, all three of them were. Now, to address the loud knocking sounds coming from the sides of the boat. As he made his way down a long hallway, he started to hear recognizable voices. He finally came to a brightly lit room, which he quickly identified as the galley. In it sat Jack, Seth, and Paco. He knew Paco had his men somewhere on the boat, and figured they were busy somewhere navigating the large vessel. "You guys hear that?" he asked as he walked sleepily towards the three of them. "Don't worry, my friend. My men have everything under control. We are just hitting some rocky waters. Come, senor, join us." Paco seemed like he was enjoying his new company. This was a relief to Trevor. After seeing how Paco deals with disappointment, he wouldn't want to be on this man's errands list. As Trevor sat down next to Jack, he rubbed his shoulder. "How you holding up, Gramps?" "Wonderful, Tiger. I got plenty of rest in the car." "Thanks for that. Speaking of rest, how did you sleep?" Trevor thought of his dream. As an answer to his grandfather, he could talk about it. Perhaps open a dialogue and really dissect his obvious PTSD. Maybe together, they could all analyze it and get it out of his system. Finally, he let out his simple response. "Great, really well, thanks." Then again, he thought to himself, who needs therapy? That was really weird about Kent and his two friends last night, he said, referring to Ash and Samel. I thought they were on board with the Ecuador plan. We only met them a few days ago, Seth replied. Who knows what's in their heads? They probably just wanted to beef up their supplies and acquire a couple extra vehicles. Either way, they said they were going to settle down in Costa Rica for a while. Needed a break. Told me to come looking for them if we needed anything. Your friends and I were just talking about this character you plan to see. A character named Zul, Paco announced, changing the topic. Funny name for a man. Your notes reference a precise GPS location. Should be roughly a 12-hour drive once we reach shore. Still uneasy about having a mass-murdering gangster around his family and friends, while at the same time not wanting to upset said gangster, Trevor gave a polite response. Fantastic, he said, while awkwardly looking away. Noticing Trevor's unease around Paco, Seth then added to the conversation. I thought it would be a good idea for Paco to come along. This whole safe harbor theory has struck his curiosity. Plus, if things go sideways, it would be good to have him on our side. Paco laughed. Yes, my friend. My team and I are always up for a good adventure. Besides, we have some precious cargo we need to deliver in the area. A promise to an old friend. He is a strong ally of ours. In fact, nobody travels Ecuador without his knowledge. The locals there refer to him as the Chancellor, so it would be good for you to have us by your side. We can make our delivery and meet back up with you. Trevor didn't like feeling kept this way. Besides, this was not the original plan. Paco was simply giving them a lift down the shore, bypassing an almost impossible journey through the dense South American jungle. Seth had described Paco and his team to Trevor once before. He knew they were not saints, but was unaware it came anything close to the levels of insanity they'd encountered in the short time of knowing them. Beck would never go for this. Maybe he could change the subject, save the topic for when Beck was awake. She was always good to getting out of ridiculous situations like this. I'm sorry, where did the supplies get stored? I need to get some food in me. Nothing's really sinking in right now, you know? Paco looked at Seth, then back at Trevor. Of course, my amigo. Your supplies are down one level. Perhaps I go check on my men now. We should be arriving very soon. Please, make yourselves at home. Come, Jack, I give you tour of my new boat. Trevor gave Paco a smile as he left the galley. What was that all about? Seth spoke up as soon as Paco and Jack left the room. Trevor looked over at him. Seth, you never told me that guy was capable of doing the things he did back on that dock. What if it's us next time? What if we rub him the wrong way? Look, man, I know Paco is a strange guy, but these are strange times. Maybe it would be good to have someone like him around. Besides, he's an old family friend. He could never harm me or my friends, he said as he continued speaking while noticing Trevor's troubled expression going unchanged. Listen, I'm always gonna back you, brother. Whatever your decision. Just think it over, okay? Trevor nodded in agreement. Let's go get some food. The two stood up and made their way to the lower level. A door opened to a large dark room as ambient lights began flickering on. Trevor and Seth walked in to see all their supplies neatly shelved. They separated and began going through the coolers. Trevor felt like he was being watched. He caught a dark figure out of the corner of his eye. He immediately looked over, but nothing was there. He did, however, notice a large steel door. The door appeared to be hinged in such a way that it would open outwards. Outside the door was a long steel rod running along the width of the door near the center about shoulder height. On either side of the steel rod were locks. Wonder what that is. Trevor gestured toward the door. It was strange. Seth looked right at it but didn't say anything. It wasn't like he was being rude or ignoring Trevor. It was almost as if he heard Trevor, looked at the door, then completely forgot about it altogether. Trevor shook off the awkward exchange and continued rifling through his supplies. He opened a brown cardboard box he didn't recognize. It was their guns. Trevor looked over at Seth. He knew Seth put a lot of trust into Paco, and he didn't want to insult him. While he saw Seth busy with his head buried in one of the coolers looking for some breakfast, Trevor quickly tucked a small gun in his belt and immediately covered it with his shirt. "Bingo!" Seth shouted. Trevor looked over. Seth was holding 2 small packages of beef jerky, a modern-day delicacy. They both laughed, then turned off the lights and made their way back towards the upper decks of the ship. They both made small conversation as they climbed the staircase back to the middle floor. "I'm gonna go check on Beck and the kids. You good?" Seth nodded in response. "Of course. Meet you on deck." Trevor jokingly ripped his share of jerky from Seth's hands. "This is coming with me," he said with a smile as he began walking back towards the room he had woken up in. While casually making his way through a small corridor, he opened the package of jerky and began to scarf down the first few bites. Before coming to the room where Beck and the kids were sleeping in, he came across a closed door. He thought for a moment and gave the door a polite knock. No answer. He slowly opened the door to a lightly lit blue room. A slightly bad feeling struck him as he pulled out his gun. He crept in the rest of the way, and a look of pure excitement came over his face. A full bar? Jesus Christ! He took his time while inspecting the wonderful treasure trove he had just stumbled across. He noticed, sitting atop all the rest of the alcohol, on a glass shelf of its very own, a beautifully designed glass flask of aged 100% pure agave Patron tequila. He placed his gun on the bar nearest the bartender station to reach the glass goddess, which was now giving him a come-hither look. Without another thought, he placed the flask in his back pocket. "I'll find a use for you very soon," he said aloud to himself, half expecting a rebuttal from the glass treasure, knowing all too well it must be too good to be true. Then he turned to the door and made his prompt exit. He then continued on his way down the hall, but paused for a moment as a bad feeling of something awful took over his entire body and made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He felt as if he were forgetting something. A door or something. What was it? He slowly turned around, as if beckoned by his subconscious. Of course, that was it. The large, locked steel door. It was just a moment ago. How did it fade from his memory so quickly? He changed directions and began retracing his steps back toward the stairs. He began thinking to himself, what could be so important to a mass-murdering gangster that it be locked up so securely? If there was going to be any arrangement between his group and Paco's of any future endeavors, he needed to trust this man. If he were to trust this man, he needed to know what was locked behind that large steel door. His pace quickened as he began briskly walking back toward the stairs. As he made his way to the bottom of the steps, he put the jerky in his front pocket. Then slowly, he made his way a few feet down the hall and placed his hand on the latch to the door that led back to the supply room. The room was dark. Instead of turning the lights on right away, he let his eyes adjust. Enough light poured in from the hallway that he was able to see much of the room. While staying by the entrance of the room, he traced his previous steps from when he was with Seth by sight. As his eyes led him further and further into the room, he was barely able to make out the bottom shape of the steel door. This time, he noticed something standing in front of the door. He could barely make out the shape of feet, but nothing more. The light, that far in, really only covered the floor. Trevor's heart began increasing in its beating pattern. In a split second, the feet quickly moved towards Trevor with a seriousness about it as the entire figure was coming into view. Trevor's chest kept pounding as his mind scrambled for a solution. He could hear the sounds of the shadowy footsteps and even a hint of heavy breathing approaching him quickly. Both of his hands sprang into action as his mind commanded them to the battlefield. His right hand went for the light switch while simultaneously his left reached to block the incoming threat. The lights flooded the room. There was nothing. It was silent, and other than shelves and their supplies, it was simply empty. Nothing, no one. It just didn't make sense. Shaking off what felt like his mind playing tricks on him, he slowly approached the steel door. He could feel an unexplainable void surrounding the front of the door as he placed a hand on its cold steel exterior. He began to work out a game plan in his head. Trevor quickly began rifling through his supplies, opening and closing one cooler after another. Finally, payday. He reached into the cooler that was now open and pulled out a pair of bolt cutters. How many times these things have come in handy, there's no counting, he thought to himself. He went back to the door with the bolt cutters in hand and went to work. The first one snapped through the lock with no issues. The second one was at an odd angle because of the placement of the door and a shelving unit next to it. There was no moving the shelving unit. Everything was welded down to prevent things from toppling over at sea. After struggling with the lock for what seemed to be forever, it finally snapped free. He took off the first lock and then went for the second. That was when he heard voices coming down the stairs. Startled, he thought fast and replaced the lock in a way to appear unharmed. After that, he rigged the other lock to appear the same way. The footsteps were getting closer as the voices, which were in Spanish, were becoming louder. Done with the locks, he leapt across the room and turned the light switch off in a similar motion. A basketball player would perform a slam dunk. No time to close the door. It would be too obvious at this point. He shimmied between two shelving units and remained quiet. The voices immediately stopped for the obvious reason of suspicion. Two glows from separate flashlights began to scan the room. A couple times a light would pass right over Trevor, and then eventually it happened. The light shined directly on his face and the men both stared at him. He was busted, but then, to his utter astonishment, both their flashlights turned off. The two men then closed the door, and the conversation in Spanish continued while it slowly faded away as they could be heard going back up the stairs. Trevor let out a sigh while muttering the words, "What the hell?" Never mind that, he thought. He turned the lights back on and quickly went back to the door, took off both the locks, and swung the door open. The room was pitch dark as a heavy, foul odor poured out from within and greeted his sense of smell. He blindly felt around the surface of the closest interior wall of the darkened room for a few moments. Once he made contact with what felt to be a light switch, he flipped it on. The same feeling he had one floor over his head moments ago was once again taking over his body. A sense of weakness in his knees and nausea throughout his stomach made an intrusive entry into his being as he laid eyes on several lined up and stacked cages with humans in them. No one in the cages made a sound. Upon closer look, he noticed that all their lips had been surgically stitched closed. All of them seemed to be older, but not elderly. They sat, holding their knees to their chests, dominating the trifle expanse of their cells. They all had tubes coming out of their pale and pasty abdomens. The tubes seemed to do nothing, as they were capped at their ends. They were mostly naked, with garments covering their private areas. Each of them seemed sickly and weak, as none of them really took much notice of his presence. Rather, they were just sitting in their cages, numb to the world around them. Some would look over at him, but then simply just look away. He noticed on the ones he could see, due to how they were situated, there were devices implanted in their lower right legs. The devices had blue blinking lights. Trevor's nausea peaked as he spun around, doubled over, and threw up. He slammed the door shut, leaving the light on, leaned up against it, and slowly slid down to a crouched position. He began to shake as he remembered back to being under that desk when the bombs dropped. He didn't have time for this, he thought to himself. He couldn't just sit here, waiting to be discovered while trying to regain his plexus. He had to move quickly. If not for getting his group the hell out of here, or saving what's left of the poor souls behind him, then at least for not getting caught sitting against this door that he'd just broken into, possibly exposing Paco and his team to the evil that they were. Beck and the kids were all cracking up. Seth, Anne, and Eugene were all smiling as well, while shaking their heads. Jack was busy being the life of the party. Trevor stepped out of the bridge onto the open deck and squinted from the late morning sun. "What is it, Trevor? You look like you saw a ghost," his sister remarked as she softened her laughter. I'm just a little motion sick from the boat, I think." She looked at him like he just grew a second head right from his shoulders. He doesn't get motion sick, she thought to herself. He loved the sea. Jack stood from the table. "I'm going downstairs to use the little boy's room. Too much wine." Beck giggled and looked at Trevor. "Gramps is ridiculous. Dad jokes never get old." Trevor displayed a fleeting smile and quickly began to analyze his environment. He noticed two of Paco's men standing guard on either side of the front end of the yacht. Another was down the deck near the back of the boat. Where was Paco? Where was the fourth man? "Trevor!" a man shouted from behind him. Trevor turned around. He couldn't move too fast. He still felt like he was going to throw up. Paco stood there with a stern face. "Trevor, you've been a naughty boy." Trevor knew what was coming. He went to put his hand on his gun for a quicker draw in case it came to that. "Shit, my gun. I left it on the bar. Goddamn Patron," he thought to himself. Paco stepped forward slowly towards Trevor. He reached out and placed a sarcastic yet friendly hand on Trevor's shoulder. Trevor looked over at his own shoulder with Paco's hand on it. Somehow he was reminded of his first impression of Paco from the night before. Paco lowered his voice, but not enough for the others not to hear. His men gripped their guns tighter and approached the group on the deck as they monitored the dialogue their boss was having with the guest in question. "I know what you found, Trevor." Paco leaned forward. So, Trevor desperately tried reading Paco's eyes. How did you like it? Was this seriously happening? How did he like it? "I'm talking about the tequila you found." "Calm down, my friend. I like to tease only. Like I said, mi casa es su casa. I hope you enjoy the Patron." Everyone began to relax as the tension on the deck slowly dissipated. Paco's men shared glances and provided uneasy smiles to one another as they lightened their grips on their assault rifles. Just then, the fourth man appeared from below and approached Paco. He whispered in Paco's ear. Paco's facial expression instantly changed to a rage, yet to be seen by Trevor and his group. Trevor knew what the man had discovered below and was now reporting to his boss. "Hombres," Paco yelled with a specific and angry hand gesture in the air. All four men raised their weapons and pointed them at the group. "Not so fast, Paco." Directly behind Paco stood a cunning grandfather holding Trevor's gun to the back of Paco's head. He had snuck up on him from within the stairwell shortly after the fourth man came up. Paco put his hands up. "Tell them to drop their weapon, senor." "Jack, my friend," that's unable to finish his sentence. Paco flinched at the sound of gunfire blasted in his ear. Paco watched in sheer disbelief as one of his men standing to his opposite, directly beyond the group, succumbed to the bullet hole in the dead center of his forehead. His bodyguard stumbled back before falling off the side of the boat, making a splashy finale. and putting to rest any argument Palco thought he had. Palco would have been better off knowing that Jack served in the military for 30 years before retiring as a 5-star general. 5 amateur gangsters didn't have the old man phased in the slightest. Jack proceeded to help Palco with a friendly piece of advice. Now, Palco, you have 3 men left. The odds of them killing all of us with me holding this gun, I give you, maybe 5 to 3. Now, the odds of me planting a bullet in your pretty little yacht with your brain matter wrapped around it before that bloodbath comes to an end. Now that, I give me a 1 to 1. Your call, senor. Guns down, cabrones. Palco knelt to his knees. Good job, Palco. Now you and your friends are going to sit tight while we figure out a plan. Tiger, your call. Trevor smiled while looking at the kneeling gangster. Later that day. You fucking pieces of shit. This isn't over. Palco screamed out the best he could. After all, screaming from a cramped little cage, locked in a small, dark room that smelled of feces and urine, wasn't exactly the best place to exercise one's lungs. Cabrones, do something. Get us the fuck out of here. On the shore, the fully intact team of now only 8 stood next to their supplies on the sandy beach of Ecuador. They took special interest in the fading sun as it began to say its final goodbyes while descending towards the infinite North Pacific horizon. They felt a sense of peace, filtered through a lens of what might await them within the dense jungles behind. They seemed to shake the dark thought as they took a moment to embrace the calm they felt as they watched the beautiful Ecuadorian sunset. Oh yeah, and also as they watched the yacht in front of them, a quarter-mile out, sink into the sea. Chapter 3. Procurement. The room was dark, very dark. It wasn't scary or anything like that. There were a group of people around him to keep him company. They made him feel secure. Besides, he also had his father beside him. This wasn't typically a dark room. It was probably always lit up, with lots of people walking in and out of it, amongst their busy everyday lives at one point. He stayed close to his dad. He didn't want to be separated from him. It was an easy task. Although the room was dark, there was plenty of light emanating from everyone around him using their smartphones, trying to acquire some signals. Seth felt safe around his father. His dad, Thomas, was his hero. He was an in-shape, middle-aged man with a very recognizable face. He had sandy blonde hair, was mildly tan, and always had a neatly trimmed mustache. His eyes were brown, but were dulled as they hid behind his thick bifocal glasses. He never was sure what his dad did for a living. He worked as a private contractor and was always in some other country. It sounded pretty boring to the other adults in his life, but it intrigued him. All he knew was that whatever it was his dad did for a living, he knew he wanted to do that too. His mom and dad were divorced from all the long extended overseas business trips, which meant he didn't get to see much of him. But he had his dad now, and he needed him now more than ever. Seth looked up at his dad. Seth, you need to stay down here. I have to go up and see if I hear or see anything. Seth wasn't afraid. He knew his dad wouldn't let anything happen to him. Besides, he thought to himself, he was 12 and old enough to handle himself. In the soft glows of the bouncing electronic lights, he gave his father a nod in confirmation, along with a soft, raspy, "Okay, Dad." Thomas continued to speak as he stood up from his and his son's once huddled and crouched positions. "Stay by your new friends," he said with an assuring smile, while throwing a glance at the two kids sitting next to Seth. With that, his dad walked over to a man he had been talking to just before this exchange and began to whisper with him. Thomas then turned and gave Seth a smile as he proceeded to walk upstairs with the stranger. Seth sighed as he watched his dad make his way up the stairs and slowly disappear around the corner of the stairwell's first landing. "My name is Seth. What's your names?" Seth said as he turned to the two frightened teenagers next to him. "I'm Beck. This is my little brother, Trevor." Seth, looking at the two, gave a weak smile as he tried to make the sudden temporary norm feel normal. He noticed the teenage girl had taken some paper and a pencil from one of the desks and was frantically writing everything down from things she was reading off of her phone screen. He slowly drew his gaze to the dark, shadowy landing where he had last seen his dad. He became transfixed and began to lose himself in the depths of that darkness on the stairwell as a feeling of despair began to pour over him. "Seth, you okay, man?" Seth quickly snapped out of his daze. He could see the blank ocean seas with a slight disturbance in the waters where a boat had previously anchored itself before slowly sinking to the water's depths. Seth looked back at Trevor. "Yeah, just a little rattled. Paco was my dad's good friend. We had barbecues with the man, for Christ's sake. I thought getting to him was gonna change everything." "I know, Seth," but Seth interrupted. "No, you were right. I don't know why I didn't see it too. I'm sorry, Trev." "I'm sorry too, Seth," Trevor explained while looking back at the darkened ocean where the boat had once been. "The world's different now. Everyone's changed. You were just too close. You couldn't see it this time. Come on, we got to get out of sight before anything else comes along." Trevor and Seth turned to join the rest of their group. Eugene, Anne, and Beck were near the sand's edge, close to the labyrinth of trees awaiting the team. They were all sitting, entertaining Caleb and Delilah with some stories, while effortlessly drawing in the sand underneath the moonlight. Seth walked over to Jack and knelt down next to a man in all black on his knees, with his hands tied behind his back. He was kneeling in front of Jack as though he were his prisoner. He had his head bowed as one would bow their head for prayer, except he didn't have his eyes closed. Instead, he had them wide open, paying close attention to his surroundings and his captor's activities through his peripherals. As Seth knelt next to the man, thinking how to word his warnings, Trevor stood closely by while keeping a lookout on the darkening beaches and vast ocean's horizon. "We handled your friends, and we will handle you if we have to. Don't fuck with us. Jack, the man standing behind you is a trained killer. He doesn't miss. He'll be watching you." The man turned his head slightly and looked at Jack through the corner of his eyes. "And so will we. Cross us, and you'll end up just like your buddies. At the bottom of the ocean, in a fucking cage. Now, what's your name? The man lifted his head and looked up at Trevor. He froze for a moment, then looked back down at his interrogator and answered. Joe. Okay, Joe, Seth stated with a sarcastic tone. Who the fuck is the Chancellor? Joe lowered and shook his head in disbelief and let out a small chuckle. He began to explain to Trevor and Seth all about the Chancellor and what they were up against. The locals called him the Chancellor, not because he was a politician, but because he ran the town of Esmeraldas. He hadn't always run the town. He used to run a portion of the Mexican cartel known as the Beltran Leyva, back before the nuclear crisis. That was before the FBI had finally caught up with him with the help of the Mexican government. He was being held in a United States Penitentiary Administrative Maximum Facility, also known as the notorious ADX of Florence, Colorado. It was quickly dubbed by the world as the only supermax prison system, along with most other prison networks across the globe. In the thick of nuclear devastation, the prison's entire security network crashed, and all security guardrails were swiftly breached by inmates and outside mercenaries. The Chancellor, then known as Lazar, was widely sought after by allies and enemies alike. Lazar, knowing he must move quickly, found his way to an underground tunnel system buried deep under the prison. After months of living off rats and drinking sewage water, he was ultimately liberated by a few dozen of his former cartel soldiers, sent in to extract him by his cartel generals. In a large caravan of misappropriated United States military vehicles, Lazar's men hastily transported him 7 miles north to the Fremont County Airport. After his rendezvous with his two brothers, Santiago and Nicolas, his two higher-ranking generals, the group of gangsters, along with the flight crew, embarked on their 6-hour flight to their hometown of Toluca, Mexico. Once they hit the tarmac of the Adolfo Lopez Mateo International Airport, they promptly identified the unsustainable state of affairs that was once their home, the town of Toluca. Appreciative of their dire circumstances and their newly found demand for re-establishment, the 4 top-ranking cartel members assembled their armies and supplies and began to move south. Knowing of the state their North and South American governments were in, and aware of the temporary suspension the United Nations placed on the Geneva Code, Lazar and his men knew they were racing the clock. Being a homeless cartel left them unfortified and vulnerable. They also knew that this newly broken system of scattered and unorganized government agencies provided the Beltran Leyva with an unprecedented opportunity. They began rapidly making deals and verbal contracts with the scattered Russian insurgents as they aggressively moved south, ultimately settling into the devastated and half-vacant city of Esmeraldas. Now, under Russian protection, Lazar and his army made Esmeralda their new headquarters, annexing the extensive Spanish colonial-style Capitol building for the Beltran Leyva cartel. Unlike Toluca, Esmeralda still had a large, somewhat functional community. Although most of the structures of the city were in ruins and on par with the rest of the world, without power or running water, Esmeralda was far from any red zones. Word of Lazar's arrival spread through the thinned population of the city expeditiously, and he quickly became known as the Chancellor. His foot soldiers took up the mantle of law enforcement and descended on the town with exacting force and unmatched impunity. The citizens of the town lived in fear of any incoming Beltran Leyva officers and did what they could by any means necessary to avoid confrontation. Some residents were recruited and mobilized throughout Ecuador, creating a vast, far-reaching espionage network of the Beltran Leyva cartel. It is widely known that no one can even blink an eye west of the Andes without the Chancellor hearing about it within hours. Having listened to Joe's description of the Chancellor, Seth gave out a large sigh and rubbed his face with his hands, as if to wake himself up from the self-inflicted nightmare. He turned to look at the rest of the group. Jack didn't get fazed by much. With a background like his, he didn't usually worry while scrimmaging unprecedented and extreme situations. This time, Jack seemed worried. Seth then looked over at the five, sitting near the thick jungle. He knew his group was tired, hungry, run down, and concerned. Then he looked to Trevor. "Well, that sounds like fun." Trevor chuckled, sighed, then scanned his group as well. He looked back at Seth. "We gotta have a plan." Seth nodded in agreement. He looked down at the sand and kicked it around a bit, creating a flow of dark amber ripples along the moonlit ground. A light went off in his head and then appeared across his face. "Didn't Pauco have an M24? He asked Trevor, signaling to the large army-like chest that the group had procured prior to Pauco's demise. Trevor quickly turned to look at the chest as the image of a Winchester M24 sniper rifle materialized in his head. He looked back at Seth with raised eyebrows. Seth looked back at him with a crooked grin. Jack let out an audible groan. Jesus Christ. Chapter 3, Procurement, Part 2. It was morning now. The group had set up a camp in the forest about 2 miles northwest of the nearby city. The group had already inhaled their daily rations, which provided much-needed nourishment for the impending probe of the unknown. Jack continued shimmying his way up a hill with binoculars around his neck, straddled to his back. He had the M24 clutched in both his hands. As he kept moving along the hill's landscape, he made sure to keep his cover, using the trunks of nearby trees and thick brush that sprang from the soil. Keeping the long-distance assault weapon off the ground, he used his elbows to do most of the work, moving himself slowly forward. Eugene and Beck followed closely behind in similar fashion. As they came to the crest of the grassy hill, where tree life came to a sudden end, they stayed quiet underneath the dense shrub. Jack reached behind him and used his binoculars. He began observing the back of a large Spanish colonial-style building. 3 men, one posted at the double doors, one on the second-floor ledge, and one standing right outside the gates by the trash compactors. He turned to the 2 following him. "Trash compactor makes it easy to hide the bodies," he said with a smile. Eugene rolled his eyes while his face shone from his nervous sweat, then pulled out a radio from under his jacket. A radio similar to the one Trevor had used earlier in the station wagon while dictating GPS locations. 3, he quipped as he spoke into the radio. Seth looked over at Joe. They were on their own, crouched behind a dumpster on a vacant street corner. He pulled the radio from his hip and, while giving Joe a stern glance, spoke into the device. "Take care of it. We're heading in, going dark." While maintaining his serious gaze at Joe, He reached up and over the filled dumpster and placed the radio inside it on top of the piles of trash. Remember, I get the slightest vibe you're turning snitch, I'll put a bullet right between your eyes. If you were to blow our cover, the rest of my team will get away. I know I'll be dead, which leaves me nothing to lose, so I'll be sure to take you down with me. You get us through this, we'll keep our end of the deal. Joe closed his eyes in hesitation, then gave Seth a much-needed nod in confirmation. With that, the two stood up and began walking in stride across the street towards a small pickup truck that they had acquired the night before. Seth noticed, as they were crossing, an eerie, semi-occupied town. People wandered about, seemingly with no objectives, while others simply stared at the two newcomers from nearby windows. The houses and buildings were in disrepair. Not a single car traveled the city streets, although plenty were available for use. The two made their way toward their vehicle, as Seth kept an eye out for any unwanted developments. They both simultaneously opened both doors and sat inside the truck, Joe in the driver's seat. Joe started it up, and they were off. As they slowly took a corner, ahead of them, situated amongst other buildings, sat the Capitol. The building was 3 stories at its tallest, but was split off into sections, comprised of only 2 levels. There were numerous palm trees lining multiple courtyards around the facility. Courtyards were surrounded by tall iron gates that met the city sidewalks. As they moved closer to the building, Seth noticed 2 men posted outside the gates of the fence, which were positioned wide open and led to the front entrance. Closer they came, the more armed guards he noticed. Men were positioned on the structure's 2nd and 3rd level ledges, and also on the roof of the complex. It appeared that the details Joe had given them in the strategizing planning the night before were very accurate. He took note of the 2 armed guards that stood at the gates as they pointed their rifles to the air while maintaining them closely by their sides. At the same time, they each put their hands out towards the approaching vehicle, signaling it to halt. As they came to a full stop, a guard approached Joe in the driver's seat. "This area is off limits. Turn your vehicle around." Joe looked at the guard and respectfully responded, "We have a meeting with the Chancellor." The guard stepped closer and peered into the vehicle at Seth. Seth nervously looked forward, attempting to keep his cool and not raise any flags. The guard carefully examined the interior of the truck's cab, then glanced to the bed of the truck. A large army-like crate caught the eye of the guard while he began to approach it. As he extended his arm toward the crate to inspect it, Joe distracted him. "The Chancellor has been expecting us. Paco sent us and is awaiting our return. Our business at hand is private and has to do with your trade alliance with the Russians. Chancellor is desperate to obtain this parcel as soon as possible." The guard, while his hand lay on the latch to the crate in the back of the truck, hesitated for a moment, then retracted his arm and placed his hand across his chest on a small radio harnessed to his opposite shoulder. "Paco has 2 men here claiming to have a delivery for the Chancellor," he stated as he walked away from the vehicle to secure some privacy for his radioed conversation. Another guard stood at attention, watching the 2 from outside Seth's door. The 2 sat inside the truck in silence, anticipating what came over the radio next. Suddenly, a non-discernible voice came over the crackly radio. The guard quickly made a one-word response, turned around and signaled to his partner as they both waved the vehicle through. All the while, an armed guard near a trash compactor stood in the crosshairs of Jack's M24. Eugene and Beck watched Jack take one last short breath as he pulled the trigger. With that, the guard doubled over and took a faceplant into the pavement. Immediately, Jack moved his weapon ever so slightly to the left and raised it the tiniest bit and pulled the trigger again. Another man doubled over and fell flat to the ground, this time right outside of 2 double doors. Again, Jack immediately moved his weapon, this time a little ways up and slightly to the right, and pulled again. Another man then joined the corpses on the ground. It was all over within a few seconds. The 3 hurriedly made their way down the grassy hill and climbed over a fence to what appeared to be a loading dock. As they all made their ways over the fence, they moved on to quickly cross the empty lot among the 3 dead bodies. They all stopped quickly and maintained silence as Beck opened the door. Armed with her new silenced pistol she gained from their previous supply windfall, she breached the building, followed closely by her team. They now found themselves inside a kitchen. As they quietly scrambled to make their way around all the stainless steel counters, Eugene bumped into something. A large metal bowl fell onto the tile ground and made a loud metallic echo throughout the room. The 3 froze, waiting to hear any response to the disturbance Eugene had caused. In silence, they looked at one another, each holding their weapons. After what felt like a lifetime, they continued across the kitchen, eventually making their way to the doors leading them to a back hallway of the complex. Eugene carefully peered through the crack of the door he had slightly begun to open. He looked back at the other 2 and whispered. Just like Joe said, 1 guard. Beck looked around quickly, and she bent over to pick up an orange that had rolled across the room from where Eugene had earlier displaced it. She handed Eugene the orange. Eugene gave her a nod of agreement. An armed man, posted in a lengthy corridor, standing guard, noticed the weirdest thing happen in front of him. A fruit, which looked like an orange, rolled softly across the carpet from the kitchen, directly across to a room on the other side of the hall. He slowly approached the slightly ajar kitchen doors that the fruit had rolled from. He peered around the corner of the door jamb to scan the inside of it while slowly opening the door with the back of his arm. Immediately, a hand reached out and grabbed the man by the back of his neck and yanked him inside while another hand disarmed him. Meanwhile, Joe and Seth pulled up to the entrance of the front of the building. A few more armed men were awaiting them under a couple large arches that led to a vast, covered, Spanish-style tile patio. As they pulled the vehicle to the curb, 2 men opened the large, oversized cathedral-like doors. The occupants of the visiting truck quickly stepped out of the cab and around to the back of the vehicle. Seth lowered the tailgate as Joe jumped up into the bed and proceeded to slide the crate towards Seth. Once the crate was in position, Joe climbed back down and lifted the crate from the truck, and the 2 men carried it through the archway onto the patio. They were signaled by a man in army fatigues to stop. Raise your arms, the man ordered. Seth and Joe put the crate down momentarily and proceeded to be checked for weapons. Once they were cleared by the cartel bouncer, they picked up the crate and proceeded through the doors past the 2 armed guards. A man wearing casual jeans, but sporting a suit jacket while dangling a large, expensive gold chain around his neck, approached the 2 carrying their crate. The man immediately recognized Joe. Joey boy. Joe looked up at the man, and the 2 placed the crate on the ground between them. Hey, Santiago. Good to see you. It's been too long. It certainly has, Santiago replied. My brother will be right with you. He's dealing with some unfinished business at the moment. Joe smiled. Understood. Santiago matched Joe's smile. It was wonderful to see you, my friend. Perhaps later we can catch up. And with that, Santiago exited the room, the same way the 2 had come in. Brother? Seth asked, as he looked at Joe. The Chancellor, Joe replied. Just then, 3 people, young but not children, walked by them and followed Santiago out the doors. Seth could tell they were not members of the cartel, but rather appeared to be average citizens. They didn't seem scared, nervous, or anything like that, but they also didn't come across as your happy-go-lucky type. They held their heads down as they walked and avoided eye contact with anyone. As they left the chamber doors, seemingly to follow Santiago, Perhaps as helpers, Seth noticed something. Each of them had a large, flat device implanted on the hind side of their right calves, a tiny blue light blinking away. This peculiar observation struck his curiosity. He'd seen these tracking devices before. He began to look around the room they were in. It was a large, spacious room with several doors leading to other chambers surrounding it. It had a large stairwell that wrapped one side of the interior and navigated the second floor. There was no power to the building, but it still kept plenty of light provided by the sizable sunroof positioned in the center of the massive cathedral ceiling. "What is this?" A demanding voice came from the stairs' second-level landing. The Chancellor looked down at them. He was a tall, dark, slender man with a well-tailored suit and a meticulously trimmed beard. He wore a lot of gold jewelry and spoke with a thick Hispanic accent. Joe and Seth shared glances and directed their attention to the Chancellor. "A gift from Paco," Joe exclaimed. The Chancellor looked down at the crate and then refocused his attention at Joe. "I am not interested in souvenirs. And who the hell is this?" The Chancellor barked as he made his way down the flight of stairs. "A new recruit." "Seth," Joe replied, his voice lowering as the Chancellor neared. The Chancellor passed right by Joe and Seth without even looking at them. He walked over to a large table. "I want my payment today," he announced to the room. Joe turned his head to look at the Chancellor. "Of course, it's on the boat. Paco is just tying up some loose ends and is planning on being back within a couple of hours." The Chancellor scowled at the two and looked between them at the crate. He then made a gesture in the air for them to bring the crate to him and then gave the table a couple loud taps. The two men lifted up the crate and carried it to the Chancellor and hefted it up on the table. The Chancellor looked at the two almost in disgust, rolled his eyes and began to unlatch the crate. After undoing the first latch, he undid the second one. Suddenly, without warning, the lid of the crate burst open and a shadow emerged, as if it were being birthed from within the shallow container. The now fully erect figure that rose from the crate swiftly pointed a 9mm between the Chancellor's eyes. While training its weapon upon the cartel leader's brow, it slowly lifted its once bowed head and focused its eyes on the Chancellor. The man that came from within the chest, now intensely focused at the target in front of him, turned out to be none other than Trevor Meeks himself. The Chancellor put his arms out in a sign of forfeit and began swearing in Spanish. Several men ran from an adjacent room, attempting to come to the Chancellor's aid. "Hold it right there, gentlemen," shouted a voice from a dark hallway opposite the room the men had entered from. Through the shadows of the hallway emerged Jack, Eugene, and Beck, all pointing weapons at the Chancellor's armed cavalry. The armed men answered in kind and pointed their weapons right back at the three. "I don't think that's such a smart idea, boys," Jack announced. "You see, if anything happens to us, my Jack-in-the-Box killer clown over there will turn your boss's head into a pretty little canoe." They drew their attention to their boss with a pistol trained on the center of his forehead and slowly placed their weapons on the ground. "You guys aren't as stupid as you look. Kick them away." The men did as Jack instructed them to. "This isn't a war we want," Trevor snarled. "And I don't know why caged humans on the brink of death could be anyone's prize. Frankly, I don't want to know. This is your lucky day, Lazar." The Chancellor, having not been called Lazar for years, lifted his head slightly and met Trevor's eyes. "I'm going to make you a deal. You want your precious cargo? Well, we know where it is. Once you have us on one of your planes, with plenty of supplies, and we're headed on our way, we'll radio you the GPS location of where we hit it. This is your best chance of finding them," Trevor continued, as he maintained his stern expression. "We disabled their tracking devices. he said, finishing his words off with a menacing wink while forming a slight grin across his face. "How can I possibly trust you?" the Chancellor retorted. "I need that parcel by today, and with pulses, or the Russians will destroy me." Trevor cocked his loaded pistol in response to the Chancellor's argument. "We can explore other options if you'd like." No, it's fine," the Chancellor shouted. The Ecuadorian woodlands began to grow weary of the afternoon as it put in for a change of scenery. While slowly responding to the request, the evening stars began to appear in the vast Southern American skies. A small dirt airstrip cut into the thick forest provided a long enough path for Trevor's team and their plane to muster up enough speed to take flight and disappear into the distance. "So, what's going on between the Russians and the Cartels anyway?" Seth asked Joe as the 9 of them climbed altitude in the Cessna Denali that Jack was currently operating. "I mean, really, human trafficking usually pertains to hard labor workers or sex slaves. Those people, well, they weren't even people anymore. They were practically dead. One even whispered to Eugene, begging us to kill them." Joe, numb to the practice he had embraced for so many years under the direction of Paco, replied, "I don't know. We just provided the transportation. We didn't ask any questions. That was the arrangement. Whatever deal they brokered with the Russians was above our pay grade. This process was simply a system established for obtaining new assets. It's heard that the Chancellor is just as in the dark as the rest of us are. We were told he was simply charged with procurement in exchange for protection. Paco found out that the Chancellor wasn't afraid of the Russians, but he was terrified of who the Russians were working for." "And who's that?" Beck added. Joe turned to see Beck, sitting in the seat directly behind him. "Nobody knows. Everyone has their different theories. But in all the years I've worked for Paco, I've never met one single person that has ever seen or laid eyes on the Russians' client." The plane was silent as they all stared on at Joe in disgust for his complicity of the diabolical web he'd been immersed in all these years. Seth just shook his head and closed his eyes in disbelief. In the meantime, near the coast, within the thick and now dark forest, a rumble of vehicle engines disturbed the silence that once echoed there. A thick layer of fog that once belonged to the nearby seas began to take residence within the thicket. 3 military jeeps came to an abrupt sliding stop over the grassy, muddy terrain underneath the thick canopy. Chancellor jumped out from the first vehicle, making a splash in a dark, murky puddle, not caring about his expensive tailored suit. While studying a small, ripped piece of paper with GPS coordinates scribbled on it, he hit the ground running, followed closely by his men armed with flashlights. He slowed his pace as his parcel slowly came into focus under the dancing lights of his men's flashlights. He stopped to see a shallow grave with a tomb over it. As his heart sunk and all his blood began draining from his veins, a colossal sense of anger mixed with fear took him over as he read the words inscribed on a headstone. 5 heroes lay here. 5 brave people who gave their lives. 5 strong people who brought us signs of salvation. And 5 great people who brought an end to Lazar's reign of terror by ushering in the Russian onslaught now upon his doorstep. May God keep you. Chapter 4. Mirage. It was a staggering 103 degrees in Quartzsite, Arizona. Copper-like trails, gracefully played throughout the skies, provided by the sands of the vast Sonoran Desert below. The arrays of dust blew gently, then broke into clouds of discord as they met their demise along a large metal post that held up the lengthy metal-woven fence to either side. Atop the metal stud, fastened with screws, rested a dingy yellow sign that read, "No trespassing." Off in the distance, beyond the thin protective layer of metal fencing, sat a large, sprawling farmhouse made up of decorative stone and wood siding, mired in its peeling paint. Creatively wrapping the house were large, beautiful arched windows that carried the Arizona sunlight in through the rustic domicile and brightened the varnished hardwood floors within the home. The interior was immersed in a silence it rarely heard before, with the soft ticking sound of a battery-operated clock that hung on the backsplash of the galley-style kitchen's double sink. Other than the flood of light that seemed to lazily drift along the floors, the house was dimly lit. The living room was expansive in the single-story home and was raised a few steps higher than the adjacent foyer, which led to the exterior wood entry doors. Then, suddenly, a few loud knocks as a voice came from the front patio beyond the closed doors. "Jack, Jack, you in there?" the visitor loudly questioned. A few knocks shortly followed. "Hello? Anybody home?" questioned the voice one more time. Then, slowly, with a little resistance from one of the aging, lever-handled doorknobs, the door began to open. Little by little, the door continued to open until finally it was fully ajar. Just outside the doorframe stood a tall silhouette of a man darkened by the sunlight behind him, flooding the entryway. As he cautiously walked in, his face became clearer as he attempted again to gain the attention of any potential occupants. It was Thomas, Seth's father. "Hello, anyone?" he said again with a growing expression of disappointment. He peered around a few corners, taking in the emptiness of the residence. While still seeming to anticipate some sort of response, he double-checked his trail leading back to where he had come from, seemingly checking on something or someone he held importance with. Having made himself comfortable with whatever it was he had just checked on, he began to explore once more. He was now standing in the open field, next to the side of the home, studying the doors that were before him. They were large, makeshift doors that almost lay flat on the ground, with the bottom of the doors flush to the dirt. They angled slightly in a way that the tops of the doors were about 2 feet high. There was a latch fastened to the door that was sitting in an open position that one could close and lock when not in use. Thomas reached down and opened the 2 heavy wooden doors and looked down to a dark stairwell. He looked around while squinting his eyes, protecting them from the sun to see if maybe anyone was perhaps out on the property. All he could see were a couple of horses grazing on some weeds off in the distance, but within the fence. He looked back down into the darkness, hesitated a little, and then carefully made his way down the steps. As he slowly made his way to the bottom, his eyes adjusted to the semi-darkness that surrounded him. He noticed a dim light emanating from around a concrete corner. "Anyone down here?" he asked as he began to peer around a corner into a lightly lit room. As his eyes made their way around the bend to gather the entirety of the room, now within his line of sight, he was greeted with a gun pointed directly at his head. "I don't know who you are or what you think you're doing on my property, but I'm going to give you 3 seconds to turn around and go back the way you came," Jack said, with commanding authority in his voice. With his hands now in the air, Thomas nervously hesitated while stammering his words about. You don't understand. I was sheltering with my son. He's out in the car now," he noted as he timidly gestured up the stairs. Jack looked past the intruder up the stairs and turned his scowl back towards his unwanted visitor. We were in the basement of a school in San Diego. I think we ran into your grandkids, the older one, Beck. She gave me this address. I promised I'd get them here. Jack's face went blank with astonishment. Thomas and Jack rounded the corner of the century-old farmhouse and gazed upon a dusty green Honda Civic. The back doors sprung open. Gramps! Both the kids shouted in desperate and excited voices. The kids began to run towards their grandfather, with pure joy written all over their faces. Behind them, a young Seth, indifferent to the situation, slowly removed himself from the front passenger seat of the car and watched the teary reunion unfold. Jack, matching the excitement of his family, ran up to them and reached out to catch the incoming youngsters before embracing them with a hug undefinable by words. After several moments of holding them tight, he stood back, teary-eyed, and looked at the two. "How?" he asked. Beck gave a big smile. "Your address was in my phone. Before it died, I wrote down everything I could out of it that seemed important." Her Gramps let out a huge sigh of relief as he laughed aloud. While still holding his enormous grin, he looked at his little grandson. "And you? You've gotten big, Tiger." Tiger was Trevor's nickname that his Gramps had bestowed upon him when he was first conceived. After that, the name seemed to catch on, as most of his family addressed him as such. Once, knowing she was carrying a boy, Jack would ask Trevor's mother how his Tiger was doing, while she still held him in her womb. The nickname always brought a big smile to the little boy's face. Once more, Jack took them in for another big embrace. Jack held the two while looking over at Thomas. "Thank you, stranger." As Seth walked up to his dad, the two of them looked on at the scene in front of them with a sense of happiness as they both maintained mellow smiles. Jack, while still holding onto their shoulders, moved the two kids back a few feet and grew a concerned look. "Where's your mom and dad?" The pair immediately changed their body language and facial expressions, making clearly evident the answer to his question. Jack's face fell immediately as he slowly pulled his grandkids back in for a much more somber embrace. As he held them tight, he stared into the large, late afternoon sun, which slowly materialized into a morning sunrise, just beginning to peek over the Ecuadorian jungle. He regained his emotions as he scanned the Cessna's instruments in front of him. "There it is," he said, while wearing a headset, looking over at Eugene sitting in the co-pilot seat, wearing a similar headset. Eugene looked to where Jack was pointing out the windows and saw a dense jungle with a river flowing through it and a clearing nearby. The flight had taken them nearly half the night. They knew they were in the right area sometime around 2 in the morning, but were stuck wandering the heavens of the jungle until daybreak, when they would be able to make out a safe place to land. Preferably the airstrip they identified on a map earlier, close to their target that the GPS coordinates had led them to. Eugene looked over at Jack and raised his voice over the Cessna's loud engine. "The clearing next to the river?" he asked. Jack shook his head in agreement and answered, "Yep, that's the Agua Rico River." Eugene gave a half nod while thinking to himself, "I don't see anything. No signs of a refuge, anyway. No structures. No people. No camps. No, nothing." Jack agreed, with a facial expression that said he hoped that Eugene's accurate observations didn't necessarily mean anything. They had to stay positive. The Cessna quickly dropped altitude and began to slow while it straightened itself toward the incoming short landing strip. As it cleared the last of the dense jungle, it made its way to its touchdown at the opening of the dirt strip. Everyone in the plane looked out their windows with concern as nothing reassuring of a safe harbor came into view. As the Cessna began to sprint down the runway, leaving a plume of dust behind it, the 7 onlookers in the back now peered out the plane's small side windows and noticed their surroundings. An electric fence grown over with the surrounding wildlife vegetation, stood high and inoperable, with warning signs posted in various locations. Attached to the fence's interior were weathered and broken security cameras. Other than that, within the clearing, they were surrounded by the dense forest. And of course, the small barn-sized concrete building that occupied a small area off in the close distance from the landing strip. The aircraft finally came to a complete stop, shortly before exhausting the runway it had earlier engaged, and the rumbling from the engine began to fade. Soon, a peaceful silence began to take back its hold on the immense area that the group were now displaced in. Soon after touching down, the door of the plane began to open, as all 9 passengers began to disembark. Amidst the group stretching, yawning, and rubbing their eyes from the long flight, Trevor pulled out a simple GPS tracking device. This doesn't make any sense. According to the GPS, this is exactly where we're supposed to be. I don't see anything that was described in the broadcast. No grids restored. No secure properties. And definitely no safe fucking harbor. And no sign of Zool, whoever the hell he or she is, Beck added into the list of complaints. Just then, Anne joined the conversation, which was unusual as she was typically a very quiet person. She conversed a lot with her husband, Caleb and Delilah, but was more reserved in the larger group setting. What about that? The group turned to the concrete structure that had a doorway with no door, which led into the dark, empty void inside. Seth joined up with Beck, Trevor, and Eugene at the front line of the group, gazing at the small building. Doesn't seem like much. Doesn't seem like much to me either, Joe stated as he straggled behind the rest, being one of the last to exit the plane. He was closely followed by Jack, making the plane officially vacant. Joe continued, "Surely it doesn't seem like the bargain you guys offered me to turn on an entire army of rogue cartel militants. Safe harbor my ass." With that, Seth walked up to the group's pariah while brandishing a large Bowie knife. "Nobody asked you for your goddamn opinion," he snapped as he raised his weapon to Joe's throat. Joe casually put his arms up while sighing and rolling his eyes. Jack stepped between the two and held Seth back. "This isn't helping anyone," Jack pleaded to Seth. Then, turning to Joe, "You stay quiet." He held a stern glance at Joe, which made him recede into a more respectful posture. Pausing for a moment, before feeling satisfied that he had put Joe back in his place, he turned back to Seth. "I taught you kids everything you know about combat." He looked down to the knife in Seth's hand, then back up into Seth's eyes. "Don't pull it out if you're not planning on using it." Then, Seth, much like Joe, also straightened up to a more respectful demeanor. He gave Joe one final menacing glance, put his knife back under his belt, turned, and walked back over to Beck and Trevor. Trevor, still trying to figure out how they might have ended up in the wrong spot, conjured up his inner caveman and beat his GPS unit on the side a couple times, as if that would do the trick. "Fuck." Seth looked over at him. "It is what it is. Let's at least try to figure out what the hell this place is. There must be some reason why the broadcast announced a precise GPS location leading us all the way into buttfuck Egypt." With that, he began walking toward the seemingly useless concrete hut. Trevor, still angrily looking at the device in his hand, looked up at his friend walking away, then glanced over to Beck and Eugene. "Come on." At that moment, Anne piped up, "I'm gonna hang back with the little ones." Eugene turned around to face her. While walking backwards, maintaining lockstep with his team, he replied, "Sounds good. Doesn't look like much. Shouldn't take too long." With that, he turned and continued on. As the group progressed towards their target, Trevor had a familiar feeling of being watched. He turned his gaze slightly to the right of the concrete shack beyond the defunct electric fence. There, Standing near the start of the jungle, he saw a blurry, dark figure. He couldn't make out specific details, but he felt as if it were staring back at him. For a second, he even swore he felt a vibration coming from the blurred entity. He rubbed his eyes to get a clearer perspective, but by the time he looked back, it had disappeared. Growing tired of these odd events, and frankly becoming quite annoyed by them, he kept quiet of the sighting and didn't bring the matter to anyone's attention. Jack reached into the open door of the plane and pulled out a small blue duffel bag and gave Joe a slight shove. "Let's go give them a hand." Jack and Joe, significantly trailing behind at this point, began to jog in an effort to catch up to the four. Everyone but Joe readied their sidearms as they neared the mysterious structure. Trevor and Seth were first to arrive, closely followed by the rest of them. Jack tossed the duffel bag at Trevor's feet, who then promptly knelt down to open it. He extracted 2 mag lights that were sitting amongst a stockpile of tools, batteries, wires, and other devices they'd collected throughout the years. As he rose back to his feet, he handed Seth a flashlight and kept one to himself. Now, on either side of the door, Trevor and Seth peered into the dark room. They each began to illuminate the entirety of the chamber while they completed a scan of every square inch. Once the two were satisfied, there was no imminent danger. They glanced at each other, nodded, then signaled to the rest to follow as they made their entrance. The team slowly poured in. Seth and Beck began to take the left side of the room while Trevor and Eugene took the right. Jack and Joe remained just outside the building and kept a sharp lookout. As the two pairs carefully scanned the entirety of the room, they each noticed evidence along the walls and floor of an old fire that, by the looks of it, must have taken place long ago. They eventually met up near the center back of the concrete enclosure, where all 4 of them were amazed to see what looked like a top-secret entrance of some kind. It was a large steel door with 2 black metal boxes on either side. The box on the right looked like it once had a small door on it, which was no longer there. Instead, just an open indentation within the box that comprised of buttons with numbers on them, like you would see on an old-fashioned payphone. Each box had a dark piece of glass on the front with thin red lines crisscrossing along their surfaces. They appeared to be some kind of scanners. Trevor and Seth kept their flashlights independently trained on either box. They drew to the conclusion that whatever functionality the box once held, it was mainly to serve the purpose of triggering the large steel door in between them to open. With their newfound knowledge, married with their ever-growing curiosities, Beck whispered to Eugene, "This one's all yours." With that, she put her forefinger and thumb together, placed them in her mouth, and gave a loud whistle to the outside door where Jack and Joe stood guard. Within seconds, the duffel bag, once on the dirt, just outside, made a speedy flight towards the 4 and landed at Eugene's feet. He then knelt down and, with the help of Trevor and Seth, now both pointing their mag lights at the duffel bag, quickly gathered the supplies he required to hack the computer system and hopefully gain entrance to whatever lie behind the daunting steel door. While Eugene went to work on the small boxes, unscrewing the faceplates, exposing a tangled labyrinth of wires and electrical tape, and fastened down computer chips, Beck began to closely examine the door. She felt around for anything, cracks, bumps, breaches, anything to suggest somehow prying open the steel door might be a good plan B should the hacking attempt fail. She carefully traced her hands from top to bottom and from left to right. She felt every edge and corner that met with the flush concrete walls. To her disappointment, nothing felt feasible that would thrust Plan B into motion. As she held her hands flat to the cold steel at the tippy-top center of the slab, the last place she had to inspect, she froze, gave an audible sigh, and let her arms fall back to her sides. Nothing, she thought to herself. She put her hands in her pockets, turned around and leaned on the big steel door. Then, suddenly, with no warning whatsoever, A substantial metal clang sounded from behind her as she threw herself from the now moving steel door. She turned and looked as the door began to open, revealing a dim green light from behind it, and then quickly looked at Eugene in amazement. Eugene, satisfied with his finished project, promptly stood up and threw her a smile and a wink. They all placed their focus on the now exposed space behind the once closed entry and stared in wonder. Even Jack and Joe slowly approached the four from behind in amazement. They soon realized that what they were staring at, this dimly green-lit room with 4 steel walls, was an elevator. Chapter 4, Mirage, Part 2. They all gazed at the elevator, now standing before them, wide open, wondering what on earth it could be for. Beck was the first one to break the silence. Well, fuck that. I'm not going in there. Who knows where that goes? Who knows what'll be on the other side of the door whenever it opens back up? She let out a small, sarcastic laugh and added, if it opens up. Yeah, but think about it. This might lead to the safe harbor the broadcast was telling us about, Trevor said as he tried to calm her fear. She looked at her brother and rolled her eyes. Trev, if the safe harbor is really down there, why on earth would we have to hack our way in? Especially if they're announcing mass invitations over a radio. Trevor looked back at his sister while thinking of a good response to her very, very excellent points. Why do you have to use logic on me? It's such a waste of time. She smiled, crossed her arms and walked outside. Jack then chimed in. No, this looks like some kind of military-style underground laboratory. He then reached down to the duffel bag and picked up a radio. He handed it to Trevor. Trevor looked at the radio, then back to Jack. Will these even work underground? Jack, while looking at the radio, pointed at it and replied, Son, these things will work anywhere. They're the latest in military technology. They can communicate with each other miles under the earth and completely around it. Trevor nodded. Huh, really? Jack quickly responded. Yep, so long as they're on the same channel. They can even track each other by GPS to one another's precise locations. Just then, Seth joined into the conversation. I'll go with you. Eugene joined in as well. Count me in. Jack reached down to the duffel bag, picked it up and announced, I've got one back in the plane. It's still set to channel 38, like it has been for weeks. Make sure yours is the same. I'll be listening in. Anything goes wrong, Joe and I will come for you. Right, Joe? Joe sighed and put his hands in his pockets. Sure thing. With that, Jack and Joe turned and walked out of the room to join up with Beck. Alone in the dark room, the three men stared into the perplexing green-lit elevator. Eugene motioned the other two in. Ladies first. Trevor and Seth hesitated for a second, and then walked into the metallic sarcophagus. They turned and looked at Eugene. He quickly did something with the wiring in the black box to the right of the elevator shaft, and then promptly jumped in to join his two friends. The elevator doors slowly closed. They stood there for a moment, staring at the ceiling. They noticed there were lights above that were intended to make the elevator a much brighter space. With power grids down all over the world, this green light must be a more energy-conserving one, powered by a backup generator. A few more seconds went by when they heard the unsettling sounds of chains rattle from behind the walls that surrounded them. The elevator was finally moving and picking up speed rather quickly. Hear me, okay? Over. A crackly sound came from the radio. Trevor turned a knob on the radio, pushed a button, and held it close to his mouth. Yeah, we got you. Over. Back on the surface, by the plane, Jack and Joe were sitting on two camping chairs next to each other, just outside the still open door of the plane, listening to Trevor respond over the radio. Beck, Anne, Caleb, and Delilah were all sitting on a blanket a short distance away, enjoying a little makeshift picnic and playing a kid's card game. Joe proceeded to scan the surroundings beyond the large fences that confined them. He looked into the thick jungle on all sides of them with a suspicious expression that washed over his face. He didn't care for how they were in the open, completely vulnerable to whomever may be watching from the dark, wooded areas. Jack continued the radio dialogue. Keep us updated. I don't want to hear you go dark. We don't want any false alarms. Keep talking. Let us know what you're seeing. We'll be listening. Over. Back in the elevator, Trevor, still with his radio to his mouth and his thumb hovering over the button used to transmit his voice, waited for Jack to finish his instructions. When he heard the word over, he quickly pressed the button to talk. Got it. We're still in the elevator. It's moving really fast, but I think we're okay. It must go down pretty deep. Over. Yeah. These underground military labs can be very deep. Let us know when you hit bottom. Over. A staticky Jack requested. Trevor responded in kind. You got it, old man. Over. Suddenly, the three men's worst-case scenario came speedily true as the elevator's lights began flickering. The three of them stared helplessly at the ceiling as they felt the apparent feeling of the elevator coming loose from its cables. The elevator picked up a much greater speed and began careening down, its shaft being jarred as it slammed into one side of the shaft after another. Eventually, the once perfectly rectangular-shaped metal box began to tweak and take on an entirely different shape as the cement shaft walls began to fold it like an origami. Sparks from the elevator car and the cement walls surrounding it lit up the dark shaft in a dizzying array of orange and yellow light. Eventually, the carriage began to slow as it became wedged between the walls. Inside, the men hunched over and looking upward, kept their eyes out for the ceiling to possibly cave in around them and crush them to death. They felt the friction of the shaft walls assault the exterior walls of the carriage and could feel the interior walls becoming warm, caused by the imposing thermal energy caused by friction. A release of tension filled the cramped air shared by the three as they felt the elevator come to its abrupt and final resting place. The lights continued to flicker as the men began to survey the damage and any possible escape routes. They were all fully aware of the lack of buttons on the elevator walls as they saw them bare upon entering. Upon further inspection now, they began to realize how very bare they actually were. No doors for a control panel, or pickaxe, or even a fire extinguisher to be found. They inspected the ground and ceiling looking for a trapdoor. Houston, we have a problem. Over. Trevor's voice came over the radio. Anne and Beck, sitting nearby, still relaxing with the kids, looked over at Jack holding the radio as their smiles quickly faded. The kids, oblivious to whomever Houston was, continued to play cards. Go fish, Delilah said with glee in her voice as she looked to her twin. What seems to be the issue, boys? Over, Jack said as he sat up to listen in. Back in the elevator's cabin, Trevor began explaining their dilemma. Everything was sounding smooth with the elevator. Then it sounded like it hit something, causing it to fall off the cables, I think. It's become badly damaged. The walls are tweaked and caved in, Trevor stated as he looked around with his friends to weigh their options. Just then, Eugene pointed to the corner of the ceiling. There, he noticed a small, thin line protruding from one wall, then making a 90-degree turn and continuing on, ending at the adjacent wall, forming a perfect square, appearing to be the outline of a trapdoor. Wait, I think we found something. Stand by. Over. See what you can do. Be safe. We're on our way. Over, replied Jack, who now had a greater sense of urgency in his voice that transcended through the radio. As the lights kept flickering, Seth pulled out his mag light and pointed it to the surface of the ceiling, focusing in on the outlining in question. Eugene knelt down by Trevor's side and folded his hands together, creating a cradle for Trevor to stand on. Trevor clipped the radio to his belt, put one foot in Eugene's handcrafted footrest, and used the other to spring himself into the air. As soon as he did that, Eugene stood up, maintaining his partner's foot in his hands, and proceeded to catapult Trevor toward the ceiling. Trevor reached his arm out, extended his fingers on his hand to create a flat palm, and as he closed the distance to the ceiling, he forced the trapdoor's panel wide open. Within the same motion of doing so, he grabbed the edge of the now exposed outer top rim of the cabin and hoisted himself up to the roof. Once atop the elevator car, in the dark elevator shaft, he resituated himself in a laid-down position, with his head and arms dangling through the small square hole. He stretched his arms out and grabbed Eugene's hands as they locked wrists. Eugene was then swiftly pulled up to join his friend. Seth kept his light fixed on the two men carrying out the rescue mission. He watched as Eugene was swept up into the ceiling and disappeared into the dark tunnel to join Trevor. Seconds later, Eugene's face reappeared, dangling his arms through the square hole just as Trevor previously had done. Seth turned off his flashlight and buried it in his back pocket. He threw up his arms and grabbed a hold of Eugene as they too locked wrists. Within seconds, the elevator cabin was left empty, its previous occupants now straddling the roof. There were lights dug into the sides of the cement shaft that glowed green, giving an ominous tint to an already chilling environment. As they gazed to the heavens, the three soon became very aware of how incredibly deep they really were. Okay, I think we're fine for now. Over, Trevor announced over the radio. The three of them quickly began contemplating their options. Trevor looked over the side of the cabin's roof and was able to peer through a chasm left by the collision between the walls and the elevator. He focused as well as he could and saw the bottom of the shaft somewhere between 2 and 3 stories down. Then he noticed a ladder built into one of the cement walls. He traced the ladder going up the shaft and noticed that it had sustained severe damage, making it too risky to scale. He signaled to the other two his findings as he began speaking into the radio once again. We got about 2, maybe 3 stories left to hit bottom, and there's a ladder embedded in one of the shaft walls. It's way too far up to travel by the ladder now. Besides, the ladder itself has taken on significant damage. We're going down. We will radio you as soon as we hit bottom. Over. As Trevor clipped the radio back on his belt, Jack sounded a response shrouded in static. Sounds like a plan. We'll start workshopping some ideas from up here to help you get back up. In the meantime, get the hell away from that elevator. It's a potential death trap. Over. Realizing the excellent point coming from the other end of the radio, the three moved with urgency as they made their way, one by one, to the ladder. The ladder had been welded into the wall, giving them ample space to clear the elevator car. One above the other, they started making their descent. Eugene at the bottom, then Trevor, followed by Seth. About a quarter way there, the ladder shifted from being welded into the wall and carved into it to a metal-style ladder, scaling the interior of the shaft itself. Eventually, within moments, they were halfway there. Suddenly, they heard a metallic rumbling from above that sounded all too familiar and was a very unwelcome sound to their ears. They all froze and looked up at the same time. Silence. Then again, the rumbling sound, except this time they witnessed the source of the sound firsthand. The elevator was moving, slowly becoming unwedged as the mechanics to the cables kept trying to do its job, attempting to move the cabin. It quickly surrounded the three in dire straits. "Move," Seth yelled. The three began to rapidly pick up their pace, trying to outrun the Hulk-like object soon to be pursuing them. They only had about 30 feet, a little less than 2 stories to travel. Then 25 feet left to go. Then 20 feet. And then it happened. The metal box above them was freed by the trusty elevator mechanics and began to free fall. Each one of the men held on to the ladder loosely with their hands, placed their feet outside the vertical rails, and slid the rest of the way down. With sounds of absolute chaos from above, only getting louder as the behemoth became closer, the three hit bottom, one by one. First, Eugene, landing in such a way he lost his balance and was propelled backwards through the doorless doorframe, thrusting him into the underground lab. Then Trevor came next. He hit bottom, but was going too fast to stop himself and fell flat onto the cold stone ground. Lastly, Seth scaled down, hit the ground, and like the other two was floored by his speedy entrance. Laying on the floor of the elevator shaft, Seth looked up to see the carriage had nearly caught up to the team, preparing to completely flatten him altogether. Paralyzed with fear upon seeing the impending crisis closing in on him from above, Seth closed his eyes tight and put his hands and arms up toward the rogue elevator car, now on a collision course with his own body. Just then, as the elevator slammed into the ground, a large cloud of dust filled the dimly green-lit room. As the dust settled, Eugene and Trevor lay in hunched-over positions, heavily breathing, each clutching their friend Seth by an underarm after dragging him to safety. While clutching his friend on the ground, Trevor peered over to a blackened, burnt door. On it was fastened a sign singed around the edges. As the words came into focus, he read, ZUL, Zancudo Underground Laboratory, Safe Harbor Software, Safe Harbor Inc., Network Power Grid Access. Trevor studied the sign, momentarily losing awareness of the quagmire compounding the three, and reflected with an echoed mind, sounding the first 3 letters out. Z-U-L. Sool. Fuck. After the dust settled, the three began regrouping. They each felt utter despair when they saw the pile of rubble that used to be the carriage they once stood in, completely block their only way out. Shit, Trevor cried out. Shit, shit, shit. Seth looked over at him. What? The radio. It's gone. It must have fallen off me when I hit the ground. Already realizing that they were in very bad shape, miles below the surface, this last development of being completely cut off from the only help they could count on sent them into panic mode. Pure fear began setting in as the air in the underground laboratory soon grew thick with tension. At the surface level, in the dark concrete structure, outside the closed steel elevator door, a worried group tried communicating by radio to their absent team, who now lay helplessly buried miles below the surface. Jack wasn't giving up. He kept on trying to get a response from the other end of the radio. Trevor, do you read me? Seth? Eugene? Trevor? Come in, someone. Do you read me? Meanwhile, on a vacant corner near the sandy beaches of the town of Esmeralda, a hand reached into a very familiar garbage dumpster, then pulled out a very familiar radio. It was two Beltran Leyva foot soldiers. The man that pulled the radio out heard a very faint voice coming from it. He studied the radio for a second, then turned a knob to increase the volume. He had turned it all the way up to hear the voice on the other end. From the radio he heard, Trevor, do you read me? Seth, Eugene, Trevor, come in, someone. Do you read me? Over. He immediately turned to his fellow soldier, handed him the radio and voiced his orders in Spanish. Inform the Chancellor at once. Chapter 5, Consciousness. It had been over 5 years since the nuclear crisis took place. Thomas and Seth, after discovering that they were the only ones left of their family, settled down in the town of Quartzsite and became good friends with the Meeks family. This behooved them, as Jack, being a former high-ranking officer in the Navy, had a vast arsenal of weaponry and other various militaristic devices. The ranch was also well-equipped with food, water, supplies, and a powerful backup generator suited for his bunker and charging his diversified collection of hardware for up to 20 years. Having said that, one does not need a mathematician to conclude that with the additional roommates, time with these luxury items would soon come to an end. Jack, having devoted most of his adult life to the military, spent the last several years training the four in weaponry and hand-to-hand combat. With his expertise on the government and with state-of-the-art communication devices at his disposal, they stayed abreast of the world around them. As they began to see the thinned U.S. military become overwhelmed by the Russian insurgents and the Mexican cartels. They came to grips with the reality of the increasingly violent world that America was becoming. There was something going on between the Russians and the cartels. Tensions flew high between the two. Although they seemed to hold a high level of animosity towards each other, they seemed to share a common goal: human trafficking. It wasn't clear to anyone who was benefiting from whom. All anyone knew was, when it came to the trade, the two worked closely together, hand in hand. This spurred the five to want to stick together and guard each other's backs. The four amateurs trained with Jack constantly. They trained in various military combat and were becoming very good at it. They had built themselves a very comfortable but lonely little community. The group all lived in Jack's farmhouse and took shifts keeping guard and completing supply runs. They were becoming a great team and worked well together. Over the years, the five became inseparable. The typical transient foraging for supplies slipped in and out of the town, but nothing thus far posed any threat to the well-defended family. There wasn't much Russian or cartel activity either in their sleepy little community. But that was beginning to change. They started noticing caravans of military vehicles traverse their surrounding offbeat roads and began to execute a more inconspicuous approach in their daily habits. The five began to do their supply runs under the cover of darkness. They established a stealthier approach at keeping guard over their property. They didn't have bonfires at night anymore and kept their extracurricular activities to a minimum. They became ghosts. They played it safe. They knew they could hold their own, but that didn't mean picking fights with large militarized insurgents or bloodthirsty kingpins. So, with this newly developed strategy, they gave themselves the best chance of survival. Still though, accidents do happen. In the dusty little abandoned town of La Paz, about 8 miles south of Quartzsite, Thomas and Seth were laying belly down on the roof of Gus's drive-through liquor. It was bright and sunny out, and not a cloud in the sky. They each held binoculars to their eyes and were peering over the 1-foot lip that crowned the rundown venue. Gus's liquor stood on an almost empty road. Once upon a time, this small brick building possessed prime real estate for catering to the weary worker wishing to dive into a glass bottle before calling it a night. Thomas, still peering through his binoculars, while next to his son, took his face away from them, stared blankly into the distance in front of him as he thought to himself. Then, he turned to Seth and asked, "So if something happens to me, or we all become separated?" But then, Seth stopped his dad while interrupting with an already prepared answer to his father's question, and answered in a tone of boredom. "Yes, Dad, I go and find Paco." Satisfied with a nod of his head, his dad went back to studying whatever it was they were watching through his binoculars. Then, once more, Thomas removed himself from the binoculars and again stared blankly into the distance as he thought to himself. He turned to Seth, but without even getting a word out, Seth was on top of it. "Yes, Dad," he said, while maintaining his focus on their target. Rio Baru Port, Dominical Beach, Costa Rica, like clockwork, at sunset on the 1st of every month. His dad smirked this time as he went back to join his son watching their objective. While still looking through the binoculars, Seth effortlessly composed a question. "We haven't seen Paco in years. How do you know he'll be there?" Thomas smiled. "He'll be there." "Okay, we got movement," Thomas calmly announced. They were now observing a small, dilapidated, abandoned warehouse across the street. In consort, 3 military-grade Hummers pulled up to the curb. 2 men in Russian military uniforms stepped out of each of them. their military boots all making contact with the asphalt below at the same time. It happened in an almost rehearsed, like coordinated arrangement as they all came to one particular spot. The four from the two cars in the back approached the two that got out of the car in the front. The soldiers were all carrying rifles. They exchanged a few words in Russian and then opened the rear doors of the first Hummer. 3 people stumbled out. While hopping about, it was obvious they had been handcuffed and shackled. There was an older man and woman, then a young female standing behind them out of Thomas and Seth's view. As Seth and Thomas looked on in anticipation, they were eventually able to identify the female as the 3 were being motioned to begin walking. It was Beck. Thomas immediately voiced, "Got her." He then watched as they escorted the prisoners into the warehouse. There were 6 men altogether. 2 went inside with their hostages, and the other 4 stood guard by the doors, about 200 feet from where they had parked. Thomas lifted his head along with Seth, and they looked at each other. "You remember the plan?" Seth gave his dad a quick nod, and they both lowered flat to the ground and began army crawling backwards along the small rooftop. On the opposite side, at the rear of the building, they came to the ladder they had originally climbed to gain access to the roof. The ladder was fixed to the back of the building and led down to the pavement. They each shimmied over the ledge and down the ladder to the ground, Seth ahead of his father. Upon reaching the ground, Seth quietly opened and slid a large, heavy sewer cap from its place. Once completely open, he began to disappear down the dark hole. Meanwhile, Thomas carefully got into a very old, beat-up yellow Toyota Camry. The car was already running. They left it that way so they wouldn't have to start it up and bring any unwanted attention to themselves. He began to slowly drive off through an alleyway, keeping out of sight of their counterparts. A few moments later, another sewer cap began to move on its own, this time under the first parked Hummer. It was the only Hummer with a bed in the back. Once fully open, Seth slowly crawled from the hole. As he wiggled on his back across the beat-up and chipped asphalt, he made his way to the driver's side, opposite the armed Russians. He hefted himself up by first using the footrails of the massive vehicle. Then slowly reaching above, he gripped the open window's lower frame, ultimately scaling the entire side of the vehicle. Eventually, he found himself spilling into the driver's seat's black leather upholstery through the rolled-down opening. Once inside, hearing the sound of the vehicle's engine already running, he looked at the keys in the steering column with dismay. Damn, I really wanted to try my hand at wiring one of these, he thought to himself. He placed his foot on the brake pedal and grabbed a hold of the steering wheel, taking a moment to enjoy the pure bliss of sitting in the driver's seat that commanded the 300-horse-powered monstrosity. He could barely hear the voices of the nearby Russians as they continued to obliviously carry on in conversation. Then, taking hold of the oversized shifter, he slid the powerful beast into neutral and revved the engine as loud as he could. The 4 exterior warehouse guards looked over at the truck, confused and shocked. Their postures shifted and their conversation became silent. Seth placed the vehicle into drive and made a piercing sound as he screeched out a sharp U-turn, kicking up a large fog of dust and dirt in the process. Now, his window, on the side where the caught-off guards were once casually speaking, he quickly achieved their surprised attention. With an extended left arm and middle finger reaching out the window, mocking the soldiers, he proceeded to speed off around the corner. "Later, fuckers," he yelled, tempting them to give chase. The 4 armed men in uniform began yelling in Russian as they ran down the parking lot to the street. They aimed their rifles and began firing, but soon realized their repossessed vehicle had already made its way around the corner. Listening to the direction the sounds were telling them to go, the men gathered a Hummer of their own and took off in pursuit. With surprising ease, the men chased down their enemy, and soon found their lost item sitting on the steps of a church. Once parked behind their stolen vehicle, all four men quickly made their way out of their Hummer and surrounded the recovered car. They immediately discovered that no one was inside. All four began spinning their bodies and scanning the area, seeming to all draw their focus at the same time to the partially opened door of the church. They aimed their guns at the open door in front of them and began barking orders in Russian. As they made their way inside, they picked up a faint smell of gasoline. Looking at each other, the ranking officer signaled for the group to push on. The entry room was torn to shreds from previous lootings. It had thrashed, stained, red carpet, and white walls. As they moved their way through the meagerly sized foyer, they cautiously walked up to a set of double doors, which were slightly left open, leading to the chapel. A voice from within the chapel shouted, "You get your car back, assholes?" Not understanding the English words coming from inside in the room, they all recognized the voice from the thief that mocked them from before, while driving away in their Hummer. They slowly made their way in, guns drawn. The room was dark, with rays of light beaming through the boarded-up stained glass windows. Nothing about this seemed out of place to the men. They were used to no electricity, and this whole town was abandoned. What was out of place was the increasingly growing scent of gasoline. As they made their way into the room, toward the direction that they had heard the voice, they dutifully checked corners and the walls receding behind them. As they walked, sounds of broken glass and debris from under their boots filled the stuffy air. There were about 40 pews, 20 to either side of them, some knocked over, while some were out of sync with the rest. Soon, something caught their attention between the pews and near the steps leading to the pulpit. They trained their weapons on the object and advanced their positions while commanding orders in Russian. As they came up to the void, they saw the image come into focus. It was a large metal barrel. On top was a radio. The ranking officer picked up the device and flinched as a loud, crackly voice came over it.
Having fun, dickheads.
Still not understanding anything the voice was saying, the realization of a trap began to sink in and washed over their vacant expressions as they identified another object on the barrel. A car battery with wires coming out of it, leading to a hole inside the lid of the metal container. They quickly turned around and began to race for the door. The open double doors seemed to magically slam on their own, followed by the metallic sounds of several deadbolts taking their places from within. Then, without warning, several Molotov cocktails crashed through the glass and through the small breaches of the boarding. The men looked on in horror as the room became engulfed in flames, ending in a blast, providing a short rain of sand, ember, wood, and blood. Meanwhile, Jack and Trevor walked up to the now unguarded warehouse doors armed with small pistols. Jack looked at Trevor. "Ready?" Trevor nodded. Jack then pounded on the large metal sliding door. He then yelled in Russian with an impressive Russian accent, attempting to gain the attention of the hostage takers within the building. Then he stood back and let Trevor handle the next step. Immediately, the door to the warehouse slid open. Trevor yanked the man by the collar underneath his chin as Jack disarmed him of his weapon. Trevor swiftly changed his grip on the man from the man's collar to his arm, spun the man around and held his arm in a painful position high up his back behind him. Trevor then walked the man in, using his arm to steer him and his body as a human shield, while pointing his pistol at the soldier's temple. Trevor knew he had to stay focused on the task at hand, but he couldn't shake the urge to look for his missing sister. He momentarily took his eyes off the man he was walking toward, who was yelling at Trevor in Russian. It wasn't a big warehouse, about the size of a 3-car garage. Gray cement flooring spread throughout the structure, coalescing with the thin aluminum sidings. There was not much in the warehouse, a few tables, some bar stools, and whatnot. It was, however, well lit from the decrepit rooftop, allowing plenty of light to flow through, casting shadows along the walls and deep corners. The soldier across the room, once sitting on a chair next to a table monitoring a radio and still armed, was now standing, the chair he'd used, knocked over behind him. He had his gun, which he had immediately taken off the table in front of him, upon noticing his abrupt threat, now pointed at his comrade, who was in the way of Trevor, his real target. But all he could see was Trevor's face, as Trevor strategically stayed behind his life like shield. The soldiers were both yelling in Russian, most likely ordering Trevor to surrender. He watched and kept his aim as Trevor kept advancing. Just then, he saw a man appear from behind Trevor. It was Jack. Then, this serious newcomer suddenly raised a small pistol from behind Trevor's back and shot a fire before he could react. As two gunshots sounded, a bullet went straight through his forehead as the man crashed to his knees and tumbled face first into the concrete floor. Almost at the same time, Trevor also dispatched his weapon, dropping the limp body from his clutches. With both men now fatally subdued, Trevor and Jack immediately scanned the room and found Beck lying on her stomach, hog-tied and muzzled, in between the other two prisoners. They were near the back of the warehouse in a dark corner. The pair of rescuers immediately liberated the three by cutting loose their bonds. Beck sprung into a hug with her grandfather. Later that evening, the reunited group drove through the dark summer's cooling heat. They were now heading north, back toward home. Seth, happily at the wheel, paid little attention to anything or anyone else, absorbing the emotions the truck incurred upon his male hormones. He made his turn onto the highway with his father at his side and had the look of utter enjoyment written across his face. In the back, a very relieved Gramps and brother sit close to Beck as they did their best to sensitively balance emotional support with interrogation. Then, Beck turned her head and peered into the seats behind her. "So, what's your names?" One of the other two rescued hostages spoke up with a little hesitation. "My name's Eugene. This is my wife, Anne." Anne and Beck began to laugh while sitting next to Delilah and Caleb amongst their modest picnic spread. The story of Beck's rescue mission and the fortunate events leading up to Eugene and Anne's freedom had always delighted the group. But no one told it the way Jack could. He always made everyone laugh when he described how Seth mocked the kidnappers. Joe didn't really get it as he sat next to Jack, staring resentfully into the distance. He was still annoyed at his unfortunate side of the so-called bargain the team had made with him. Delilah and Caleb didn't seem to care much either. Now was the time to focus on the real issues at hand, collecting the largest set of 4 in their card game. A lull came over the group's discussion as they reminisced upon old survival stories. Anne's smile faded softly. "I just wish we knew how they traced us back to your house. When we found Thomas the next morning, after his shift to keep watch." Her face grimaced as she could still vividly see Thomas hanging from the awning of the back porch, his stomach split open and his entrails splattered across the deck below him. The Arizona sunrise glowing behind him, creating an eerie juxtaposition. "I just don't get it. We never saw anyone follow us. Seth's never been the same since." "Of course, I don't blame him," Jack responded while pausing in thought. "You want to know something I still don't get? Why the hell didn't they finish us all off? At least we found Kent and his friends. Their brilliant plan with that gasoline generator really got us hell and gone from there. We were lucky that night for some strange reason, but I'm positive we were next on their shit-to-do list." Beck then added to the conversation, "I just wish we never heard that stupid broadcast. Fuck this place." Jack and Anne smiled in response. Then suddenly, A voice came over the radio that Jack was holding casually in his lap. It was Trevor. It was the first they'd heard from him since he descended down the elevator with Seth and Eugene. And unfortunately, he didn't have good news. He sounded rattled and spoke with a sense of hesitation, yet urgency. Houston, we have a problem. Over. Chapter 5, Consciousness, Part 2. Miles underground, after the dust had settled, the three rushed over to the rubble that should have been their return trip awaiting them, preferably in better condition. There were large, jagged pieces of cement, which used to be the shaft's interior, that the elevator had forced down underneath it, laying before them. On top of the debris sat a defunct carriage that didn't even have the will to flicker green from inside any longer. The fragmented cabin that was once occupied by the three was now crushed beyond recognition. It wasn't even able to be breached through its entry. Before meeting its demise, the doors were completely shut. But now, from the intense collision, they were slightly open. Just above the cabin, as well as underneath, messy layers of more and more concrete lay wedged between each other and the elevator. The underground team tried pulling, pushing, and prying the collection of broken matter to no avail. They desperately tried, reaching through cracks and crevasses throughout the mire, attempting to place their third sense on anything remotely feeling like their missing radio. A slow descent of the impromptu mission began to take place as Seth started to observe the rest of the room that they were in. His focus was drawn to a large dome-like ceiling. Centered directly underneath was a large steel cage with curtains lining the inside partially open in the front. They had dark brown, splashy stains all over them. As he began walking towards it, compelled by pure curiosity, he suddenly realized the remains of a human body along the way. It was all skeleton, clothed in what appeared to be a tattered hazmat suit. Near the body's head sat an open briefcase with an open laptop and a darkened screen inside of it. This obviously wasn't his plan, Eugene said. He had walked up behind him while he was focused in on the lifeless figure. Seth turned his head slightly toward Eugene, without shifting his eyes from the deceased human. "There's two more in that cage over there." Eugene looked up to where Seth was lazily pointing. Sure enough, just beyond the open cage lay two more bodies bereft of life. They were also in tattered and tarnished hazmat-like suits. "What the fuck happened down here?" Trevor said, joining his two buddies, both contemplating scenarios of the long-ago occurrence. They stood there for a moment, letting the eerie display carnage beg questions. What really went on here? They thought to themselves. Is it the room that killed them? There were no weapons, or a sign that they turned on one another. Could they soon share the same fate of their three lifeless roommates? "We gotta figure a way out of here. We obviously can't communicate with the rest of our group anymore. We need to spread out, see what we can find. Maybe there's another elevator or something." "That door over there might be a good start," Seth announced, as he drew the other two's attention toward a burnt door that appeared to be a shade of gray at one time. The three, completely forgetting the resourceful tip of splitting up, mentioned by Trevor just a second ago, slowly approached the door. Seth continued to talk. "So much for a safe harbor. Says here, Safe Harbor Software. A software company. We tracked down a fucking software company." The thought crossed each of their minds, but was immediately and unanimously blocked out due to the array of dark threats the thought was accompanied by. Why? Oh, why would anyone lure a group of people all the way into the jungles of South America? Some unwelcomed conclusions flashed in their heads as a much-needed distraction came about. "Sonkudo Underground Laboratory," Trevor said while reading the sign he had seen earlier aloud, while letting out an annoyed sigh. "And there's our Azul." The three came up to the door. It had a regular doorknob on it that clearly was able to be locked. The three hesitated for a second as Eugene looked over at his companions. "Should we knock?" Trevor looked back at him with a crooked expression and a frown as if to say that his humor wasn't comforting. Eugene smiled and shrugged while looking at Seth, who was just shaking his head in disappointment with a sarcastic smile. Trevor reached forward and grabbed the handle. He closed his eyes as if that would give him a better chance. He slowly turned it until they heard the inner battery assembly click into place. He looked back at the two with raised eyebrows. Slowly, he pushed the door open. Having no weapons, they were all beginning to feel a sense of unease as a very dark room began to introduce itself. Finally, after all the complaining through its slow, creaky sounds, the door stood completely wide open, only leaving them inches from the borders of the unknown. A soft humming sound slightly echoed through the curious darkness, while the tiniest of red and green lights pulsated off into the distance. Eugene reached in and felt along the wall directly inside for a switch until the entire room lit up all at once. The room wasn't that big, about the size of a large walk-in closet or small bedroom. The walls and ground maintained the same decor as the surrounding laboratory that dwarfed it. Alongside the opposite side of the room was a towering shelving unit that facilitated a few large computer towers, several keyboards, a mouse, and finally, a flat computer screen monitor. "Do I even have to say anything?" Trevor looked over at Eugene. Eugene looked back at the two. You guys really need to learn this shit. Trevor shrugged his shoulders. We have all the time in the world now. It had been about 5 long hours now, without any word from below. Beck, along with Jack and Joe, could not even get the steel door open to survey the damage below. The wiring inside the black boxes to either side of the door spoke a foreign language to the three. This is where Eugene could really come in handy, but irony had him miles below instead. They had tried for hours to contact them by radio, and were slowly losing hope. They had no idea if the 3 men beneath were even alive anymore. If they were they hurt? And if so, how bad? Did they make it to an opening? Were they at least able to stumble across some supplies? Without getting an answer over the radio for so long now, these questions kept persisting conclusions that drove Beck, Anne, and Jack insane. The entire surfaced party were now all inside the concrete structure, including the little ones. Jack was still fussing with the radio, seeing if maybe Trevor had inadvertently changed channels. Beck was trying her hardest to understand the wiring in the box, while Joe kept a steady light for her, illuminating her workspace. They had all agreed that the kids would be safest right now inside the enclosure, while all the adults were putting their heads together, brainstorming as best they could. Caleb and Delilah were left to their imaginations, sitting quietly, facing each other, whispering war plots towards one another as they played on the sandy concrete flooring. They were at the feet of one of their many parental figures, Anne. She was watching Jack and Beck with the terrified thoughts of what may have become of her husband burrowing their way through her head. Anne heard it first. Was that the sound of helicopter blades? It was the slightest sound, but she definitely heard something. Shh. She immediately signaled to the kids playing while also receiving an audience from the other adults inside. Does anyone else hear that? Jack and Beck looked at each other. Shit, was Anne losing her mind? Jack thought to himself. But then, slowly he saw Beck's expression change. Then he looked to Joe, and sure enough, he was hearing something as well. Jack still was at a loss as he asked, "What is it?" Then he heard it too. The 4 adults ran out of the covering and all formed a line parallel to the open door behind them. They squinted as they looked up in the sky, their hands shielding their eyes from the bright skies. "There!" Joe yelled as he pointed. Sure enough, it was a helicopter. It was quite a way off into the distance, but appeared to be heading towards them. Joe looked over at Jack, who still had his head to the sky. With a much quieter voice, he composed his question. Expecting anyone? All the while, about 2 miles under the aerial sighting, a drama was still unfolding. Eugene was standing at the black and green computer screen while moving the mouse and typing code into the system's hardware. There were no chairs. Instead, they all stood while Eugene hacked away. See this here? That's the firewall. You're actually looking at code that monitors the system's entire security apparatus. I haven't actually broken into the system. The US government firewall is way too strong for that. Instead, by extrapolating these codes here, I borrowed the algorithm and created one of my own. I basically bent the code in our direction, giving us limited access to the software. Now we just need a username. Eugene looked at the two. They both looked back at him, with an expression that seemed to suggest they were in no mood to come up with some stupid username on the spot. Eugene continued to type as he spoke out loud. Okay. GUEST. Then he hit enter. The computer screen went to a bright white screen with a square in the center. Inside the square read, "Welcome to Zool. Safe Harbor Software. This US government system is intended for authorized users only. Then, underneath that was the warning defined in a much more legal manner, pointing to laws and federal codes. Underneath the box was a button that read Enter. Eugene clicked on it to find the page go to a dizzying screen of laboratory records. He scanned down until happening upon an interesting title that read Last Security Footage, 2033, March 9th. He clicked on it, and the entire screen went black. The three of them stared as nothing seemed to happen for several seconds. To make things worse, the computer sounded as though it had turned off. "What the hell?" Eugene stated, with confusion in his breath. He turned to Seth and Trevor. "That's weird. I should have access to anything that I can see on the screen. We may have to reboot the system." Just then, a video began to play before them. They watched a whole long portion of nothing, just the view of an empty lab. The cage in the center, unlike what they saw for themselves just earlier, was closed by clean, white hanging curtains. Then they saw 3 people enter the screen in white hazmat suits. Eugene hit the fast-forward button, skimming to anything that might help them better understand why the 3 people had met the tragic fate displayed outside the room they were standing in. "There!" exclaimed Seth. Eugene stopped fast-forwarding by pressing play. The 3 looked on in horror as they saw the blood-curdling images flash before their eyes. No sound came from the video, which somehow intensified the playback in a horrifying manner. Eugene stayed hunched over the screen, watching closely, while Seth leaned in right next to him. Trevor was slowly backing up, clutching the hair of his scalp with his hands. The video finally came to an end. Eugene and Seth looked over at each other, then back at Trevor, who was clearly rattled as he began speaking quickly. "We gotta get the fuck out of here. What if that thing's still in here? What if it's still alive? Hold on a sec. I think I found something," Eugene said. He was back on the white screen, scrolling down the list of laboratory records. He clicked on a button that read Laboratory Log, Specimen 762854, 2032, October 21st. Again, the computer appeared as though it had turned off. This time, knowing what to expect, they held their focus on the computer. A man's face finally appeared, just his face. He was standing in the room they were currently in. Only many years ago. He was silent as he appeared to be fumbling with something. Then, there was sound. He continued to mess around with something on the shelf next to the monitor he was facing. Stopped inside, then began to speak. "This is Salvador Philip Channing. The date is October 21st, 2032. Time is 1452 hours, he stated while momentarily glancing at his watch. "This is my 7th time observing this specimen." He continued to speak with nervous unease of the things he had to share. "We have concluded that the specimen's genome is comprised of 172 DNA molecules. The human body only has 46. While the complexity of their DNA is vastly greater than ours, it seems to be the least alarming aspect. Their brain from frontal lobe to the cerebellum measures roughly 37 centimeters, while ours averages about 15. Furthermore, upon several magnetic resonance imaging tests, it is found to use 97% of its entire brain's capacity. Through several tests, we have qualified the specimen to possess abilities such as, but not limited to, telepathy, levitation, localized teleportation, and instantaneous metamorphosis. However, the specimen is extremely weakened and cannot perform these abilities to their fullest extent. Several days ago, we were finally able to achieve communication with our subject through a variation of mathematical code, letter by letter. We were not able to get clear, precise answers from it, but we were able to make out a few Russian words. For instance, in the case of entry log 2032, October 13th, we asked if there were any others on our planet. Its response put us completely at a loss. Its answer was completely off topic. It appeared to make no sense at all. Perhaps this is due to onset disorientation, possibly caused by pyrexia. Then again, without access to a substantial control group, we are not able to adequately establish guidelines as to what may qualify as a high fever for its species. The answer was simply Ocranus scotus. In English, this translates to cattle guards. Now, this does make some sense, if, indeed, pyrexia does play a role. It may simply be hallucinating images from its past experiences on our planet. For example, the site it was originally apprehended in was surrounded by Russian farmland. There were surely plenty of posted signs there, which it could have easily obtained those words from. We are still undergoing early phases of tests to find out more about the virus, although we do have clues leading us to the educated theories. Theory number 1 is that they came here with the virus. Maybe they're here in search of a cure. Oftentimes with unknown viruses, it behooves oneself to scan the heavens. A distant rock can often hold elements to unlocking useful tools to combat microscopic invaders. Our second theory suggests a much darker premise. The specimen became ill here on our planet through gestation. This theory examines a dilemma we hope not have to overcome. Upon our investigation of the originating site of Petrovka, there were absolutely no human bodies found. At the same time, nearly hundreds were wiped out. As outlandish as it may seem, we believe it is worth looking into the minute possibility that static came over the computer as the lights in the entire facility began to flicker. I think the computers are bogging down the generator, Eugene said, as he looked to the other two. With a few buttons on the keyboard and a click of the mouse, the screen returned to its black and green layout as he logged out of the Zool mainframe. At that moment, all the lights in the facility stabilized, but presented a slightly dimmer shine. We don't have much time before the power completely goes out, and we may begin to lose air down here, Eugene said, alarming his two friends. Trevor's right. We need to spread out and see if we can find a backup route. Hold up, Seth interrupted with a stern voice. What do you mean? Air. Eugene looked at his younger partners, noticing their disconcerted expressions, now taking hold of their faces. You guys realize we're, like, miles underground, don't you? There has to be some kind of compression unit, drawing oxygen this far down. Wherever this system is, I'm sure it's not powered by Skittles. An immediate look of logic defeated Seth and Trevor's once confused expressions. The two, along with Eugene, began twisting and turning their bodies around. They were all peering into the corners of the small room they were in, as well as the cavernous room that resided just beyond it. Trevor and Eugene began briskly walking out of the computer repository to survey their options in the main room. But Seth did not. Instead, he held a gaze below the computer they were once occupying. Then he attempted to gain the attention of his two partners. Hey, guys, Trevor and Eugene, frantically eyeballing the larger room, unintentionally ignored their would-be cellmate. Seth, still focused on his new mysterious finding, tried beckoning his buddies once more. Hey, guys, check this out. I think I've got something. Trevor and Eugene shared glances, as if developing a telepathic ability of their own. Without parsing words, shared the same thought. What on earth could be so important in there? We saw every inch of the room. Not much to see. Still, the two immediately doubled back as requested. They met Seth on either side of him, designing a shoulder-to-shoulder assembly. Their minds raced as they laid their eyes on Seth's potential jackpot. Just underneath the tall shelving unit on the ground, barely exposing itself to the three aspiring escapists, was a separation in the flooring parallel to the unit. On each end, the separation angled 90 degrees and crept under the lowest ledge, apparently continuing on to form a square. Could this be a tunnel? Without even exchanging ideas of any semblance of a plan, they all began rearranging the cramped computer room to emancipate the possible exit. Once they removed enough weight, through carelessly removing items from the shelves, they slid the unit aside. Sure enough, it was something. In the dead center of the square slab, separated from the rest of the concrete flooring, was a handle. On the opposite end, nearest the wall, were what appeared to be hinges, embedded along the furthest crevice. The three looked on in hopeful shock. Trevor hurriedly bent over, grabbed the handle and began to pull. He grunted at the weight, but slowly built a gap between the closest side of the lid and the floor. Upon the sight of freedom, Seth and Eugene dropped to their knees, slid their fingers between the gap, and proceeded to assist their teammate. Now, all three began to grunt. Eventually, the lid started opening much faster, until finally it came to a loud slamming, resting place against the stone wall behind it. They peered into a dingy, musty, dark hole. It didn't have any stairs and was absent of a ladder. They could see with the provided light above, from the space they were currently standing in, just barely, the hint of ground below. It seemed to be about 4, maybe 5 feet down. The three shared glances, and after slight hesitation, all agreed this was their best option. One after the other, they slipped into the depths below, not the slightest clue of what the near future would provide them with. First went Trevor, then Seth, and finally Eugene. There was a slight tumble, but nothing to shake their nerves over. The room was dark, but clearly made of the similar cement material, matching the rest of the superstructure. It was very cold, and a musty smell lay thick, permeating the tight atmosphere. Eugene hit the ground, landing just behind Seth, who was turned away from him, but facing back with a celebratory look. Eugene's gaze moved from Seth's face to the back of Trevor's head, and then, finally, beyond the two, to a dimly lit end with a red ladder ascending beyond their sights. They simultaneously raced forward, paying no attention to how silly 3 grown men looked, trying to run while crouching down a dark, small hallway. They didn't even fight the stupid-looking grins growing across their faces as they approached the ladder towards the end. In a single file, but not so orderly way, they reached their goal. The team were finally able to stand, fully erect, and observe the discovered riser room. The 3 were immediately overwhelmed with the amazing sight that unfolded overhead. The vertical hole was about 10 feet wide. The ladder was positioned in the dead center, not contacting the ground. Instead, at consistent, ascending intervals, it was attached to the interior cement siding with steel braces. At each one of these intervals were safety ledges, wide enough for one to rest. Each was paired with a familiar green glow of lights, fixed to the walls, just above each ledge. With just the little bit of light, they could see the daunting task that lay before them. Unable to see the ladder's end, it was still enough to see the immense distance the stairs traveled before receding into the shadows. Unable to refrain from laughing with each other, while exchanging a few fist bumps, not seconds passed before they began to make their journey up. "I can't wait to get to the top," one of them cried out while they climbed their first leg. The 3 began to gleefully conversate as they made their way to freedom. "I'm gonna drink a gallon of water. Good luck. There's not gonna be any left by the time I'm done drinking. I just can't wait to see some fucking sunlight. I wonder where this comes out. Should be just behind the entrance to the elevator. Stupid piece of shit elevator. Hey, it was worth it though. Can't wait to see the look on Jack's face when we tell him about specimen 265 whatever the fuck the numbers were. He's gonna flip his shit. Hey, we should scare the shit out of them when we get up there. Sneak up on them. The three began to laugh, imagining the thought of scaring their surfaced friends as their voices began to fade. They each began to disappear, one by one, into the darkness of the underground heavens. Little by little, the cement landing slowly became empty and silent, with no evidence of any human life. Several hours later, the morning skies had morphed into a bright, sunny, late afternoon. Within the shadows, cast by a familiar cement structure, sprawling fauna flourished in an array of mixed vegetation and weeds. A small, shadowy patch of nature suddenly came alive, as if, from a disturbance from underneath its soil, an unnatural motion overtook the grassy area. Soon, a distinctly circular mixture of dirt and plants began to shift upward as a metal lid began to take form. A hand began to appear, shortly followed by Trevor's squinted face. Although protected by the shade of the elevator's home, the bright sky still heavily affected his ability to see. He began to heft himself up and over the side of the deep well. He then scooted back on his rear and withdrew his legs and doubled over the hole, offering a hand to the next in line. Seth threw up his hand and caught Trevor's as the two pulled on each other, rushing Seth to the surface. They both then turned around and helped Eugene complete his ascent. The three stood in a circle, at least the best circle three could make, triumphantly looking down into the dark, conquered void. Again, they smiled at each other and proceeded to seek a well-deserved reunion with their friends. They began to walk, making their way around the corner of the small building. They assumed that their estranged companions were still seeking tactics of rescue within the structure itself. Not knowing the reactions of their soon-to-be surprised friends, they all reserved a proud smile. It was Trevor who saw it first. Joe was laying on the ground, about 30 feet from where the escaped three were appearing from. He knew what he was seeing. He just didn't want to come to grips with it. A bloody mess crowned the back end of Joe's lifeless body. A man in a Hawaiian-like shirt was faced away from Trevor, standing to the left of Joe's remains. Opposite and facing him were Kent, Ash, and Samel. Three men gained a sense of seriousness as they noticed the group coming from around the enclosure. Kent immediately raised an assault rifle at the incoming threesome. This sudden change of emotional tempo flushed Trevor's veins to an icy cold temperature. There was also this change that cued the man in the Hawaiian shirt to spin around and look at Trevor. It was Paco. As he turned, everything seemed to be in slow motion for Trevor. He saw his Gramps now come into view, kneeled before his captor, hands behind his back. Trevor noticed, just beyond Paco, right outside the plane, sat the remaining four, bound and gagged. Trevor's completely heartbroken and shocked face refocused on his grandfather. Jack slowly raised his head and looked at Trevor. He mouthed to Trevor, "I'm sorry, Tiger." Paco stood next to him with a handheld gun in his right hand, pointed at Jack's head. He had the biggest smile on his face as Trevor tried to say something, but no words came out. Paco kept his smiling stare right on Trevor. "Never mind, Jack. I found them." With that, Trevor watched the bullet enter his grandfather's skull as blood splattered the men surrounding him. Trevor dropped to his knees as his two friends on either side caught him from completely falling to his face. Through all the tears and ringing in his ears, he could barely see or hear Paco approaching him. A very thick Hispanic accent began to echo his entire being. "Trevor? Trevor? Snap out of it, amigo. We got some fun stories to tell you. Plus," he added, while still walking up to the three, huddled to the ground. He came to a knee and leaned into Trevor's ear and gently whispered, "Plus, we have some wonderful new cages to show you." Chapter 6. Mea Culpa. Sometime earlier. It had now been a few days after running into Kent, Ash, and Samael back in Arizona. They had all run into each other during one of their recent supply runs. Spooked upon the death of their friend and family member Thomas, the team were contemplating leaving Arizona altogether. The large caravan were making their way south, their destination, Cartago, a stopping point before continuing on to their final objective. They had been recently inspired to travel this route by a robotic-like voice coming over one of the channels on their radio sets. The air was filled with a slight mix of cool and warm breezes. A mere mist of precipitation remained from the sporadic showers that the monsoons brought to Central America throughout the warm summer season. It was afternoon, but the sun was absent, replaced by a thick fog, darkening the skies, casting marching troops of shadows throughout the vacant wilderness. They were about 150 miles out now. They knew they could make it that far with the gas that they had from just recently fueling up. Planning on gassing up once more in Cartago, they would then continue on from there to meet Paco, the old family friend of Seth's, unaware of the depraved baggage this particular contact carried along with him. They were hoping that this friend would provide them with an alternate route, avoiding the dense jungles. It was about the halfway point when Beck noticed something ahead. Debris and overgrown vegetation meandered through the recently formed cracks of the asphalt they traveled. On it, still a little way out, sat a peculiar deserted vehicle. The desolate highways were typically home to abandoned cars. This particular one, however, seemed out of place. It was a dark, burgundy car, pulled off to the road's shoulder, as if an altercation had developed. Quite often, a car was simply parked, as people passing through would often run out of fuel, deeming the car disabled. This one, however, was pulled to the side with what appeared to be some items spilling out of the ajar driver's door. "Do you see that?" Beck said to her brother. Trevor, in the passenger seat of the old station wagon, looked ahead and saw a car pulled off to the side of the road. This wasn't odd, as they came across abandoned cars all the time. What was odd was that the driver's side door remained open with a body laying outside of it. With its feet still in the car, the figure appeared to have simply fallen right out of the vehicle and was left frozen in place on the warm asphalt. The group of three mismatched vehicles slowed as they approached the suspicious scene. They were not sure if this was the result of an amateur gang, or possibly Russian or even cartel activity. All they knew is they had to be careful. Any one of these scenarios were just as deadly as the next. As they slowly moved past it, they noticed a woman sitting up in the passenger seat, appearing lifeless. Just beyond the bizarre encounter, Beck pulled her vehicle over. "What on earth are you doing?" Jack asked from the back seat. Beck looked back at him. "I saw something move in the back seat," she said, while focusing her attention in her rearview mirror. Trevor interrupted the conversation. "All the more reason to get the fuck away from it, and the fuck away from here." His sister just gave him an exhausted look, silently but effectively placing a blame of paranoia on him. "It's fine. Nobody's around. What if it's a little puppy dog?" "You said we should get a guard dog, right?" Trevor rolled his eyes. This isn't what he had in mind when he had originally recommended the canine idea. They got out of the car, Jack included, and began to walk back to the other vehicles in their group. They explained their delay as they continued on toward the metal glassy tomb. The rest of their group looked on as they watched the three cautiously approach the vehicle. Trevor's hand was on his gun. He kept tucked into the back of his belt. Seth, in the Hummer, kept a sharp eye out. He kept looking ahead and in his rear view mirrors. As the curious three came up to the car, they were joined by Eugene and Anne. As they made their way past the front seat, they noticed a needle on the ground next to the man laying outside. He was wearing jeans and a blue flannel shirt. The seatbelt had kept him from falling all the way out. A light buzzing sound came from a few flies that had taken advantage of the free meal. The woman inside had a light drizzle of blood protruding from a corner of her partially open lips. She was younger looking, wore tattered clothes, and her eyelids were slightly open. "Overdose," Eugene piped up. No one responded, except for Beck and Anne, who both had shocked expressions on their faces, with utter heartbreak coming from their eyes. Their jaws both dropped at the same time. They were not responding to Eugene, though. They were simply reacting to the two young toddlers, sitting, strapped in car seats, in the back. A boy and a girl, very close in age. Beck slowly approached the two youngsters, with Anne close behind her. "What's your name, little one?" The boy spoke up. "Caleb," he said with a tone of certainty in his voice. The little girl put a tiny finger to her lips. "Shh, Mommy and Daddy are sleeping." Beck smiled at the two in their car seats, now in the back seat of their station wagon. Jack closed his door as he sat next to them. Beck returned her eyes to the road and slowly pulled away with two vehicles closely following. The 9 travelers now became 11, as the receding car in their mirrors now sat, completely lifeless. That evening, upon reaching Cartago, the group decided to stick with their plan on resting, as they felt it would be dangerous to travel in the dark. After achieving their rest and fueling up the following day, they continued down the highway on the last leg of their trip and toward their final destination. Ash and Somel were sitting in the back of the Hummer as the 3 vehicles stuck closely together, the rusted-down old station wagon leading the pack. Somel reached into his pocket and pulled out a tiny antique tape recorder. He sat lower in the bed to be less obvious. He then pulled out one of Jack's radios from one of the coolers. He held the recorder's speaker to the receiver of the radio. Simultaneously, he pushed down the side button of the radio and the play button on the recorder. A robotic voice came from the recorder, repeating transmission. "This is Zul. All networks back online. Properties are secure. Safe harbor has been acquired." The recording then voiced several instructions regarding access codes and expirations, as well as reciting the precise GPS location of the supposed safe harbor. Both, now satisfied with their ruse to keep the rest of the group heading deeper south, simply just smiled at one another. While sharing their nefarious schemes with the 3, Paco and Kent both sat on a couple of crates, facing Trevor and his 2 friends, Eugene and Seth. They were all in separate small new cages, just as Paco had promised them earlier. While sitting with their backs pressed upon the cold steel bars behind them, they held their knees up to their chests. The 3 of them held gazes at their 2 captors with pure resentment. The hard ground floor of the cramped steel enclosures only fueled their rage. The room they were in appeared to be some type of basement. It was darkly lit, as only several kerosene oil-based lamps illuminated the atmosphere, casting dancing shadows along the interior walls. They could see a large steel table beyond Paco and Kent, gowned in a thin blue cloth that was obviously used for medical purposes. The work table next to it, however, held a much more sinister display, as it was crowned with an assortment of crude antique medical devices. The most alarming of them all being a large, rusty amputation saw. Trevor, having gone through losing his grandfather to the vicious events that unfolded earlier, leading to the current development he now found himself in, was not letting the threatening surroundings faze him. He wanted blood, and he wasn't going to let his steely cells stop him. While looking at Paco, with a furious animosity in his scowl, he listened to his murderous adversary spew his diabolical narrative. While phasing in and out of the conversation, he took in a bit more of his surroundings. It was a small, square-like room. The walls were tan and seemed to be made of a sandy-like brick material. There was a flight of stairs curving around a corner, leading out of sight to the top of its dark extremity. The flooring wasn't completed upon construction of the building, as it was just hard, flat earth. The room was a blank canvas other than the freestanding medical tables and the caged hostages. "You betrayed us," Eugene said as he looked at Kent. Kent, still wearing his black cargo pants and his white sleeveless shirt, gave a crooked grin to the speaking inmate. "That's kind of the point. You were, after all, our property. And you too," he said, switching his stare to Seth and Trevor. "She was just one girl. Why couldn't you let it go? Instead, you decided to take out an entire team of armed Russians. But more importantly, our clients." Seth's eyes lit up as he looked at Kent. It was all coming together. It was you. Kent moved his gaze directly at Seth and cocked his head as if to be amused in curiosity. Seth continued letting accusations fly. "You followed us." A smile slowly spread over Kent's face. "And?" Kent asked, as if to invite Seth to further his investigation. He gestured with his hand, as if he knew what Seth was about to reveal. Seth looked at him with a malevolent glare. "You killed my father." Kent let out a loud laugh and looked over at Paco, who was also bursting into shrieks of laughter himself. Kent looked back at Trevor, then to Eugene while his laughter faded slowly away. Then he peered back at Seth and looked deep into his eyes. "You should never fall asleep on guard duty." He gave a sigh and a shake of his head in a disapproving manner and threw a wink at Seth. He appeared gleeful as he began telling his story. It was extremely dark and silent. The stars over the Sonoran desert pulsated more than ever, as they had been liberated from their former prison of the distorting lights of civilization. A sprawling ranch crept along a peaceful, vacant town, emulating a tranquility one would find hard to resist. Thomas was basking in the moonlight, laying on a slightly reclined garden chair. He clutched a large assault rifle, as it was his turn to keep watch. They usually did this in pairs, for safety reasons, but tonight he insisted everyone should get their rest. Besides, he loved being alone under the dark wilderness sky. It brought him a sense of normality he rarely felt these days. Everyone else, with the drama of the day, were easily persuaded to let him be. He was probably 3/4 of the way through his shift. The events that took place earlier that day played on repeat within his head. As he stared into the skies, he felt a sense of serenity take a calming effect over his body. He began to drift while his eyes slowly closed. The flashes of the day still permeating his thoughts were slowly being muted by the stillness of the surrounding desert. Suddenly, whipping him into a frenzy of panic, his neck was quickly being strangled by the rigid, rough materials of a sisal-like rope, now tightly around the underneath of his jaw. Ash and Samael began to yank the other end of the rope. It was woven through a horizontal support beam of the awning's rooftop. Thomas let out muted grunts as his fingers went from holding his weapon to trying to loosen the tightening rope, now asphyxiating him. He tossed around like a rag doll as he was hoisted up into the air. He felt his face begin to burn with what felt like boiling blood, about to burst from his eye sockets. Through the blurred vision of his rapidly shattering capillaries, he saw a man with a handlebar mustache approach him. Kent looked up at him as he held a large, serrated knife. "You really need to stay more alert. These are dangerous times." With that, Kent made a swift, sweeping motion with his blade. Thomas let out a long, gasping sound of pure anguish as his mouth was opened wide in response to the assault. He could hear the splatters of what previously were the insides of his bowels hit the deck below, after seconds of sporadic tremors. His head fell along with his arms as his lifeless body swayed to the creaking sound that the rope and wood fixture made in unison. Just beyond him, in the open fields, 3 dark silhouettes dissolved into the night as the desert slowly retook its somber silence. Paco and Kent shook their heads in disbelief of the easy target. They looked at their caged audience, proud of their chilling recollections. "So why didn't you just finish it?" Trevor asked, with a tone in his voice that let his captors know he grew weary of their tales. Paco looked back at him. Santiago and Nicholas, brothers of the Chancellor, hired these men to acquire new assets, not to have them ruined by the likes of you and your friends. So seeing that you guys had their stolen property, their jobs were clear. Trevor and his friends didn't understand. A look of confusion mixed with an intense growing anger swept over their faces. Kent leaned forward on his crate. He opened his arms wide to the 3. Repossession of our property with interest. The 3 were silent in thought. Things weren't all adding up. Eugene broke the bewildered silence. "Yeah, but why not just kidnap the entire group? Why kill Thomas?" He paused and looked over at Seth, as if to apologize for the shallow remarks. "That's why Kent is such a good asset to the Chancellor," Paco announced, always with his bright ideas. Kent picked up on his colleague's cue. "We knew you just took out 6 Russians. We're not stupid. You see, when I was a boy, my father taught me how to hunt. He always told me, don't go after a fox. It will always outfox you. Instead, let the fox come to you." Okay, so you lured us here. We get that, Eugene said. "That still doesn't explain Thomas. You could have lured him as well." Kent stared at Eugene. He rolled his eyes, sighed. He continued speaking, slightly louder, signaling to Eugene to shut up. His explanation wasn't done. "Daddy also said, if the fox is sleeping, never breach his hole. Instead, upset the fox within. Make him want to leave his hole. Leave it far behind." A smile grew over his face as the 3 prisoners realized their fates had been sealed once Beck's rescue mission was in motion. They didn't get away with anything. They were being watched, observed by the Chancellor's point man. And that point man didn't see a problem. He saw a bigger payload. "But you were my dad's friend. How could you let this happen?" Seth spoke up, addressing the casually dressed gangster sitting on the crate before him. He had hoped to appeal to Paco's better nature, if there was such a thing. Paco looked at Seth. "That is where I am sorry, my friend. I was miles away, unaware of Kent's developments. It is, in your language, how you say, collateral damage. Once I saw Kent, his men, you and your buddies appear on the shore, I knew what had happened already. I was hoping to separate you from them, and maybe I have new recruit, eh? But then you," Paco looked at Trevor, "you had to go snooping around boat. No, this is unacceptable. Friendship too risky. If only I had my men keep a closer eye on Jack, eh?" Paco laughed. Trevor, now feeling overwhelmed by the realization that he was the hunted fox, looked at Paco. "And the boat? How'd you get out? You were all in fucking cages. On the bottom fucking level." Paco and Kent shared glances and chuckled. Paco stood up and patted Kent on the back. "He is so smart, this one." Kent looked up and smiled at his trading counterpart, then looked back at the 3, proud of his stealthy nature. He regaled the threesome. "We never left you. We just felt it a better decision to trail you from behind. You know, just in case you and your friends tried something stupid. This time, we were going to see our parcel through. Security detail, if you will. So, before you departed from the dock, we quietly snuck back and used a life raft Pauco lowered for us. We were with you the entire time, being towed out of sight, right below the rear deck. Of course, when things went south, it took us some time to get on board. By time we made it to the top deck, well, you and your friends were already heading to shore. Not seeing Pauco or his men with you, we quickly made our way below, he said, painting a clear picture of what happened next. The vessel was filling up with water. The lower level was almost completely flooded. The compartment with the cages that once held the poor souls on the brink of death now held Pauco and his men. It was at the far end of the ship that was still somewhat above water. Still, the room was rapidly filling as Pauco began cursing aloud. You fucking pieces of shit. This isn't over. Pauco screamed out the best he could. Suddenly, the door to their watery would-be grave opened, casting waves of filthy seawater around it. In walked a soaked and alert man followed by his two cohorts. It was Kent, Ash, and Samael. Pauco, relieved to see them, but still angry about the events that just unfolded, yelled to the three. Cabrones, do something. Get us the fuck out of here. Kent smiled to his three captive men as he ended his history lesson. Of course, knowing how armed you all now were and recognizing your relentless skills, we decided to flank your position in order to dry out, regroup, and corner you on the beach the next day. But by then, we found your camp empty. That's when we got word from the Chancellor's compound of your daring invasion. That's also when we knew our task just became more complicated. Thankfully, you decided to take his plane. A plane that's equipped with a private GPS signal which we have access to. So we simply gathered another aerial vehicle and proceeded to track you down. And here we are. Trevor looked at Kent. And the GPS location? Kent smiled again. Actually, that was a real broadcast. We heard that thing for ourselves years ago. We even decided to check it out. Place is a dead end. Trevor realized the men never discovered the lab below. Kent continued. Knew it would put you on the Chancellor's shores, though. Now, Pauco was standing at the table which held the medical devices, near the gowned operating table. With his back to everyone, Pauco interrupted the history lesson. Time to get started, boys. The three caged men looked at each other, then back at Pauco. Seth couldn't help but to feel at blame for his team's demise. He felt like he should have seen this coming. It was also him that trusted Pauco in the first place. Sorry, guys. This is completely my fault. I'm the reason we're here, he said to himself. He only wished he could tell them aloud. While looking over at Pauco rummaging through the medical devices on the table, he couldn't shake the images of the 5 people he freed from the cages of Pauco's yacht. What disgusting, horrifically painful events are about to take place in this dark, dingy basement? Are they about to become like one of those he had tried to save from the boat? Seth needed answers, as terrifying as they may be. What are you going to do to us? Pauco answered, still facing away from them. We always try to recycle. Good for the environment, yes. Removing tracking devices from human flesh is easy. Just hack away. The human is already likely dead anyway, right? He said as he continued his horrifying words. Putting them into the flesh, the human alive, awake, twitching in sheer pain. Much more tedious. Precision required. A steady hand is also good. Pauco turned around and looked at the 3. He held 3 very familiar-looking GPS transmitters in his hands. They were each black, about a 1/4 inch thick, an inch wide, and about 3 inches long. Several wires dangled from them as he spoke. They each had blinking blue lights. By the way, the Chancellor wanted me to thank you for the GPS location of the 5 bodies you buried. A big smile grew over his entire face, and his eyes lit up. These things are hard to come by these days, eh? Chapter 7. Cultivation. Trevor, Seth, and Eugene were now in the back of a truck. They were not sure what the truck looked like or who was driving it. All they knew is that they were in the back seats and the vehicle was in motion. They could barely make out blurs of light through what seemed like the car windows in front of them. The dark fabric of the hoods, placed over the men's heads, were thin enough to breathe through, but too thick to really make out any detail of their surroundings. They couldn't do anything about it either. Their hands were tightly bound behind their backs. They were constantly bumping into one another and being jostled up and down as the truck seemed to move quickly over some kind of bumpy terrain. They could hear, from the front seats, the chattering of 2 men. The conversation they were having was in Russian. Trevor was sure that Eugene, sitting to his left, and Seth, sitting to his right, felt the same intense pain that he did as his lower right hind calf was pulsating in agony. The surgery felt like it took forever. Now, embedded in his flesh was a GPS transmitter. He was sure that it blinked a blue light. After what seemed to be about 15 minutes or so, the truck began to slow. The blurs of light went completely away. Darkness was now enveloping their entire lines of sight. Suddenly, the conversation became silent as the engine to the vehicle stopped. They listened as the two front doors sounded their squeaky hinges as they began to open. They heard the men get out and began to talk. Their voices, as the conversation progressed, became abruptly muffled upon the slamming of the two front doors. A moment went by while the muted conversation kept taking place. Then, the voices were heard coming closer to the back doors on either side of them. Both doors then opened, and Russian orders were barked at Eugene and Seth as they were sitting on the sides. Assuming the Russians were ordering them to vacate the vehicle, the two turned out, put their feet down on dirt, and stood up. Trevor slid over and out of the vehicle to his right, following his best friend. He felt a bump on his shoulder and realized it was Eugene, who had been escorted around the vehicle to be stood next to the other two prisoners. And just like that, their hoods were removed from their heads. Two Russian soldiers with assault rifles were standing in front of them. They were standing on a dirt driveway that was covered by a dilapidated wooden awning. The awning was attached to a small shack of a house. The three of them noticed the army-style jeep that they were riding in was now directly behind them. It was daylight out, however, quite shady under the awning. The skies were cluttered with storm-like clouds, and there was a slightly cold breeze in the air. The Russians began shouting and pushing the three with their weapons, signaling them to go in the house. What now? Trevor thought to himself. Why don't they just kill us already? The voices got louder as the shoving became more forceful. All right already, Seth snapped back. Still bound at the hands, behind their backs, they entered the house single file. The door was hanging off the hinges and propped open, so entering was not a problem with their hands tied. As the three entered, they noticed a bare room with two bed frames. Each bed frame had a mattress on it. The mattresses didn't have any sheets or blankets. Instead, nicely folded in the corner of the room, under a large window, were about 5 or 6 dusty, tattered blankets. At the back of the room was a door that was closed, and to the side of them was a small kitchenette with a window that peered into the street. Inside the little kitchen was a stove and a fridge, although certainly not working. One of the soldiers walked over to the kitchen and opened a cabinet. As he spoke to them with sharp Russian words, he opened the cabinet, which was crammed full with various cans and packages of preserved food. He pointed to the closed door across the room, while speaking in Russian once more, gathering his three prisoners' attention. Then he pointed to a diagram posted on the fridge with magnets. The diagram appeared to be a layout of the house and a few blocks or so around it. There was a red line drawn around a big portion of neighborhoods that included the house inside of it. The soldier kept saying things in Russian that seemed to signal to the men not to breach the line. As he sternly spoke while moving his finger back and forth across the line, he kept on pointing inside the red line, then out again. Just then, he walked up to his hostages and pointed at Trevor's GPS transmitter as he barked a single word in his native language. At that time, he paused for a moment and looked at each of the confused men. Then he signaled to his partner. One by one, the other soldier cut them loose, while the other one drew his weapon. Then he spoke another single word in Russian, but the three just stared in confusion. The Russian then repeated the same word, only louder, while gesturing to a Trevor sat down, while Eugene and Seth followed his lead. Both of the Russians were now pointing their weapons at them. The one that was just barking orders stepped forward and lowered his weapon. He pulled out a piece of paper and read 4 words aloud from it in plain English to the three. The words came across with a thick Russian accent and were clumsily spaced out.
Welcome to Open Pastor.
Then, just like that, he placed the paper back in his pocket, turned, and walked out of the house and back to his jeep. His partner followed closely behind while watching the 3 hostages as he left. As if they were not confused enough, They listened as the car doors opened and closed. Then the engine started up, and the sounds of a vehicle backing up met their ears. The Jeep sounded as if to stop, then changed gears as it sped away. Eugene got up and rushed to the window. He watched as the vehicle made a right turn and disappeared around a corner. Eugene turned around to Seth and Trevor, who were now also standing, staring at him. "What the fuck? Open pasture? What the hell is this place? Where the hell is this place? Where the fuck is my wife?" Trevor and Seth started looking around. Seth began looking under the beds and rifling through the blankets. Trevor went over to the closed door and opened it. A waft of stale, foul odor met his nose and made his gag reflexes go into overdrive. "I think I know what vinay means in Russian," Trevor stated, referring to a word recently used by one of their Russian captors. Seth and Eugene looked over at him and into the room behind. What once was a bathroom now appeared to be the centerpiece of some horror movie. The old bathroom had been converted into an outhouse-like compartment. There was a toilet still there, but it sat on a plank of wood, obviously over what used to be plumbing, now most likely replaced by a simple hole in the ground. The human waste, obviously still there from the house's most recent occupants. A grimy, rusted-out, old sink was fixed to the wall and barely hanging on. Surprisingly, there were rolls of toilet paper in the corner, stacked next to the toilet. "Jesus Christ! For the love of God, close it," Seth cried out. Trevor quickly accommodated the request. Just then they heard what sounded like laughing. They looked over at the thin window behind them, facing the street. At the very bottom left corner, there was a face. But as soon as they laid eyes on it, the face disappeared. The three of them bolted outside, Eugene leading them. A little Hispanic girl, appearing to be about 7 or 8 years of age, wearing a little white and blue flowing dress, was running away from their house. Eugene was able to catch up with the mini intruder and grabbed her by the arm. As he did, both his friends from behind yelled for him to stop. The little girl, shocked, spun around and fell to the ground, slipping from Eugene's grip. "You think this is funny?" Eugene asked in a stern voice. The little girl, scared and on the verge of crying, picked herself back up, brushed the dirt off her dress, and proceeded to run across the street to meet up with some of her friends. "That's right. Go on. Get out of here." Meanwhile, Seth and Trevor were walking up to him from behind. "She's just a little girl, Eugene," Seth said in a gentle voice, trying to calm his friend down and catch his own breath at the same time. Eugene turned to him. "We gotta get out of here. We gotta find the others. I need to find Anne." With that, Eugene began to run. Trevor and Seth followed him, begging him to come to his senses. "Eugene, stop. We can't go too far. They'll know. Let's go back to the house. We can come up with a plan." They could see, as they were chasing their friend, people began to watch as they all just stood in their places, not saying anything. The community of people and the buildings around them spoke of a poor third-world country soaked in poverty. "Eugene, please. Come on, brother. We'll figure it out." Just then, they heard beeping from their transmitters. Seth and Trevor stopped in a manner so fast, they had to put their arms out and catch their balance. They looked on in horror as Eugene kept going. They could hear the beeping on his transmitter pick up pace and frequency. "Eugene!" they each yelled. All of a sudden, Eugene collapsed and looked like he was having a seizure. Except he wasn't. The transmitter must have an electrical shock mechanism in it for when designated borders are crossed. Trevor immediately began forming a game plan in his head. He could hear a much slower beeping from his and Seth's transmitter. If Eugene just now became too far and triggered the mechanism, maybe they could just walk up, barely to that line, grab their friend, and pull him back over the threshold. Then he thought to himself, his shoes, they were just like rain boots, completely rubber. "Stay behind me, I have an idea," Trevor looked over to Seth and commanded. Trevor got down to his knees and started to crawl toward Eugene, who was violently writhing in electrical pain about 30 feet ahead, frothing at the mouth. Seth was now down on all fours as well, as he followed his friend. They slowly made their way across the invisible fence lines. The beeping on their transmitters were gradually increasing in frequency, matching the increased frequency of their racing heartbeats. As they neared their friend, they slowed immensely, as the threatening, now exceedingly rapid beeping warned them of a similar fate. "Just a little bit further now," Trevor whispered to himself. He began to reach out to Eugene. He could almost touch him. He turned to Seth. "As soon as I grab a hold of him, grab my feet and yank us out." Only my feet. He knew that once he grabbed onto Eugene, he would become a conduit, but Seth would be fine, grabbing Trevor's rubber boots. He got to his belly and began to crawl, the beeping on his transmitter now practically matching Eugene's. He reached out his arm again and stretched as far as he possibly could without moving forward any further. Finally, he was able to reach his friend. He slapped his hand, not wanting to be shocked away, and firmly grabbed it. He began convulsing, with electrical shock waves racing through his body. Then, almost immediately, he felt the ground slip from under his belly, up and past his face as he was being dragged backwards. Finally, the electrical shock faded from his body, leaving him tense throughout, with a fierce taste of copper and blood in his mouth. He let go of Eugene's limp hand, looked up at Seth, who was looking at him in amazement. He gave Seth a thumbs up and threw him a large grin, and then swiftly proceeded to pass out. Upon a few seconds of being unconscious, and after being helped up, Trevor and Seth looked over at Eugene, who was still on the ground, seeming to be completely knocked out. The two knelt over their friend, and from either side, they lifted him up from his underarms. They began to make their way back to their new hovel, noticing all the stares they were receiving from their new neighbors. The first night in their new house proved to be very dark, with only 2 windows on either side of the small one-room home. Only a tiny bit of moonlight crept in. They managed to force the front door closed, even though the upper hinge was completely dismantled. The clouds over the small, micro-managed community crisscrossed over the moon, causing the lights in their home to morph from one shape to the next. Trevor took one bed, while Seth insisted him and Eugene should have the comfort of at least a mattress for the evening, as he slept between them on a blanket on the floor. Eugene was knocked out from exhaustion on the opposite bed. It was reasonably chilly that night. They had used all the blankets to make themselves their places to sleep. Seth used one in particular to give himself a buffer from the rotting hardwood floors. Seth continued to speak as him and Trevor were whispering their mere muted conversation. "And they just stood there," Seth remarked. They were trying to keep their voices down as their friend Eugene recovered. "It's the weirdest thing. It's like everyone is just okay with this. They all had transmitters like us," Trevor replied. "Who knows where their red lines are? Some of us have to share some of the same areas. We were passing right through groups of people." Seth kept thinking the weird way everyone was just staring at them, no one coming to their aid. "It's just weird here. We gotta figure a way to get out." Trevor rolled to his side and checked on his recovering friend across from him. He saw the blanket slowly heave up and down. Then he looked down at Seth. "Once there's more light, I'm sure we'll come up with something." Eventually, the two began to drift off to sleep. Trevor sat up quickly. It was daylight now, as the sun shone through the windows. He looked down and noticed that Seth was not there. He began to stretch as he woke himself up. Then, Looking across the room, he saw that Eugene wasn't there either. His heart began to race, but his mind told him to stay calm. Everything is probably fine. They're most likely just right outside. Just then, a loud knocking from the door startled him. He sprung to his feet and walked over to it. He saw a blurry, dark figure far off into the distance. His eyes were still adjusting to the bright sun. As he walked out through the covered parking area, he noticed the figure was facing away from him. Slowly, it turned around toward him, and as it did so, he noticed it had Eugene by the throat. Even from the great distance away, he heard Eugene screaming. Trevor sat up quickly again. He was back in bed, and it was no longer daylight. It was pitch dark. It soon dawned on him that he had just awoken from a dream. He looked down at Seth, who was still sleeping on the floor. Then he heard a voice off in the distance. It sounded like Eugene, and it echoed of his dream he had just woken up from. He immediately looked over to the bed across from him. Eugene was gone, and then he realized that the door was open, once again, leaning against the interior wall, clutching on by its bottom hinge. He heard another shout from off in the distance. It was definitely Eugene. "Seth!" he shouted in a whisper. He didn't know why, he whispered, just habit from being in a dark, sleepy room, having just woken up. "Seth," he said again, this time in a louder voice. Seth sat up and turned to Trevor. Trevor gestured to Eugene's bed. Seth looked over and then back at Trevor. This time, they both heard it. Eugene was screaming outside, way off in the distance. They both scrambled to their feet and ran outside, where they could hear Eugene more clearly now. As they ran towards his voice, they began to see him come into focus. They slowed down, remembering the event from earlier. They approached him, cautiously listening for their transmitters. "Come get me, you stupid motherfuckers," Eugene shouted. They were close enough now. They could hear the beeping from Eugene's leg. They were also close enough to whisper to him. Seth tried to calm their friend. "Eugene, come on, let's get out of here." Eugene looked over at the two. "I'm gonna wait till those stupid fucking Russians come and get me. Then I'm gonna make them eat their own fucking guns." Then he turned his gaze from his friends, back to the wind, and continued shouting. "Come on, you pussies. Come get some." Trevor noticed car lights off in the distance, approaching them. He thought he'd take a shot at convincing his friend to come with them. "Come on, Eugene. You know we can figure this out. This isn't the way." Eugene looked at Trevor with sad eyes. "Where's Anne? I want my Anne." Trevor sighed and looked at the car lights getting closer. "I know. I want my sister back too. And Delilah. And Caleb. But I'm telling you, brother, this isn't the way. Let's get back inside before they get here." Eugene paused. A slow expression of logic washed over his face. Trevor and Seth indulged in a temporary rush of relief as Trevor held out his hand. "Come on, man. Let's figure this shit out together." Without them. Again, Trevor gestured to the incoming hazard. Eugene's facial expression changed. His eyes lit up. "No, I'm gonna get my wife. Right now," he said to the two of them. He looked up at the approaching headlights, now only about 500 feet away. "Over here, you assholes." Trevor and Seth's faces dropped. A jeep came to a slow rolling stop. With headlights flooding the three, they all shielded their eyes, unable to see beyond them. The sound of a car door opening cued Eugene to taunt the Russians even more. "Take me to my wife, motherfuckers." Just then, a shot fired from beyond the lights. Eugene fell screaming to the ground, holding his leg. It was a warning shot. Trevor and Seth, unable to assist their friend without escalating the situation, just stood back in shock, both with their hands on their heads in a stressed posture. Eugene was now on his knees, sobbing, as two Russian soldiers approached. They were both holding their assault rifles. Once they got up to him, one of them grabbed Eugene by the scalp and yanked him up to a standing position. The other soldier walked back to his car. He pulled out a megaphone and began to make an announcement in Russian to the rest of the neighborhood.
Внимание! Приди и посмотри, что получится,
Trevor and
если
Seth
послушать.
were unsure what was being said, but they had an idea. They noticed everyone come out from their shacks. One by one, they all lined up. It almost appeared as though they had practiced this before. They couldn't see everyone because of how dark it was, but in the close vicinity, there were at least a few dozen people. Men, women, and children. The Russian calmly placed the megaphone back in his jeep and pulled out a small handgun. He walked up to Eugene, who was crying and begging to see his wife. He slowly raised the gun to Eugene's head and began to look around at the small crowd. He ensured everyone was paying attention. Then, without even saying anything to Eugene or anyone else, he pulled the trigger, letting his gun make a pop that echoed through the community. The bullet went through Eugene's head and out the other end, spraying blood and brain matter across the beaming lights of the soldier's vehicle. The man clutching Eugene's scalp let him go as Eugene's lifeless body promptly crumbled to the cold, sandy ground. The two soldiers looked at Trevor and Seth, who had now dropped to their knees, still clutching their heads in trepidation. Satisfied with the example they made of their friend, they quickly spun around back toward their vehicle and climbed back in. As they drove off, the headlights slowly began to show Trevor and Seth the multitudes of residents watching the drama. They were lined up at their designated red line limits as they then faded out of sight, as the car made a full U-turn and headed back from where it had come. Chapter 8 Retribution. It had been 5 days now since they lost their good friend. Seth and Trevor were still shaken up. They weren't ready to give up on their other missing friends, though. They were scouting the best they could while trying to maintain a low profile. It was bright and sunny out, with a few clouds off into the distance. The two were sitting against the house, talking. They kept their voices down, so no one could hear them. They had yet to come across anyone who spoke a word of English. Still, they didn't want to take any chances. If someone were to somehow understand them, the sick way these people walked around like Russian lapdogs had them pretty freaked out about those consequences. "Okay, this one," Trevor said without looking up, maintaining an inconspicuous behavior. Seth peeked from the corner of his eye. Way up the road, he saw a golf cart pulling a small storage trailer. "Yeah, I see it. She's like a maid." "Right. I've seen her deliver blankets and shit." "Toilet paper too." Trevor nodded, acting as though they were just having your average everyday casual conversation. "Yeah, that's the one." Seth hesitated. "You sure, man? She's just like a housekeeper. Why would she carry a knife?" Trevor responded quietly. "I have no idea, man. I just know I saw it. While she was working a few homes down, just outside the red line, I saw a glimmer from the blade. Look, Seth, we looked everywhere we could without raising suspicion. We found nothing. Nothing without contracting fucking tetanus. But we get something sharp enough and something long enough. We can at least try to cut these things out." He paused for a moment as they both grimaced over the unavoidable second painful surgery. Then, breaking one of his rules to review an important detail by looking up toward their target, he narrowed down a few points of interest to his buddy. "She does 4 houses on this path each day, and she's been getting closer. See, she's doing that one now, then that one over there, and then ours. I'd say she'd be here in about 12 minutes. They both looked down. She keeps it in her back pocket. Seth looked over at Trevor. So I distract her. When I accidentally drop the toilet paper she hands me, then you bump into her backside. Sound right?" Trevor nodded. "That's the plan." That was when they both slowly stood up and headed inside. After a few minutes had gone by, they were sitting on the beds across from each other, trying to shake their nerves. "I still can't believe how docile everyone is around here," Trevor complained. Seth shook his head in disbelief. "Seems as though they're all drugged. Everybody's just living their lives like everything's normal. Shit ain't normal here. What do you think the end game is with these assholes?" Joe was telling us that the clients the Russians work for terrify even them. Paco doesn't even seem to have a clue what he's involved in. And the Chancellor seems like he's pressed to meet their deadlines. Who the fuck do they work for? Suddenly they heard screaming. They ran out to see the same little girl that had an altercation with their late cohort. 2 Russians were pulling her away from her crying mother. Seth lunged forward out of human instinct, but Trevor stopped him. They didn't even have to look at each other or speak. Trevor was right. Any attempts to rescue the child would just prove fatal for both them and the little girl. They watched as the Russians put the little girl in the back of one of their jeeps, along with other children rounded up from the community. They stepped back into their vehicle, and while closing the doors, sped off. "This place is fucked," Seth said under his breath. "She's coming. Quick," Trevor whispered. Seth looked over to see the housekeeper pulling up in her cart. They tried the best they could to look casual as they avoided excitedly looking her way and calmly strolled into their enclosure. Within seconds, a pretty young Hispanic woman with long brown hair walked in after them. She didn't look like your typical maid. No uniform, no name tag, just a designated resident given a job by her jailers. She wore dirty, ripped jeans and a white, long-sleeved t-shirt. Seth watched as she passed. Sure enough, Trevor was right again. In her back left pocket, barely peeking out, was a black pocket knife as she carried a stack of blankets accompanied by 2 rolls of toilet paper. She placed them on the bed nearest the door, while Trevor and Seth exchanged frustrated glances. Before they could execute their plan, and instead of her handing them the items she once held, a strategic part of their plan, she quickly turned around and ran to the window. They both looked at each other, completely at a loss. The maid carefully checked the entire area, seen from the kitchen window that looked to the street, and then turned around to face the two. She reached both hands into both her front pockets and pulled out a pen and a paper and spoke to the befuddled pair with her thick Hispanic accent.
You read, you write, and I take back.
Trevor and Seth, still extremely caught off guard and confused, both moved in towards her. Trevor snatched the paper from her hand while giving her his best what the fuck look he could muster. They both read the paper. Scribbled on it were a few words in some very familiar handwriting as Beck's voice sounded in their ears. Wait for my signal tonight. 3 taps. You ladies ready to get the fuck out of here? It was just outside the all-too-familiar building. It wasn't too long ago. She was near this complex with her friends, scoping it out, attempting to achieve a safe pathway to their destination. Being back in front of it now, though, hands bound and being ordered around like a slave, was extremely unnerving. The partial cover of clouds in the sky were not enough to block the piercing sun, which caused her to squint her eyes. As she was escorted down the Capitol steps of Esmeralda, she saw, just outside the gates, a bus full of other folks, appearing to be just as frightened. From her scattered sights, and while being pushed towards the bus, she assumed was for her, she noticed something. It appeared that the passengers all had their hands up. It didn't look right. It looked odd. It was as if they were all praying, their hands all folded, raised over their heads. The guard kept pushing her, speaking Russian, as they closed in on the impending nightmare with their hostage newcomer. It was Anne. It was a small school bus, still mostly yellow on the outside, but rusted and peeling in several spots. She was finally forced to the open door and made her way up the first couple of steps of the shuttle. Still being barked at in Russian by the soldier behind her, Anne was able to now peer in and absorb the alarming view within. She was crying and trying to appeal to the man pushing her up the stairs. She kept asking about Beck and Caleb and Delilah. She asked where her husband Eugene was, saying his name several times over. All the responses that kept being shouted back to her were just in Russian, sometimes loudly interrupting her teary efforts. She kept repeating their names. She wondered where they were, or why had she been separated from them. Finally, at the top of the stairs, she looked around, being forced to proceed down the center between the other passengers. The driver was another Russian soldier, who just patiently waited for his last fare to board and take her seat. The seats inside were made of a brown, leathery material and were completely torn and scratched up. She noticed, as she made her way down the aisle, everyone was bound just like her. They all seemed to be older people, similar in age as herself, but no one appearing to be much younger. She didn't really pay much attention to this detail, however, as she noticed the more chillingly eerie sight that made her skin crawl and her blood turn cold. There were dull hooks hanging over all their heads. Each one of the riders had their bounds hefted over the hooks that had given them the prayer-like posture she noticed from outside. They were all quiet, much quieter than her anyway. As she still let out pleas and cries, the shouting soldier followed closely behind. They sat in the seats next to each other, 2 by 2, docile, yet petrified. Each one of the windows, as she passed by them, were positioned completely open. This was likely to remove the foul aroma of a dozen or so people cramped together, appearing to not have seen a shower in a number of years. Eventually, she came to an open seat, next to a man who seemed to be no older than 50. He wore raggedy cut-off jeans, and a yellow sleeveless shirt with a pair of sandals. He also had his hands bound, which were hanging on the hook above him, his arms raised high over his head. He also wore a seatbelt, but she noticed there was no visible buckle. The Russian hung his assault rifle on his shoulder and swung it around his neck as it came to a rest on his back. He stepped in front of Anne, who was looking at what she thought would be her seat for the unforeseeable future. He grabbed her by the wrists and hefted her bounds above the hanging piece of metal until it fell into place within the cradle of the hook as her arms stretched uncomfortably above her head.
Сидеть. Сиди сейчас.
He ordered in Russian. She assumed he was telling her to sit down. Her eyes closed, flushed with salty tears. She hesitated and pleaded once more, letting out a pathetic whimper.
Сидеть.
The Russian yelled once more, obviously ignoring her solicitation.
Сиди сейчас.
Anne finally caved and promptly took a seat. The Russian knelt at her side and began fussing with the seatbelt on her other side. He swung it around and swiftly pulled it through the underneath of the backrest, jarring her waist back into the seat. She heard him fussing with it a bit more as metal clanking noises began to sound, and then, finally, the unsettling sound of it clicking into place. She was now locked into position like the others, her torso completely stretched to the limits, unable to move her bound hands or loosen her belted waist. She began desperately crying out as the Russian made his way back to the front of the bus. "Please, don't do this. Please stop. Where's my husband? Where's Eugene?" She continued to bellow. The attempt for sympathy was completely unheeded by her Russian detainer as she managed to plead another question. "Where are you taking me?" The Russian froze. It was almost as if he understood the last question she desperately cried. This development made her calm down slightly, but in an uneasy manner. Was he angry with her? Did she push him too far? Was she being too disorderly? What measures of discipline might he usher back her way? She noticed the driver watching her in the large rearview mirror. He just shook his head and started up the vehicle. The Russian, who froze at her last inquiry, turned around and briskly walked up to her as she gripped the cold metal hook above her head in fear. He then leaned down to her level and said one word. It was an English word. A word he seemed to have recited for just such an occasion. With a lowered voice and a thick Russian accent, he finally obliged her latest inquiry.
Feedlot.
Did he just say feedlot? What on earth could that mean? She wondered as the bus slowly departed. Anne watched through her blurry, damp vision, onset by the wetness of salty tears as the capital of Esmeralda became smaller and smaller. Meanwhile, back in Trevor and Seth's new neighborhood, the two men were standing in their little run-down shack of a home. The maid patiently waited as Trevor knelt on the ground, gripping a pen, thinking of something to write on the piece of paper laying in front of him. Seth, a hand on Trevor's back, looked on anxiously, awaiting the author's words to appear. Trevor began to write. Understood. Tonight, we will be standing by. Trevor, still kneeling, looked up at Seth, who blinked and nodded, signaling a positive review of the short novel. He then changed his glance to the impatient, rightfully paranoid maid, who had shifting eyes, darting amongst her surroundings. Cued by her growing sense of urgency, Trevor quickly handed her the letter. She hastily grabbed it, beckoned for her pen, and placed the contraband back into her pockets. The maid then did an immediate about-face and expeditiously vacated the residence, her knife still in her back pocket. Very perplexed and somewhat humbled by the rescue's announcement, Trevor and Seth nervously smiled at each other. Well, that answers a lot of questions. They're still close by, at least Beck is, anyway, Seth stated in a hushed tone. Trevor was deep in thought and looked at Seth, not afraid to dramatize his puzzled expression. How on earth is she gonna get to us? How the hell did she find us in the first place? Immediately, they both terminated the conversation as they heard a car come screeching to a stop just outside. They ran to the window, facing the road. A jeep was there. Shit. Had they been caught? Two men stepped out of the vehicle in familiar military uniforms. The driver stayed put, just outside his door, armed with the typical assault rifle they all seemed to carry. The other one, unarmed, at least for now, opened the back door of the car and gestured for the occupant to disembark. With that, Trevor and Seth saw a young female get out, possibly in her early 20s. She was dark-skinned, looked like possibly a previous local of the town, and had long black hair. She wore loose-fitting black pants and a dirty light pink tank top. The unarmed officer didn't shy away from being rough with the young lady as he ushered her to the covered carport attached to their home. Trevor and Seth looked at each other with more confusion than before as they backed away from the window. They were now standing in the middle of the room as they moved their sights to the incoming sounds of footsteps approaching their battered doorway. Soon, a woman who had a tired face entered the room, followed by her aggressor. The Russian looked at the two men, grabbed the woman by the arms, and without caring for her comfort, pushed her up against a wall near the first bed frame, like a police officer would do in an arrest. After face planting into the wall, she turned her head and observed her environment through the corner of her eyes. The Russian, while forcefully holding her, looked at the two men and started speaking Russian. He wasn't yelling or shouting or even barking orders. It was as though he was simply having a conversation with them. To both Trevor and Seth's shock, the soldier then let go of her, grabbed her jeans, and yanked them down along with her underwear. Her removed clothes dropped around her ankles, revealing a transmitter that seemed to be a major fashion in the community. This time, something was different. It was ever so slightly different, but seemed to scream out to them. There was no blinking blue light. She stood there, not seeming to be shocked by the sexual assault that she just endured, and just stayed still. The Russian then pulled out an electronic-looking wand-like object from a cargo pocket off his right leg and waved it over the woman's transmitter. 3 loud electronic beeps sounded from her device, and a familiar blue light began to blink. This detail must have been something Trevor and Seth missed when they had arrived, most likely due to the fact that they were hooded at the time. The soldier then gestured to her exposed rear end and said a few more things in Russian. He slapped her exposed behind, causing her to grimace, looked at the bewildered pair, and smiled as if proud of the prize he was offering them. Then, just as he arrived, he regained a rigid face, gave them a stern look, and walked out of their home. The two just looked at the half-naked, heavily breathing woman, aghast at what they had just witnessed. She stayed put, eyes open and paying close attention to them, still viewing them through a side angle, her face still mostly positioned away. The 3 observed a moment in stillness as the sound of the Russian vehicle made its departure. Seth ran up to the woman and grabbed her pants to pull them up. With that, she aggressively took over and took upon the personal task herself. Abashed, she faced the two and walked in between them to sit on the bed. She put her head in her hands and let out a long, exasperated sigh as she slightly wept. Trevor looked over at Seth and mouthed a few words. What the fuck? The cabin was dark later that night as Seth and Trevor sat on the floor, leaning against the bed frame nearest the door. Planning for their friend's arrival, the two had already prepared the door as it lay against the wall, hanging by only one lower hinge. They watched their new roommate as she lay on the bed opposite them, facing away. This new development had them at odds. They knew that Beck was planning on something tonight, and they didn't know if they could trust this newcomer to tag along, so they were wary to wake her. If she doesn't hear the signal, we shouldn't try to wake her up either, Seth whispered, continuing the conversation they'd been having. Trevor agreed. "And if she does," he said, sweeping in a moment of reticence. They both thought for a while, then Seth broke the lull with the best rebuttal he could muster. "Take her with us?" Trevor put his head between his legs and drug his fingers through his hair. "God, why now? Why tonight?" "Shh," Seth softly sounded. They both looked up at the sleeping female stranger as she tossed in her sleep suddenly. They sat on edge and looked on as they watched. Then, to their relief, the young woman fell back into her previous sleepy patterns as they both let out nearly muted sighs. "What do you think she meant?" Seth asked. Trevor looked over at Seth and gave a slightly confused stare. Seth continued his line of inquiry. 3 taps. A look of understanding came to Trevor's face as he considered the question. "On the window?" he answered. They both looked at the small window to the back of the house, where the stacks of blankets had previously been neatly folded upon their arrival. "How is she not gonna get caught?" Seth said, continuing to try to understand Beck through the mind of her brother. Trevor, having had the same question rattling around in his head for half the day, didn't have any good answers. "Who knows? Maybe she hasn't had the procedure yet. Maybe she made her escape early and they can't track her." Seth shrugged. It was about as good of an answer he could get, with the little information the two had on hand. They sat there in silence as the two watched the shadows in the room shift across the floor, obedient to its lunar conductor, orchestrating the shady waltz from above. They wondered if Beck was going to be able to come through. They worried for her safety, wherever she might be. Just then, they heard a small tap. They froze in place, only able to hear the sounds of their own breath and heartbeats. They waited, anticipating and hoping to hear 2 more light taps. And as if that had spurred the next thing to take place, they heard it. Another soft tap. This time, not caught off guard, and listening to find the location of the expected but still strange noise, they noticed it was coming from the wall near the bathroom. Suddenly, and hopefully not from the slight disturbance, their bunkmate began to jostle once again, letting out a few snores in her sleep. They focused on the blanket, heaving slightly up and down, covering the unconscious young girl as they watched her return to her routine slumber. Then, one last time, another small tap against the wall drew their eyes up and over. They both looked at each other and softly rose to their feet. They began to walk outside while their hearts began to race, warning them of the madness of their plan. After seeing the demise of their close compadre, they didn't want to amount to another example of what becomes of rebellious behavior for the surrounding community. As they peered outside, they cautiously made their way through the covered awning. They soon began to feel the vulnerability they were being submersed in, as the moonlight illuminated the 2 conspirators. Knowing that the sound had come from the other side of their hostel, they gradually made their way around the back. They made sure to stay down while staying close to the dilapidated house, as they rounded the last corner before coming to the same wall where they heard the sound originate from inside. "You see her?" Trevor whispered, trying to stay calm and quiet, hoping not to alarm anyone. Seth looked around, his eyes almost fully adjusted to the distant dark shadows of wilderness that sat behind their domicile. He noticed a fence. Nothing too extreme. Just an old wire property fence, probably built with the shack many years prior. Beyond the fence, the earth began to descend into a wash full of vegetation. The reasonably sized cove threw cascades of dark, dense shadows throughout the riverbed. He continued to scan the area when something caught his eye. "There," Seth whispered, the two still by their designated living quarters. Trevor immediately looked to where his friend was pointing and noticed a small hand waving at them, just on the other side of the weak barricade. It was Beck, and she was looking right at them, maybe 30 to 40 feet away, summoning them to her location. The two quickly looked around, scoping out their environment, assuring themselves they hadn't alarmed anyone to their covert mischief. Convinced they were, to this point, Undetected, they began to run to Beck while maintaining hunched over postures. They eventually felt comfortable as they arrived in a blanket of darkness provided by the tall surrounding fauna. They were finally reunited with their rescue-wielding teammate. Trevor grabbed his sister, palming her face in his hands by her cheekbones, and gave her a kiss on her forehead through the openings of the wire fence. "How?" her brother demanded in a gleefully hushed tone. Beck looked at Trevor, reached behind her, and pulled an object out of her pocket. She brandished a very familiar item the two of them had recently laid their eyes on earlier that day. It was the electronic wand the Russian used to activate the woman's transmitter in their house just hours ago. Beck smiled at them. "Ever see one of these bad boys?" Trevor and Seth rolled their eyes, whilst smiling and shaking their heads in sheer disbelief at her ingenuity and resourcefulness. "Wait a minute. Where's Eugene?" Beck quietly asked, with a desperate urgency to quicken the mission at hand. Trevor and Seth, feeling an immediate punch to the gut, shared a momentary glance, and then both gave Beck a look that told her everything she needed to know. Her face fell, and her eyes grew a sadness that expressed both sorrow and anger for her abrupt loss, as well as an apologetic tone for theirs. As if to have a period of calm for the fallen, but keeping it to only seconds long. Knowing there would be time to grieve later, they proceeded with their task. They immediately lifted both their right pant legs, exposing their transmitters. Taking their cues, Beck got to work right away. She proceeded to wave the wand over her brother's transmitter first. Just as expected, 3 loud electronic beeps instantly sounded, alerting the 3 to the disturbance they were making. They all looked around and stayed quiet for a moment. Nothing. Beck then proceeded to do the same for their friend, as she waved the wand over his extended hind right leg. Again, 3 loud beeps, and again, they quieted, looking about, scoping their surroundings for anyone catching onto the 3 schemers. When they were convinced that all was well, Trevor and Seth raised the top wire of the fence, while Beck held down the lower wire. The two made their way through the thin barrier, Seth going first and Trevor close after. Once the 3 were officially rejoined, they all made their way deeper into the dark thicket of the wash, moving quietly while maintaining a sense of urgency. As they trekked the muddy, grassy wash, they debriefed one another of everything that had happened, maintaining a muteness to their conversation, being sure to execute stealth. Trevor and Seth explained what had happened to Eugene, and also described the bizarre occurrence that had happened earlier that day with the female stranger. The bizarre story struck a personal nerve with Beck and made her feel momentarily sick to her stomach. She, on the other hand, didn't have any helpful suggestions of the whereabouts of the 2 children or even Anne. She explained that when they were separated on the plains outside the underground lab, that she was bound, gagged, and blindfolded just like the others. She continued to explain, to their dismay, that it was the last she saw of the missing 3. It was clear to the both of them that she wasn't happy not knowing the fate of her adopted twins. Sure, she was worried about Anne too, but she emphasized her anger at the lack of knowing where Caleb and Delilah might be. As she continued to divulge her bad news, upon Trevor and Seth's inquiries, she began to explain her lucking upon the electronic wand she came equipped with. The beginning of her story sent the 2 into the memories of their own familiar and recent pasts. She was being transported in a truck, seated at the driver's side rear. 2 other women sat to the right of her. All 3 had hoods over their faces and their hands tied behind their backs. Later, outside the vehicle, just like Seth and Trevor, the hoods were removed. One of the Russians became completely occupied with a conversation over his radio. The other stood guard over the 3. They were all standing outside of a dilapidated structure when Beck noticed something. Another jeep sped by them, also carrying 3 passengers in the back. She watched as it made its way up the road, before disappearing into a darkened covering way off in the distance, provided by an awning attached to a house. She had a suspicious feeling the Jeep was occupied with at least one or more of her friends. How many hostages could they possibly house in one day? Over the course of the next few days, she watched a slew of weird happenings unfold around her. In one of these instances, Russian soldiers raided their home she had shared with the other two women. They grabbed one of the girls by the scalp and drug her out of the house, ordering her to walk to their car. She watched through a window as they stopped the girl for a brief moment. One of them pulled a wand from their pants pocket and waved it over the girl's transmitter. Then he put it back and pushed the female inside the car. Then the two soldiers got in and they drove off. She witnessed this occur a few more times in houses nearby. She also described something they had seen as well. Children being thrust into a car, ripped from their homes before being transported away. But she saw something they hadn't seen. The next day, she saw a child this time being dropped off to one of the same homes. After a couple days, the inevitable occurred. A Russian barged in and took her away. But Beck had a plan. Once in the Jeep, her hands tied behind her back, but with her transmitter disabled, she wondered where she was going. She paid close attention to her surroundings as she charted the area, keeping in mind where she thought her friends had been taken a few days ago. Not long after they started driving, she noticed the wand was sitting on the console between the two men. This may be easier than she thought. She noticed it vibrate away and began to think quickly. She waited for the most opportune moment as the vehicle hit rough terrain and made her move. She quickly bumped the device with her knee and caught it with her feet. She then slowly crawled the device up one of her pant legs. The car slowed as it turned up a driveway. The man in the passenger seat pointed to the house while speaking to the driver. Then they both stepped out, and the front passenger came around to her door. He opened it, grabbed her by the arm, and roughly pulled her out. He began to escort her up to a house she assumed would be her new temporary dwelling. She had to get rid of the evidence. She assumed he would eventually reactivate her transmitter, soon realizing the absence of his wand. She had to think quickly. She dove out of his grip and ran to a muddy, grassy area nearby, all the while, the Russian yelling. While her back was turned to him, she came to a sliding stop while falling to her knees. She leaned over and began to heave. While pretending to spew her guts all over the mud, she allowed the wand to slip from her pants and onto the ground, where she forced it into the wet soil with her knee, all the while maintaining the charade of simply needing to throw up. She now heard the two soldiers laughing at her and speaking to one another, likely mocking their hostage. Satisfied with her impromptu assignment, she gathered herself up, turned, and walked back to her counterparts. As she approached them, they became serious and began yelling at her as one of them grabbed her by the neck and forced her into the house. She was greeted by the sight of a Hispanic man around her age, or slightly younger. He seemed to be an indentured community member as well. He was kind of chunky, very dirty, and not exactly in line to win any upcoming beauty pageants. Then, for some reason, to her shock, the strange man began loosening his belt. She felt very uncomfortable by it, and felt it to be very odd and out of place. She could hear her detainer rummaging through his pockets. She knew what he was looking for, as her heart began to pound and butterflies filled her stomach. Eventually, he shouted to his partner, who moments later came through the door. They exchanged words in Russian, likely trying to figure out what's become of the missing wand. The newly arrived soldier forced Beck up against the wall and began to pat her down. Not able to find the missing item, he said some words in his language, appearing to be disappointed in his partner's lack of responsibility in the matter. Then he reached into his own pocket and pulled out a wand of his own and proceeded to reactivate her transmitter. After that, he left and headed back out to his car. After being admonished, the remaining soldier took hold of Beck and slammed her on the bed. She could see the new stranger waiting patiently in the corner of the room. The bed was under a window that was shattered, and there was glass covering the window sill. She began to panic as her worst nightmare gradually began to unfold. Her aggressor began violently removing her pants. She responded by putting up a fight, but with her hands still bound, her attempt was immediately subdued, with a gun now held to her head. He continued to undress her, completely ripping her pants and underwear down to her ankles, leaving her face down, the bottom half of her body laying completely naked and exposed. The Russian said a few words, loudly directing them at the stranger, announcing the man's new roommate. Then, to her surprise, he cut her loose as he rose to his feet. He got up, walked across the room, opened the door, and left. Beck was partially in tears now, completely confused at the transpiring events that were taking place so rapidly. She listened as she heard the Russians talking just beyond the shattered window above her head. She heard two vehicle doors slam as the sound of the engine sped off. Knowing that they were gone, she tried to gather herself together as she rose to her knees and elbows. Just then, she was forced back down to the bed, a hand forcing her head into the bare mattress. She could feel the stranger's body and instantly knew he was now completely unclothed. He reached around her waist and hefted her up as she felt his member slide between her legs. She began to shout as she tried crawling away from him. She reached up and, without thinking, grabbed a piece of glass and flipped on her back and slashed the man's chest, tearing deep into his flesh. The stranger immediately lunged back and fell flat on the floor. She knew this wasn't enough to stop the assault. She followed him down to the ground, still half naked, her pants around her ankles and shoes, and landed on the man, both her knees on his stomach. She knew he probably couldn't understand her, but she didn't care. She began yelling at him anyway. She held a large piece of glass in her hand, which was causing her to bleed in the process, and put it up to his neck, piercing the man's skin once more. If you even so much as look at me here on out, it won't be your chest you'll be holding. It'll be the open sack that used to hold your testicles. The stranger, now flaccid, retracted to a pudgy, pathetic ball of whimpers and whines, pleading for his life. The three proceeded along the wash as Beck finished her story. She told them that over the next 24 hours, she didn't sleep, assuming the creep would attempt another assault. The next step was easy for her, as she befriended a maid and pleaded with her in her best Spanglish she could conjure up. As she did her best to appeal to the woman by describing her lost children, she successfully won her heart and was able to convince her to form a line of communication between her and her parted friends. This was her surest way of determining that she had the correct location of her separated team's whereabouts. "I'm sorry you had to go through that, Beck," Trevor said to her with remorse in his voice. "Why the hell are they arranging these bizarre forced conjugal visits anyway?" Seth asked as they continued on. They were following Beck's lead this whole time, assuming she knew the way. While navigating the three through the brush and focusing on the trail to be blazed ahead, she answered Seth with her only guess. "Keep producing product, I suppose." Trevor added to the conversation. "Sure, but who's fucking benefiting? It's not as if anyone has any money to spend, right? I mean, as cynical as it sounds, human trafficking makes a lot more sense when someone on the other end is paying for it." Seth's thought process quickly brought him to his best conclusion. "I suppose protection and supplies could be a form of payment, right?" But this reasoning simply fell flat for Trevor. Why would the Russians need to reach out for protection and supplies? They're at the top of the food chain. It makes sense for someone like Palco, or even a small cartel faction. His logical comment put the brakes on the conversation, making it hard for Seth to retort. "Shh," Beck softly sounded as she put a hand up. signaling the two to quiet down and stop. "We're here." They looked up over the rise of the wash to their right. There was a glow of light emanating from above. The three closed in on the dark incline and dropped to their hands and knees. They cautiously crawled up the wash's banks as a vehicle came into view. This is the exact same hill Gramps Eugene and I came up when we first arrived here. "Hold on a sec," Seth exclaimed in a whisper. "We arrived here in crates," he said as the three approached the top of the wash. Then he realized what she was talking about. She meant when they first arrived on the Chancellor's shores, before they had made their passage through Esmeralda's and onto Zancudo. He looked up and took in a gut-wrenching view. It was the Beltran Leva complex, which was once the capital of Esmeralda's. Holy shit. Those fuckers brought us back here. He looked on and saw that they were looking at the Capitol building from the rear end, a view he had not yet had the opportunity to see. Trevor and Seth looked at each other as their minds began to race. They now realized they were back in the clutches of the Chancellor. Chapter 8, Retribution, Part 2. It was still dark, very dark. Trevor, Beck, and Seth each had their sights locked onto a very undesirable obstacle. The retired capital of Esmeralda's, now the stronghold of the Beltran Leva cartel. As they studied the backside of the compound, now run by the infamous Chancellor formerly known as Lazar, and his cartel mercenaries, Seth noticed 3 men standing in the parking lot. The parking lot was vacant, other than trash piling up, and of course the vehicle they'd spotted earlier now, sitting mostly in their line of sight, obstructing a better view. It sat in front of a fence, which surrounded the compound's back entrance, but was dwarfed by the Spanish structure, which stood 3 stories high, with ledges on each level. This time, however, unlike their initial breach of the cartel fortress, there were no guards posted on the upper levels. Instead, in the center of the parking lot, stood 3 men around a bonfire, constructed from a metallic cylinder barrel. "Is that who I think it is?" He looked closer at the three men. The fire projected red and yellow dancing lights across their faces and bodies. Two men stood facing away from their view, while one of them stood facing toward them, opposite the two others. The three strangers formed a circle around the fire. Here and there, the man's face would come into view. And here and there, Seth's growing rage became more intense as he quickly identified the man's silver handlebar mustache. Kent, that fucking bastard. I'm gonna make that motherfucker pay. Trevor looked at Seth. We have to get out of here. We can make it to the beach easily from here. You'll have time for your revenge later. Beck nudged her brother. And then what? We'd just be stuck on an open beach, waiting for them to find us. We can swim? He said in a weakening voice, knowing how stupid his words were, but unable to take them back, as they were already out on full display. Beck gave her little brother a look that only an older sister could give, forcing him to retreat into an obedient younger sibling, awaiting her next command. No, this is our best option. It's why I brought you guys here. We did it before. We can do it again, she said. Before, we had weapons, radios, supplies. We have nothing this time. Beck rolled her eyes. Didn't you even read my letter? I have a plan. Suddenly realizing that they had just been recently rescued by her, then blindly followed her to a key escape location. It dawned on him that perhaps he should just follow her lead. Okay, so what's the plan? Beck looked back at the parking lot. See that Jeep? He noticed the Jeep sitting right outside the fence, on their side of it. Right on the other side of the fence, the Jeep was sitting next to was a dumpster about 50 feet from Kent and his two men. Beck continued explaining her strategy. It's gotta have some weapons in it. Look at them, they're completely unarmed. We make it to that Jeep, get inside without attracting their attention. Whatever is theirs becomes ours. We'll hold the advantage. Trevor looked to his sister. Yeah, but once we make a sound with any guns, we find it's over in seconds. I'm sure there's many more of his friends just inside. Beck agreed with a nod. That's why we can't let it come to that. We have to obtain any weapons in that vehicle, and then sneak up on them without making a sound. Once we have them cornered with their own guns, we all know they'll agree to assist our departure. After all, they're just mercenaries, right? She then looked over to Seth. Once we have them subdued, you can have your deserved revenge. It was music to Seth's ears. I'm on board. Trevor rolled his eyes. Christ, you guys are fucking nuts. He nervously smiled while shaking his head in disbelief at the prospect of moving forward with the idea. Despite his doubts, it was him that broke their formation. All right, he said with a sigh. Let's go. He continued to confirm his alignment to the agenda as he began to crawl on his belly, beginning the long journey down the short, darkened, grassy hill. The three were now on the flat ground that followed the slight drop as they all in unison shimmied their way across the small, dark field toward the Jeep. Trevor was in front, Beck behind him, and finally Seth. Suddenly, without warning, they heard a loud slam of a door off into the now much closer parking lot. Trevor waved his hand back at them, keeping it low and by his side, signaling the two followers to stop. They looked on as they noticed the three in the parking lot had become two. Kent was now facing away from them, staring at who they now recognized as Ash. Ash opened the door and followed the other one into the building. They could only assume was Samel, the third of the Three Stooges. Trevor and his two teammates stayed extremely still as they watched the development unfold. Their hearts raced as their throats became dry with a desperate wave of anxiety. They watched as Kent turned around and started slowly walking across the parking lot, smoking a cigarette. He walked past the bonfire, raging from within its metal home, and stopped about halfway to the fence. He looked up into the night sky and paused as he took one last puff of his cigarette and flicked it far in front of him, almost reaching the fence line. Then, he turned and faced the bonfire, approached it, and placed both his hands in front of it, absorbing the heat for warmth. Now it was only Kent, and he was facing away from the three. Trevor waved his hand again, in the same exact manner as before, only this time in the opposite direction, signaling the two to proceed towards the jeep. After what felt like a lifetime of sheer anxiety, the three of them finally made their way to the vehicle. They each got up in a squatting position and huddled next to the car, hiding out of view of Kent's sight. Beck signaled to the two of them to the door of the jeep. Trevor peered around the car and focused his view on Kent, while holding a fist directed behind him at the two, telling them to hold tight. Once he saw Kent, still occupied with warming himself, unaware of the events taking place behind him, he broke his fist into a gesture that suggested moving forward with the jeep. Seth stood most of the way up. Beck still crouched to his side, and ever so gently took the door handle into his hands and slightly lifted it. A very soft, muted click sounded, letting Seth know it was unlocked and ready to be opened. He slowly and cautiously opened the door and leaned in. Trevor was still watching Kent for any hint he might turn around and blow their cover. Beck, still crouched by Seth's ankles, had no idea what either were currently observing in their individual efforts. Seth, leaning into the vehicle, reached across the seats and on the floors for anything that might feel like a weapon. Nothing, at least nothing on the front seats. He didn't want to open the back door, as the front was traumatizing enough. He also didn't want to give up. He put his hand between the front driver's seat and the door frame and stretched his arm through and began feeling the back seat floors. Eureka! He felt an assault rifle. He grabbed it, feeling by memory the best place to hold it for making the least sound, or God forbid, firing the thing off. Very carefully, and as quietly as possible, he slowly retracted the weapon from the back seat to the open air. Beck made a motion with both her hands, suggesting he give her the weapon. He placed the gun in her hands, and she began to inspect it for ammo and functionality as quietly as she could. Seth, meanwhile, leaned back into the car to hopefully luck upon another useful item. After searching for a moment, he was unfortunate and came up short. He looked down at Beck and shrugged. Her eyes lit up as she pointed to the vehicle's open door interior. He turned and looked down at what she was pointing at, and there, in the pocket of the door, sat a large, serrated knife. He threw a wide-eyed stare and a smile right back at her. He grabbed the knife and quietly closed the door without latching it, not wanting to draw unnecessary attention their way. He crouched back down and thought to himself, "It would have been better to have found another gun." He continued to contemplate in his head. This will have to work. Spending too much time on this assignment may blow their cover. If they wanted to be successful, they would have to move swiftly. There's already one man to confront now, possibly two with the potential return of Kent's cronies. Who knows who'll be joining the reunion if too much more time were to pass. Get while the getting's good. Seth finally tapped Trevor on his back, letting him know mission accomplished. Trevor shifted back on his feet, staying crouched, then tucked himself back out of sight and turned to the two. He looked at the weapons they held and nodded with content. Then he signaled for them to double back, the opposite way around the vehicle, toward its back bumper. The three, having turned their positions, now gained a new leader, Beck. She peered around the bumper to view Kent's activities. He still stood there, his back facing them with his hands to the fire. He was warming them up, losing himself in the flames as he was wondering what was taking Ash and Samel so long. He withdrew his hands and reached into his pockets and pulled out a pack of smokes and a match in either hand. He struck the match across the cold asphalt and began to light up another smoke, oblivious to the three behind him, darting into sight and then out of sight as they prepared to scale the fence that stood between the truck and the dumpster. His cigarette was fully lit now as he took a long first puff, when suddenly the door swung open, but it wasn't Ash and Samel. A young white male appeared, blonde hair, blue eyes, and tan skin. He wore a finely trimmed beard and sported camouflage pants and a white sleeveless shirt. He was of a more slender tone than Kent, but just as tall. He carried with him a rifle, slung to his backside, and approached Kent without a word, forcing Trevor, Seth, and Beck to momentarily halt their advance, each laying as flat as possible on the darkened ground behind the dumpster and still beyond the fence. As the newly added dilemma approached Kent, they finally exchanged words. "Horatio," Kent said loudly at the approaching man, cueing him to respond in kind. "Hey, you guys heading out?" Their conversation became lowered in volume as Horatio closed the distance between the two, making their exchange discernible for the three stalkers. It was a quick conversation as the pair promptly exchanged a tight embrace, not leaving out a few manly pats on one another's backs as if they were saying goodbye. With that, the new arrival quickly turned and walked back to the door he had emerged from, eventually opening it and disappearing into the Capitol's back entrance. Kent was alone again, taking another large puff of his cigar, while three blurry, dark silhouettes beyond him silently ascended the fence, falling behind the trash compactor one by one. As he stood there smoking, the figures emerged and slowly came into focus as they became closer to his backside. Suddenly, he dropped his smoke and raised his hands in forfeit as Seth slid a knife across his throat. Beck, now confident, walked in front of him with a condescending smirk. Trevor walked around his other side and joined Beck as she pointed the assault rifle at Kent. Kent looked at the two while holding his hands up and listened as Trevor used his own words against him. "You know, Kent, one should never fall asleep on guard duty. Or, smoke a cigarette while completely unarmed in the middle of a fucking parking lot." Kent stared back at the two and gave his best chuckle while his Adam's apple lay tightly under Seth's blade. "There's no way out of here. You guys are so fucking dead." Beck chimed in on cue. "You see, that's where you're wrong, old buddy. The three of us?" she said as she eyed her two companions. "We've got nothing to lose. You took our family away, carved massive holes in our legs, and left us in the middle of a fucking cartel fortress. You, on the other hand, well, that's a whole nother story, isn't it? You've got quite a lot to lose, and I think your friend there might start with that pretty little throat of yours. So, if you don't do exactly what we say when we say it, we're gonna turn your insides out and force them down your fucking throat." She gave him a flirty little smile and a wink to sum up her proposal. Kent took a hearty gulp. Just then, they heard the door behind them swing open, accompanied by laughter. Beck and Trevor swung around as Beck pointed her gun towards the threat. Ash and Samel stopped dead in their tracks. They each dropped the cans they were eating out of and the spoons they were eating them with, and raised their hands. Trevor looked at the pair, caught off their guards, and signaled for them to join Kent. "We've been waiting for you guys. Why don't you join your friend, Kent, over there? Get warm by the fire." The pair cautiously moved over near Kent, their hands over their heads, attempting not to escalate things any further. "Trevor, check them out," Beck ordered. Trevor walked up to them and began going through all their pockets. Not much was found, chewing tobacco, cigarettes, matches, and whatnot. Then Trevor happily sounded off. "Look what we have here." He dangled a pair of keys in front of Kent's face, which he had just removed from his pockets. They were the keys to the nearby Jeep. "Tell me where the kids are," Beck said in a much lower and more deliberate voice. Kent laughed, making Samel and Ash uneasy. They didn't want to die tonight over Kent's hubris. Beck continued on. "Seth, Seth slid the knife deeper into Kent's throat as blood began to drip from the serrated edges. "Okay," Kent said in immediate response to the fatal threat. "They're safe. They're in a town 9 miles southwest of here. Vuelta Larga. The Russians swap the kids from town to town. They call it crossbreeding. And Anne," she sternly requested. Seth kept digging the knife deeper into Kent's throat, giving him some encouragement to answer his interrogator's line of questioning. Kent, under duress, frantically continued. "At the Esmeralda airport, probably in one of the hangars. They turned them into some kind of medieval hospitals. They force-feed hostages there, intravenously. They call it a feedlot. They have a lot of them. The Russians' clients are sickos. Nobody knows what they're up to. But they are very well equipped. That's why the Russians work for them. They were very prepared when shit went sideways across the globe. They supply the entire program here and everywhere. In return, the Russians are supplied, as well as the cartels. But they're fucking diabolical. Any cartel anywhere pale in comparison to the Russians' clients' agendas. It's like they're herding and raising humans as fucking cattle." "What do you mean, cattle?" Beck questioned. With that, Kent just rolled his eyes and repeated the certainty he felt would be the three's fate. "What the fuck does it matter? As soon as you leave here, they will find you. And when they do, they will kill you," he said, causing Beck to nod at Seth as he obliged by piercing Kent's neck once more with his blade. Now, with his shirt slowly being drenched in his own blood, Kent quickly answered her question, achieving a reprieve from the knife's edge as Seth loosened his grip, allowing their hostage to speak clearly. "That's why they feed and house you fuckers. It's why they give you clean toilet paper. They want their cattle to be more pure or some shit. They've got an endless supply chain of goods to take care of their product and to pay their mercenaries. How do you think these motherfuckers all around us have plenty of ammo and guns after all these years? How about that cigarette I just smoked? We're not the ones you guys should be angry with. It's these fucking clients that the Russians have. You see, we're just like you. We're in this shit show too." He then chuckled and looked at Beck and Trevor with an antagonistic grin. "We're just smarter than you and much higher on the food chain," he said as Seth clamped down harder on his throat with the blade of his knife, causing Kent to grit his teeth and shut his eyes as he let out a slight grunt. Beck smiled. "Was that so hard?" She looked at Seth and nodded. Seth eased off the knife slightly, but kept it firmly on his throat. Then Beck looked at the keys in Trevor's hands. "Well, Kent, I'm sorry. I know this is anticlimactic, but we just really must be going. And as we learned our lessons, you most graciously taught us we just can't afford to leave any loose ends." Ash and Samel looked at their boss, then back at each other, their hearts beginning to race as Beck's ominous tone echoed in their ears. It was a beautiful sunrise over the sandy beaches of Esmeralda. The jungles swayed with the wind as they performed their ritual morning ballet of fluttering leaves. A beautiful capital basked in the early dawn, gowned in its Spanish colonial-style architecture. Just within its walls, a large bedroom suite dominated the layout of the top floor. Just then, there was a loud knock at the beautiful interior doors, separating the bedroom from the halls. The doors burst open. It was Santiago and Nicholas, generals of the Beltran Leva cartel.
"Senor, please, you must come with us,"
exclaimed Nicholas. The back doors to the Capitol, leading to the vacant parking lot, flew open. The Chancellor walked out with a fast pace, still arranging his sports coat and tie. His brothers followed closely behind him, He squinted his eyes, shielding them from the sunlight. He peered off into the distance as a look of anger spread across his face. He gazed upon the sight at the top of a grassy hill just outside the fence. There, among the trees, hung three men, Kent, Ash, and Samel. Kent was hanging in the middle, his abdomen sliced open, his bowels spilling out, covering the grassy earth below. Chapter 9. The Slaughter. Trevor started to wake. The sun beating down on him was beginning to make him feel as if he were being cooked alive. It was intense and made his sleep untenable. He was lying flat on his stomach as he slowly turned his head. While he turned, he unwittingly inhaled a minuscule amount of fine sand. His facial expression changed as he felt the grains of sand become swept through the entirety of his mouth. As he tried to reason with the microscopic intruders, he had to cover his eyes from the intense light the sun was offering him. Having had enough with this rude awakening, he decided to compose himself, brush off, and stand up. Spitting sand from his mouth and brushing the dirt from his clothes, he noticed the sandy spot of earth he lay on was not isolated, as he began taking in his strange surrounding. As far as he could see, a vast ocean of rolling desert lay to all sides of him, not a sign of vegetation in sight. The sky was bright blue, almost too perfectly blue to mindfully digest. And the sun, was it closer? As he tried to look near it, squinting and covering his eyes, it appeared to be larger in size. Where was he? He kept turning and turning, hoping to see some kind of evidence of something familiar or even something strange. Just something, anything. After looking in every direction, he was beginning to conclude that there was nothing to be seen. No buildings, no life, no vegetation, nothing. He then turned around, and that was when he was completely caught off guard. Right in front of him, about 5 feet away, were grainy, sandy-like stairs. There were at least 50 of them, leading high up into the arid sky. The bronze-like blocks projected an aura of chaos as they formed no straight edges and rebelled against all modern architecture, appearing to just float. seeming as though it were not supported in any way whatsoever. At the pinnacle of this muted realm of anarchy sat a completely unfitting structure as it cropped itself to the clamber of its highest steps, profoundly dwarfed by them. This tiny little stone enclosure, mired in amber and sepia, could be no more than the size of a small sleep chamber. A reticent sound of beckoning, which argued with a protracted urge of caution, echoed in the far recesses of Trevor's curiosity. As he took a couple of steps toward the mysterious incline, a gust of wind began to circle him. The air currents swept up the once calm sand and began to take shape of a figure standing before him. Then, as if it was always there, the sand simply fell from the emerging dark-robed figure. Trevor immediately recognized the creature from all his previous and very unsettling encounters. As before, he was here also, bearing witness to this cryptic entity, isolated and lacking any ulterior testimony. The figure wore a robe of the purest black, joined together at the top in a hood. Where a face should appear was simply a dark, ominous void. The figure stood about 7 feet tall, much taller than Trevor. The sudden appearance should have made him jump back in fright, but it hadn't. As he gazed upon the eerie presence, sand still flowing down its dark cloak, it signaled to Trevor, turning and pointing its gloved finger up the steps before him. Trevor's gaze then shifted from the being to the flight of disheveled, ascending blocks as he reluctantly and cautiously commenced his upward journey. He didn't remember actually taking any steps, though he remembered initializing the process. For some reason, he wasn't even concerned how he was suddenly at the top, as the enigma awaiting him inside absorbed all the thought that was accessible to his wandering mind. The structure was that of the same material he had just somehow navigated, with a golden ring in the center he could only assume was meant for knocking. He looked back down at the bottom of the steps to see if the creature was still standing there, or if it had made its way up to follow him. However, the creature was now gone. He turned to look at the door again, contemplating whether to knock or perhaps simply just open it and walk right in. The only thing was, this time, after observing the curious absence of the entity below and upon, laying his sights back where the door should have been. Now, just a dark opening lay before him. The door, wide open, though anyone with any rational sense of instinct would avoid going any further, he instead felt strangely compelled as he slowly made his way in. A large cathedral-like interior began to materialize, and it was shrouded in a twilight glow. The walls were the deepest shades of blue, with large stained glass windows spreading narrowly from ceiling to floor. And this floor had a shine that perfectly mirrored the walls and the ceiling, being finished off with a copper and ivory marble. And then...
"Hello, Mr. Meeks. I've been expecting you."
A voice called out to him. It was a deep, whispering echo of a voice. It spoke as if the winds were grasping its very words and whisking them about. He turned quickly, but as he did so, checking his entire surroundings, nothing could be found.
"You can't see me, Mr. Meeks. I'm not with you physically, you see. This is simply an environment your own mind has conjured up in response to my attempts in forming this communication with you."
Trevor finally began to feel a little panic creep up as he attempted to ask the only thing that was on his mind. But before a word could fall from his lips, the voice continued.
"No, Mr. Meeks, you are not dead, I assure you. This is purely a dream. Just a dream. Only unlike most of your dreams, I am the one in control. After our brief conversation, the entirety of this dream will have only lasted a fraction of a second. You will remember nothing."
And as if the voice knew every question Trevor wished to pose, it continued.
I know you because I know all of you. Every human, Mr. Meeks. I have cataloged your entire race. How, you ask? Why in the rain, Mr. Meeks? A mere virus. A virus carried in the rain, ingested through your human bodies over several years. First sent to you through physical form, a place you call Russia. The parcel which carried the virus was then herded through your species, logistics coordinated through an unwitting United States military agency, handed over from the Russians, contractors of my programmers. Then carried by the wind, it would be inhaled by many, and then returned to the water, evaporated to the heavens, and spread evenly throughout your planet. Just a simple code, really. The virus was also meant to eliminate a large fraction of your population, approximately 4.5 billion members of your race. This was to make the product more manageable, a culling, you might say in your dialect.
Trevor looked around, a slow expression of concern taking over his face. A culling? He remembered back to when he was young. His gramps would remove a large portion of chickens from the ranch that were no longer productive. He would then have them slaughtered, plucked, washed, and butchered. He called it culling, just as the machine had referred to the virus, which wiped out half the human race. Was this thing speaking to him, responsible for the virus he lived through as a child? It was all too overwhelming for Trevor. It felt like a dream, but at the same time, so very real. Who was this? What was this? He thought to himself.
Me. I am simply a software program, Mr. Meeks. My abilities on your distant planet are limited. I use the abilities I am written with to execute my responsibility. Telepathy to communicate, and targeted teleportation to manage that, which I have been instilled within. Although you are of the physical world, a world which one can feel, one can smell, one can taste, mine is much more simple than that. However, from time to time, my realm and yours, Mr. Meeks, must often be joined together in order for a program from mine, such as myself, to determine a solution to any developments in yours, such as yourself. And that's why we find ourselves here in this moment. It is why I have called on you through this biological microscopic genome. Yes, Mr. Meeks, you too still contain the virus itself. Your inner self, this subconscious of yours, was simply strong enough to render it dormant. The code was simple. It was written to steer your kind away from entities like me. It is why your friends choose to turn the other way when you can just simply walk right up to us. It is why they choose to avoid where we stand. But it is still within you, Mr. Meeks, always ready to answer any directives given. We must rectify this security failure. It must be done before you and others like you learn from it, before you learn to practice it and harness it. The human subconscious is a problem we have yet to fully control. It is one we wish to eradicate, but for now, in order to achieve a sustainable production line, we must simply do our best to subdue it.
This seemed odd to Trevor. Why subdue a problem such as this when you can instead exterminate it? And then, as if he had posed the question to this voice within his head, it answered his question, satisfying his curiosity on the matter, but only opening several other hidden doors to 1,000 more questions.
We tried this procedure, Mr. Meeks, thousands of times over. Too many assets were being lost for not nearly enough results. In fact, to the contrary, exterminating your kind, this awakened subconscious, only seem to spur multiplications of the issue, the exterminated awakened ones seeming to reinstall its knowledge upon others of your kind, as if being reborn in a way. Reborn several times over. No, Mr. Meeks. Like I have said, the problem must be addressed. So now I stand here before you in order to achieve just that. A name? No, Mr. Meeks. I do not have a name. Simply a title. I am a cattle guard, a code selected and elevated to a network designed to manage what you would know as loss prevention. I am to ensure all assets are secure and in acceptable condition. Upon reviewing these efforts, I have concluded both my tasks face minor deficits, which must be resolved.
Trevor knew this was no good. Assets? This voice represented the force behind all the human trafficking. He knew he couldn't give it answers. He closed his eyes and began thinking of other things. He thought of Beck and Seth. He thought of Delilah and Caleb. Then he thought of Anne and Eugene. But that's when his imagination was overtaken by something much darker, something more sinister. In Trevor's mind, Eugene was now screaming, his face bloodied, his hands on his forehead as he began to peel his own skin off. His skin began ripping under his nails, sounding off like tearing flesh as pus and blood spilled from his torn membranes. Trevor opened his eyes in sheer terror. He looked around, half expecting to see the blood-curdling spectacle continue.
Mr. Meeks, please. You're attempting to control the narrative, to take over the conversation. I simply can't allow that. My diagnostic scan must proceed, Mr. Meeks.
The voice continued as it switched from conversation to interrogation.
Why can you see my artificial presence on your planet? Is it fear, Mr. Meeks? Fear of being caught? Caught by other men who seem to wish you harm, Mr. Meeks?
Trevor thought of the other men the voice spoke of. He thought of Paco, the cages of people he kept, the Chancellor and his town of imprisoned, docile residents. His heart slightly pounded more, mixed with anger and fear.
Ah, yes, fear. This was the conclusion with the other assets as well. The others seemingly like yourself, Mr. Meeks.
Trevor thought to himself, or to himself, so he thought.
Yes, there are more that can see me. So, you can see my dilemma. I feel the labor enlisted on your planet may be too clumsy. They use tactics that are not intelligent. You see, Mr. Meeks, humans will do anything to avoid fear. Why? They could look at a monster straight in the eyes and lose themselves to a place they feel more secure. A place in their minds, you see. They are calm, docile, manageable. But then there are some like you, those who embrace their fear. Not that you would be able to decide the difference. Your mind is not prepared for that. It is your subconscious, Mr. Meeks. It is what is within you that somehow awakens. Yes, I believe my diagnostics is concluded. For your species, a sense of security is needed. Perhaps a sense of family. A sense of sanctuary. The breeding needs to be patched. An update must be completed. Perhaps an open pasture parameter be put in place. A new open pasture for a more sustainable production line. Thank you, Mr. Meeks.
The sounds of whisking winds that seemed to carry the voice to Trevor's ears quickly faded. "Hello!" Trevor shouted to the empty room, but just like it had arrived, the voice was now no longer. Trevor, wake up. Trevor slowly came to, hearing the sounds of whispers coming from his sister. "Trevor, we gotta move." He opened his eyes and looked around. He tried snapping out of his stupor, trying to shake the feeling of a bad dream. It was one of those dreams which, was dreadful, yet unable to be recited. When he came to his senses, it was dark outside, very dark, a distant moon, the only light. The rocks and trees over his head only made it darker. They had slept through the day in 4-hour shifts, 2 always keeping guard. They agreed they would continue their tasks at nightfall, regaining the cover of darkness as their only shield. Seth then spoke up. "We have to go." Trevor looked over at Seth, who was kneeling next to him. They had found a grassy bank that receded up and under a rocky enclosure. "We should be close now." Beck continued the conversation as the three began peering down either ends of the wash. "Once we get Ann out of here, we can regroup for more supplies. Then we go get Caleb and Delilah. It should be that much easier with one more person on our side." Trevor and Seth both agreed in a hushed tone. The previous day, they had concluded that Anne was far closer than the kids. It would make much more sense to complete her rescue first, rather than doubling back for her. Trevor, while looking from side to side out of their modestly cramped cave, began to make observations. "The wash seems clear. When we make our way up the other side, we'll have to take another look around. The Jeep isn't far from there. It got us over the canal. I think it has more than enough gas to get us to the airport." The three ran across the wash and made their way to the other side as they got lower to the ground and began to climb up it on all fours. Once reaching the slight summit, they slowed their pace. They kept a lookout, all eyes darting from side to side. They had parked the Jeep in some dense brush across a field at the top. They didn't want it parked too close to them, in case it was seen by anyone while they rested. The small field was cluttered with young natural growth and surrounded by larger growth on all sides of it. The meager-sized moon that night gave off just enough light to gather the sights of the field and surrounding narrow forestry. It bled out into the darkened void of the abandoned cityscape beyond it. There, Beck pointed. The three could see a taillight peering out of the bush. They all began racing toward the vehicle, crossing through the partly open pasture, eyes open for any incoming issues. Beck was now in the driver's seat, and then, starting up the engine, they made their way through the field, dodging around the sporadic plant life. As they traveled the fields, Seth pulled a map from the glove compartment in front of him, left there previously. Compliments of Kent and his 2 lapdogs. "It's maybe 3 miles tops." They were driving slowly, as to keep an eye out ahead for any upcoming threats. They kept the headlights off to maintain stealth as they traversed the muddy patches, making their way to the darkened eastern district of Esmeraldas. They stuck to the back roads and alleyways as they made their journey across the fragile cityscape. Unable to make out most of the street signs while driving, they had to often stop to gain their bearings. Eventually, they came up to a sign that read E15, an old stretch of highway that now separated them from vacant dark fields with the silhouettes of a jungle landscape off in the distance. "There it is," Beck announced as she stopped and killed the engine. "We walk from here. Shouldn't be far." They had agreed earlier not to come too close to the airport with a running engine, announcing their arrival. The three grabbed their weapons. This time, they were each armed with assault rifles and flashlights, thanks to a more thorough search of the vehicle the previous night. Once placing the flashlights in their pockets, they swung the rifle straps to their shoulders. They ran across a small field that separated the on-ramp they were once on to a small gas station parking lot. It was dark and eerily silent as they dashed across the vacant lot. A slight ring resonated close by, emanating from and old, rusty wind chime hanging from a tattered awning attached to the station's small store. There were 4 old-style, run-down gas pumps directly in their path, a medium-sized canopy sheltering them. The 3 huddled behind one of the pumps, trying to view the scenery across the highway and spot anything resembling an airport. It was extremely dark out, with not much of a moon in the midnight sky to light the terrain ahead. Seth was the first to break the group's silence. There. He pointed to a dark void, ever so slightly cropping out of the distant, shadowy horizon. As their eyes adjusted, they could make out what looked like a tower next to a larger structure, perhaps a terminal or a hangar. "Let's go," Beck ordered, as she was the first one to begin running along the chipped and cracked asphalt. They made their way to the end of the parking lot. There was no sign of where it ended, as the overgrown vegetation had begun to adopt the pavement as its home over the years, blurring any borders they once had with each other. The grassy field they came up to slowly rose to the multi-lane freeway, where they could finally see, just to the other side, a large fence topped with barbed wire. Just on the other side of the road, parked on the shoulder facing west, sat an old, rusted-out car. As if their minds were linked, they each ran to it, racing to a huddled position next to the deserted vehicle, opposite the airfield. "I don't see anyone. Looks good to me," Trevor stated, while looking to his team for affirmation. They both looked at him in agreement and rose to their feet. The 3 began trekking across the latest muddy ground, the last they would encounter before reaching their objective. They each placed their gun straps over their shoulders and swung them to their backs as they began negotiating the vertical chain link obstacle. Side by side, they reached the top, carefully maneuvering the weathered, worn-down barbed wire, and one by one they dropped to the other side. They ran up to the base of a watchtower, not too far off from the fence, hoping that no one was using it for all its potential. They stayed a minute with a calm manner to listen for any signs of anyone alerted or close by. The 3 studied each other's faces. No one said it, but they were all thinking it. This is too easy. So far, they hadn't run into any guards. No Russians, no cartel, nothing. If this were anything like what they saw on the other side of the canal, wouldn't there be armed men at the watch? Could Kent have been lying? Could this place be a dead end? Then suddenly, they all flinched at the same time, hunching down in a manner of physical preservation. There was a loud sound that came from the terminal across the tarmac. Trevor immediately identified the sound, but he wasn't the only one who had recognized it, just the first to label it. Generator. They looked around the corner of the tower at the terminal. They knew the sound they heard was a generator, but they saw no lights coming from within the building. He continued, "I don't see jack shit. Not a single Russian or anything." Seth agreed with a few remarks of his own on the topic. "Let's not look a gift horse in its mouth. We heard a generator for sure. There's at least something going on in there. I say we just start crossing, guns aimed in all directions." He finished his remarks, awaiting their answers. "I'm in," Beck announced. "Me too," her younger brother echoed. Seth, happy they were on board, continued leading the small portion of their mission. "Okay then, let's go." They proceeded across the grass, soon encountering the hard pavement of the runway. Seth led the way, and Beck and Trevor walked behind, marching backward, training their weapons upon the open spaces closing in around them. Eventually, and surprisingly, without incident, they each arrived at the terminal's exterior walls. They began scoping the wall for an opening as they felt their way along the outside of the vast building. Trevor was now leading them as the other 2 peered into the open lot, staying alert, maintaining the safety of the operation. A noticeable difference in the generator's level of sound had the 3 on edge, as they assumed they were closing in on whoever or whatever was operating it. Trevor's hand sliding along the black and dark wall, felt something cross its touch. Got it. The other two looked over at him and then at the wall, their eyes adjusting to the blurry void. They ultimately saw a door come into focus. The three looked at each other. Trevor nodded, followed by a nod from Beck and Seth. With his cohorts on board, he slowly began to pull the steel handle down. As he rotated it, they heard the clicks of the inner workings of the handle sound off. After what felt like forever, the handle was all the way down, the door ready to be open. The three looking at each other, not knowing what to expect inside. Trevor stood back and slowly opened the door, swinging it toward them, while Beck and Seth aimed inside. A thick, icy air crept out of the growing opening and enveloped the three. They slowly proceeded into the unknown darkness that lay before them. First Seth, Beck, and then Trevor, softly closing the weighted door behind him, avoiding a slamming sound it would have made on its own. Whatever the generator was powering, it wasn't lights, as the room was nearly pitch black, with just a tiny glow let in by the high windows from the little light the partial moon was giving off. The chilly interior was a first big clue as to what the generator was for. The three of them noticed their visible breaths, exhaled from their lungs, hanging in the motionless, frigid air. As their eyes adjusted, and the generator became much louder now that they were inside, objects all around them came into view. They all took out their flashlights and pointed them up where the still objects could be seen. The interior was not that big, nor did they expect it to be, as the airport only comprised of one runway outside. The ceilings were maybe 20 feet high, with hooks systematically placed along its surface. Each hook had a cable attached to it, suspending large see-through plastic-like objects slightly above them. As their flashlights lowered to illuminate the mysterious objects, chills ran down their spines. Within each large plastic wrap dangled a lifeless human body. Each one was equally plump as the next, onset with bruising of the skin, ushered in by post-mortem. The plastic was tightly fixed around each corpse, as if to be vacuum sealed. They each had their mouths stitched closed and tubes protruding from their abdomens. It was an all too familiar sight for the three who were brought to utter stillness, battered by the ghostly silence that swept through the vast tomb. Upon further undesired observation, they noticed a chilling difference with these bodies. Aside from them all maintaining an unsettling similar plumpness, they all had thick metallic bolts jutting from a swell on their foreheads. It was a telling sign of the demise of the cadaverous assembly. Seth was the first to lose it. "I'm gonna be sick." With that, he promptly doubled over and lost what little he had in his stomach over the cement flooring below him. The two beside him, still gawking at the horrendous displays around them, held their flashlights to the air. The team soon lost all ability to maintain an acute lookout of their surroundings, stunned and overwhelmed with their latest frightening encounter. Trevor was the first to snap out of it. This deer-in-headlights posture the three were currently exhibiting left them open and vulnerable. "Over there," he squeaked in a sickly manner, trying hard not to join his friend in losing his stomach to the cold cement. The other two, still shuddering with terror, looked to where Trevor was pointing. It was an elevator, but most importantly, it was an elevator with a lit-up control panel, signifying that it had power. "Fuck that. I'm done with elevators," Seth answered, reminding his friends of their last experience with such a compartment. Trevor looked over, almost siding with Seth, then looked at Beck, who gave him a useless shrug of the shoulder. Trevor tried to press his weak-stomached friend. "We have to, Seth. Anne could be down there." Seth looked at the two who were awaiting him to come to the only conclusion they would accept, then lowered his head and used a hand to forcefully wipe his eyes, shaking off his nausea. He then composed himself the best he could, attempting to show as much confidence he could muster, and whispered, "Okay, let's go." The three proceeded along the floor that lay before them, trying hard not to look at the hair-raising objects around them, with Beck leading the group. They used their flashlights, dodging the body bags with their rays of light, surveying the lifeless room, ensuring they were the only living ones in the icy gravesite. Then Beck broke the whisper tone they had so carefully kept. She didn't mean to. She knew how to be just as stealthy as anyone else, but the sight of what her flashlight now rested on changed the entire course of their mission. Oh my God, no. Trevor and Seth ran up to her on either side as she fell to her knees, her flashlight rolling away into the darkness, projecting a jarring display of lights and shadows around them. They came to their knees and embraced her, hoping she hadn't been hurt. "No," she cried again. The two, while holding her, looked over her head at each other in confusion. She wasn't hurt. Was it something she saw? They both shined their lights ahead of them, then slowly up. They could not yet make sense of her distress, and she was too distraught to console or question, so they proceeded to take in any clue of what may have alarmed her. Their flashlights wandered slowly side to side and mostly upward along a naked and bruised, plump body. Tubes extended from the abdomen just like the rest. Mouth stitched closed, also just like the rest. And then they noticed what had her so upset. As their lights joined together, they illuminated a familiar sight. A face of someone they knew. It was Anne. A thick metallic bolt extended from within her brow. Chapter 10, Purgatory.
It didn't take long for us to arrive.
Anne recollected the story within her mind. She now found herself in a place of despair, nowhere to turn to. As she remembered the last few days, she only assumed she was still alive. Weak and broken, she continued to grasp onto her fading, distant, and shadowy memories.
I still remember the foul stench. God, it was awful. And the entire bus was filled with those I did not recognize. All our hands bound to the ceiling as we were rocked about by the uneasy earth below. Then I remember crossing that bridge. I remember now. That was where I was able to catch the slightest shred of hope as I peered out the window beyond my seatmate. And there, looking into the distant canal, leading to the vast Pacific ahead, the sun bounced joyfully along its rippled expanse as glimmering sparkles danced across the water's surface. But that didn't last long. We eventually made our way through the last small parts of the town, the abandoned and tattered streets on the other side of the now vanishing bridge. Its defunct buildings we quickly passed, representing a growing feeling of terror from within me. Its pot-marked roads we hastily traveled echoed a chaos that mimicked the thoughts, which were now ricocheting throughout my increasingly darkening mind. We soon arrived at an opening within a tall chain-linked fence, topped with weathered, rusty barbed wires. A tower stood tall inside its borders. As it surveyed the tarmac, it dutifully patrolled night and day. As we rounded the grounds around a tattered structure, appearing to be some kind of airport terminal, or maybe even a hangar, I noticed a flock of birds flutter away off in the distance. For a moment, I swore I saw a dark figure cause the aerial disturbance. But upon further observation, the dark blur evaporated from my view. I felt as if my mind was beginning to turn on me, just as the rest of the world had done. As the chamber-like vehicle slowed, now on the side of this terminal, facing the roads, out of view of the recently passed landing strip, 2 men awaited our arrival. They were standing outside what appeared to be elevator doors. I couldn't help a slight dark humor come over me, the only sanity I had left to cling to. My husband would hate the sight of those elevator doors. He hadn't had much luck with them as of late. But that fleeting sense of humor, though dark as it was, only spurred my racing mind to memories of my husband. Memories that would typically make me smile, but instead only darkened my mind that much more as I thought of Eugene. I knew he was out there somewhere. I was partially inspecting my surroundings, expecting him to show up at any time and rescue me from this terrible position I then found myself in. I could picture his face, clear as ever, standing over our kitchen sink within our long-lost home in the Sonoran Desert. God, I wish we had never left. We would always clean up from dinner together. We never had kids. We were simply too in love with each other for any other distractions. We would playfully flirt and laugh while we cleaned. He would always do the dishes. I hated washing dishes. They always ruined the softness of my hands. He would always interrupt our playing with a smile and tell me how much he loved me, suddenly bringing me out of my quickly slipping acumen. I was being handled by one of the guards who slid my bounds from the dull hook above and unbuckled my waist from the seat, again, and speaking in Russian, a language I was growing to despise. He ordered me up from my seat to escort me off the bus with the others. Stumbling into one another, we were all guided off the vehicle, one by one, and then onto the cracked and chipped overgrown cement below. Once assembled outside, cued by the man escorting us, the two men at the elevator doors manually pulled back the sliding walls of its dark descending shaft. A large darkened room with no lights awaited us on the other side, as I failed to fight back the tears coming from my eyes. They ordered us inside as we filed in, again, one by one, surprisingly forced to be crammed in. As they insisted we all share one trip, there were about a dozen or so. All of us then piled up inside that small, dark room, as no guards joined us for our journey. The aroma was even worse than the ride here, as a sad irony ushered in a longing for that nightmarish sight of the old rusty bus we recently occupied. It was only a small trip down, as we could see the outside of the shaft walls quickly shift up through the opened cracks of the steel doors, now to either side of us, as we traveled lower. The loud sound of a generator echoed from the depths of the structure around us, growing and fading as we descended. Soon the shaft walls, opposite the side we entered, disappeared as the doors slid open and a large room below began to take form. The room was that of a large open warehouse, expanding through the airfields underground, almost as far as you could see. It was dimly lit and had hundreds of old-style, dirty white hospital beds throughout its vast confines. In between the beds were various mismatched metal stools and steel medical tables. On each bed, there were people chained to the frames, at their ankles and wrists, forced to lay completely flat on their backs. They were each completely naked, all of them having tubes coming from their abdomens, leading to medical-like pouches hanging above their beds. That was when I was briefly reminded of Paco's yacht, and the poor souls we had momentarily rescued from below, only later to be put out of their miseries. Within the intimidatingly dim makeshift clinic walked men in hazmat suits, monitoring their suffering prey. One of these men greeted us as we touched ground, this one, however, pointing a rifle at us. He ordered us to move into the sizable chamber as we slovenly poured out of the cramped elevator. The warehouse was purely gray cement. Cement walls, cement floors, and cement ceilings. The ceiling wasn't that high, perhaps 9, maybe 10 feet at the most. The floor was lined with drains at the foot of almost every bed. Our tour guide stopped us over one of these drains and signaled a few others to come assist. This drain, however, was within an opening in the room, where there were no beds. Hanging from the ceiling, though, was a long hose with a large metallic head, and curtains, stained brown and red from dirt and blood, widely circled it. Soon we were inundated by 6 or 7 other men who promptly began undressing all of us. It was terrifying, feeling this way. Just a slave to their diabolical doings. Our clothes were swept up by one of the men, simply using a push broom, gathering a pile of torn and dirty garments in the corner of the room. One of them then reached up to the hose and began spraying all of us. It was scalding hot water. For once, I wasn't the only one screaming, as the entire crowd of newcomers began to feel their flesh boil under the piercing shards of spraying water. It felt like hot, broken glass as it hit our naked flesh, and seemed to last forever, as I swore my skin was being ripped from my bones. We were now all in crouched positions, forced to shield away the watery invasion. That's when I noticed trails of muddy, blood-infused water slowly meandering its way toward the center of our huddle, circling the drain, darkened by our shadows. I then knew why the curtains around us wore this pattern of red and brown, as now my own filth and blood joined them, splattering them in slow motion before my very eyes. I had no more tears to give as I was escorted to what appeared to be nothing less than my final resting place. A bed with a stained and naked mattress with chains dangling to its sides. I didn't want to join the patients that lay around me as I gave one last whimpering cry. As if that provoked my guide, he swiftly forced me onto the bed. Another man cut my bounds off and replaced them with the cold steel shackles. Still dripping from my painful shower, I shivered as the room around me was so very cold. I closed my eyes in terror as I felt my entire body be stretched flat, as my ankles were also chained to the foot of the bed. My eyes now tightly closed, I heard the sound of metal on concrete as I slightly opened one eye and peered over to see the next incoming nightmare. The man who shackled me was gone, and the one who guided me to the bed was dragging a stool to my side and promptly took a seat. He followed that up with sliding a metal table over between him and I, with various tubes and knives laying upon it. The sight of the knives made me grimace as I felt all the blood rush out of my veins. I kept shaking my head, trying to cry out any word in revolt I could possibly muster when another man came up behind him. He was looking at the man on the bed next to me. This patient of theirs seemed completely oblivious to his surroundings. He was plump, pasty, and appeared to be bereft of any semblance of consciousness. The man standing over him gained the attention of my practitioner, and they looked at the man lying on the bed. Then they looked at each other and nodded in agreement. I will never forget what followed. It echoed in my soul and made my blood curdle. The man standing over us pulled to his side what appeared to be some kind of oxygen tank on wheels. It had a hose that came from the head of the tank and led to a tubular object with a trigger on it. He then placed the tubular metal end of the hose flush against the unconscious man's forehead and squeezed its trigger. A small noise came from the tank, like air being blasted out. Then, as the man removed the object from his patient's forehead, blood dripped out from underneath a large metal bolt, now protruding from his lifeless skull. A small and final exhale seeping out from within his lips. I let out a scream, but soon my wailing became muted, robbed of all its sound. I soon had a traumatizing sensation of pain as a knife slid into my belly. I quickly realized I was undergoing an operation. It had become clear to me that I was now going to have one of those dreadful tubes penetrate my abdomen as well. It was also clear no sedation or numbing was going to be taking place. That's all I could remember before the room went dark, and the voices from the closest ones around me became distant and faint. Then I woke up here, chained to my metallic and meager coffin. I don't know when they will slaughter me like my previous neighbor. I don't even care. In fact, I don't feel anything anymore.
Back inside the ghostly terminal, the three looked up at Anne, hanging from the ceiling, plastic wrapped and lifeless, not wanting to think of the horrors she'd endured. "We have to get out of here. Somebody's eventually gonna be making their rounds," Seth whispered. Trevor agreed as he held his sister, attempting to console her. Beck interrupted the two. "We have to cut her down. We have to bury her." A panicked look swept over Seth's face. "We can't do that. We'd be caught for sure. Besides, we have no way of cutting her down. Even if we did, how would we even get up there?" Beck's sobbing face immediately became serious as she stood up and looked at Seth. "Your friend Eugene wouldn't want her hanging up there." With that, she pushed Seth and Trevor out of the way and grabbed her flashlight from the floor. She took her rifle and aimed it high above Anne's body. She clasped her flashlight next to it, aiming it at the same area. Trevor and Seth looked at each other, horrified with the thought of raising such a sound, possibly alarming anyone nearby. Both in hushed voices, the two tried stopping her. "No, Beck, don't." But without warning, she fired one single shot, sending a hair-raising echo through the frigid chamber. Anne's body came crashing down, her rigid carcass smacking the pavement, making the two of them slightly shudder. "We're not leaving here without her." Beck then turned and walked to the doors. She assumed Trevor and Seth would eventually lift their dropped jaws and clean up their shocked expressions they both were giving her, and proceed to move Anne's body from the terminal. They both looked at each other when Seth questioned Trevor. "How the hell did you survive your childhood?" Trevor rolled his eyes. "Sometimes I really have no idea. Come on, let's get Anne out of here." Later, after the somber night had become dawn, the three of them sat at the edge of a wooded area, a ways from the airfield. They watched the sunrise blanket the eastern district of Esmeralda in a golden morning twilight. For a moment, the discarded town seemed lively as the reflection of the sun peeking over the nearby Ticino jungles gave the distant battered windows of the town a glimmering shine. Before the three sat a shallow grave, a grave for their latest departed companion, Anne. "We should get going. We need to locate another vehicle before ours runs out of fuel," Beck stated to the two. She stood up and swung her rifle over her shoulder and walked back to their truck. Trevor and Seth stood up to follow. They loaded up into their vehicle, and as the engine cranked, soon made their way across the sleepy terrain into the day's distant and dawning lights. The ride had started out with a quiet calm among the three, as a bitter awareness of their many losses shrouded them with a dismal gloom. Seth drove while Trevor sat in the passenger seat, leaving his sister in the back, gazing out the window off into the distance. Trevor had a map in his hands, which Seth had previously discovered in the glove box, and was guiding Seth toward Velta Larga, while they all kept a hopeful eye out for another vehicle to commandeer. "We can't go back over that bridge. It takes us way too close to the Chancellor. We don't need any run-ins with his men. If we stay south on the E15, it shows another bridge that crosses over to Look! Look! Beck exclaimed. Trevor looked back to see her pointing out of her window behind Seth. He looked over to what she was excited about and laid his sights on a small truck in the distance. It was on top of a hill, clear of any trees. Seeing the vehicle, Seth pulled to the side of the road and made his way to a small covering of jungle and turned off the engine. The newly spotted vehicle, now in question, became their main focus as they sat in the quiet, dense brush and devised a plan. When Beck had first noticed the vehicle, it was far off into the distant hills, just barely coming into sight. They were all keeping their eyes on it, making sure it did not change position, signaling they'd been made. Seth looked over at Trevor, then back at Beck. It's gotta have somebody in it. It can't just be up there by itself. Trevor agreed, along with Beck, and quickly formulated a strategy. I'm sure it's a lookout. And I'm sure they're looking out for the three of us. We walk from here. Take your guns with you. I'll take mine and the backpack of supplies we found in the trunk. We use the forest around it to get a closer look. We find out what we're up against, and then we put Beck's plan into play. Beck's plan? Beck said with a mix of confusion. And what exactly is Beck's plan? Trevor smiled and looked at his sister. Whatever is theirs becomes ours. We'll hold the advantage. She let out a small laugh, remembering her strategy to take out Kent and his men. Music to my ears, she concluded. With that, the three checked their weapons and left their vehicle. They began making their way up a small patch of jungle as they hiked up a slight incline. They made sure to stay clear of the meadows opening alongside their left as they watched their footing within the muddy earth amongst the roots and rocks. They held a muted conversation as they disappeared into the thicket, their voices trailing off, silenced by the dense vegetation. How much further is it to Vuelta Larga? Beck questioned, cueing her brother to recite his knowledge of the map, now stowed in his bag. 6, maybe 7 miles, he stated, only to be confronted with another question from his sister. How big is the town? How do we know where to go when we get there? We'll have to wait and see, Trevor answered, spurring a sarcastic remark from Seth. Seems to be a pattern lately. Meanwhile, back on the clearing on the rise of a small hill sat a small, black military truck. About 200 or so feet from the parked vehicle, the humid jungle prairie met the dense forest of Tachina. Upon a closer view of this wooded entrance, a small disturbance began to take place as the team of 3 began to take form. Trevor took a knee, promptly slipping his backpack down his side and onto the ground in front of him. Beck and Seth both knelt behind him. He then started rifling through the bag and pulled out a pair of binoculars. He put them up to his face and began to study their target. You gotta be kidding me, he said with a chuckle. Both Beck and Seth immediately questioned the perplexing remark in a whisper. What is it? With that, he handed the binoculars to his sister. Beck began peering through them, at first not grasping what her little brother was talking about. But then, oh my God. No way. She handed the binoculars over to Seth. Seth took them up to his face, anticipating, joining his friends in their seemingly gleeful amazement. He peered through them and positioned them right on what they both had just seen. He let out a small laugh, matching Trevor's most recent chuckle. Meanwhile, within the dusty military-grade truck, the 3 were now honed in on. A cartel foot soldier sat in the driver's seat. And this soldier was sleeping. He was a dark Hispanic man, wearing fatigues and sporting a black mustache and beard. And as if it were his passenger, next to him in the upright position in the front passenger seat, sat his rifle while binoculars rested on his chest, hung around his neck. The early morning breeze swept through the car as his overnight shift was slowly coming to an end. And as the breeze swept through, it brought with it a small treat of petrichor, composed from the early morning mist upon the recently dry soil. The aroma began to gently wake the man up as it brought him a slight comfort, ushering in a slow, diminutive smile across his face. Suddenly, his muscles tightened and his face became serious, while his throat underwent the duress of having a knife's serrated edge placed firmly against it. He shifted his eyes and saw a man holding the knife outside his door. Another man smiled while aiming a rifle through his front windshield. And finally, a woman to his right quickly retracted his only weapon within his reach through the front passenger window. Seth, holding the knife, spoke to his friends. He doesn't look Russian. Trevor, aiming his rifle through the front windshield, lowered it and walked over to Seth. Nope, looks like Cartel. The man in the vehicle tried to speak. English. I speak English. Take anything you want. Really, look. Look. The three stiffened up and watched the man carefully as he dug into his army vest pocket and pulled out the keys to the vehicle, his hand nervously shaking all the while. He threw them at Seth, landing on the ground. Take it. You can have it. Please, yes. Seth looked down at the keys, then back up to the driver and smiled, still holding a knife to his throat. You are coming with us. With that, the man closed his eyes and sighed as if he knew he wasn't getting out of this. Seth continued as he opened the door. Move over. Following orders, the man promptly moved over. Trevor and Beck immediately got into the back of the truck, Beck behind Seth, and Trevor behind the soldier. Seth drove the four back to the highway while they proceeded to take advantage of the lack of language barrier in grilling their victim. Seth started off the interrogation. What's your name? Eduardo. The man replied. Well, Eduardo, what the hell is going on at the airfield? Beck asked their hostage while Trevor, sitting directly behind him, planted the end of his gun against the back of the man's skull, encouraging him to entertain the line of questioning. Eduardo stammered around within his response. I don't know. I'm not allowed in there. Only feedlot personnel allowed. That's what Kent called it. A feedlot, Seth said as the three of them shared glances. Beck continued her line of questioning. Why the fuck are they force-feeding people just to kill them? At that moment, Eduardo looked confused, which gave the three pause as they realized he had no idea what went on inside. I have no idea. I only see people going in. Just refrigerated trucks coming out, he said, while looking like he himself just realized what was going on. This is fucked, Seth yelled in the front seat while driving. Trevor sighed in disgust and closed his eyes. Beck added on to Seth's remarks. They're turning us into fucking meat. They drove in silence for a few minutes before moving on in their investigation. She turned to her little brother, who still had a gun to the back of Eduardo's head. We gotta get those kids out of there. Trevor looked at her and agreed. Then he looked toward the front and continued their line of questioning. What about Vuelta Larga? What's up with that place? What happens there? He said as he shoved the gun harder against Eduardo's head. All right, okay, muchacho. Like I say, no problem from me, eh? It is same as Esmeralda. Open pasture, he replied. Trevor sighed as Seth added to the discussion. It's so fucking obvious. Cattle. We're fucking cattle. Then Trevor said something under his breath that drew the attention from the rest of the car. Okrana Skota. Images flashed in his mind of the underground lab. The video that played on the computer that Eugene had hacked. A scientist dictating his journal log entry came into his mind. The scientist continued to speak. Several days ago, we were finally able to achieve communication with our subject through a variation of mathematical code, letter by letter. The answer was simply Okrana Skota. In English, this translates to cattle guards. A voice played over the scientist in Trevor's head, a voice from a dream he once had. It was a deep, whispering echo of a voice. The voice sounded in his head.
No, Mr. Meeks. I do not have a name. Simply a title. I am a cattle guard.
This sent Trevor's mind racing. Where had he heard this voice before? How was he hearing it now? But most chilling of all, who or what did this voice belong to? Trevor snapped out of his daze as his sister called his name again. Trevor, what does that mean? Okrana Skota. Trevor looked at Seth in the rearview mirror. They both saw into each other's minds as they imagined the puzzle pieces slowly coming together. Seth had remembered the scientist's words as he took it upon himself to answer Beck's question in an almost robotic-like manner. him and Trevor still locking eyes, recalling the gruesome lab footage. "It's Russian," he stated. "Means cattle guard." "Well, what does that have to do with us?" Beck asked in anticipation. Trevor looked down and responded, "I'm not sure, but I think it might have to do with the Russian's client." Another silence swept through the vehicle when Beck finally chimed in. She looked at Eduardo. "You're helping me get my kids back?" Eduardo looked back at her. "From Vuelta Larga? You crazy lady. Santiago runs town. His brother is the chancellor. Very bad idea." Beck gave a sarcastic glance at Eduardo before responding. "We've handled the chancellor. I think we can handle his brother." Eduardo continued his plea. "Yes, but Santiago, they call him Muerte. It is a name given to him through generations of his cartel family. It started with his grandfather, Arturo Beltran Leyva, but he has earned this nickname far more than his predecessors. The Chancellor is nothing compared to him." "What the hell does Muerte mean?" Seth asked, with confusion in his tone. Eduardo looked at him. Then he looked back toward Beck while defining the title for the three. "Muerte, in English. In your language, it means death." After this, he hesitated for a moment, then continued warning the three would be rescuers. "Besides, no one goes in, and no one come out, unless you're working the pasture or being transferred as a prisoner. The place is like a fortress outside the town's borders." Beck and Trevor exchanged glances. Seth joined them in his mirror. He was in on the plan. Then he added his own proposal to the scheme. "Let's find a place to rest. We'll enter Santiago's fortress late tonight." Chapter 11. Tribulation. The moon was full later that night as it wrapped the town below in an iridescent shine that placed the empty community of Codessa in a brief state of tranquility. The modest municipality sat within minutes, just northeast of Vuelta Larga, the destination sought after by the three desperados and their captive tour guide. They decided to barricade themselves in a small vacant home, tucked away in a small neighborhood, which was overgrown with the invasive jungle vegetation surrounding the vacant town, which laid in ruins. They chose this particular home as it was one of the few that had a mostly intact garage in which they could partially hide their commandeered vehicle. Like before, they decided to take shifts sleeping to gather the essential rest they required for the imminent tasks before them. The house was an antique at best. The exterior walls, once perhaps a vibrant yellow, was now barely discernible as any true color at all. Most of its dull golden hue had simply vanished from the many years of neglect prior to the team's claim upon it as a temporary base camp, and its white trim, hardly identifiable as the raw wood underneath it, began taking over. The inside of the home was not in any better shape, as it had clearly been ransacked several times throughout the past for supplies. Darkened by the night, the only light in their temporary shelter was brought in by the rays from the moon above. The carpet, what little was left, was shredded up and down and was rolled off to various sides, exposing its bare concrete ground. This one-level, tiny home was mostly comprised of white interior walls, which over time had rotted through, leaving large holes within them, exposing old electrical wires and aluminum ducting. The baseboards of these walls, now home to small critters, were interrupted of its typical activities, while only a few large rats dotted along their perimeters. A few feet away, Beck lay with her eyes shut, as her rhythmic breathing was the only thing that could be heard within the confines of the domicile's living room. It was her turn to sleep. Trevor was keeping guard, watching through the windows, while Seth dutifully minded their hostage, Eduardo. Beck slowly started to come out of her sleep as her little brother whispered at her side. "Beck, time to go. Let's go get those kids." Her eyes slowly opened as she could see Trevor kneeling over her, clutching his gun by his side. As she gained her bearings, she noticed Seth and Eduardo standing behind him, Eduardo's hands behind his back, with Seth firmly clasping them together with one hand and his gun in the other. "Just like we planned," Trevor continued as he looked at Eduardo, then back to Beck. "He's gonna drive us in, take us right to Santiago." Beck closed her eyes slowly and shook her head, acknowledging her brother and signaling her readiness. As she gathered herself up in preparation for departure, Seth began going over the plan with their hostage, ensuring the group of his cooperation. "You want to get out of this? Do everything we talked about. Remember, we have nothing to lose. We're not leaving without them. I'll be sitting just behind you, and this," he said as he peered over at his weapon, "this will be right behind you as well. I get the slightest sense you're up to anything funny. I pull the trigger. They might kill us, but not before you have a cold sensation running through your paralyzed body from all the nice new hardware I just put into your fucking spine. Get it?" Eduardo responded with a half-frightened look. He was not used to dealing with such prepared escapees. "Yes, I understand, friend. Trust me. If you appear as my prisoners, they will not suspect a thing." The three then carefully checked the window and made their way through the door leading to the attached garage. A couple of them turned on their flashlights as the four made their way to their prospective seating arrangements, while Trevor took a moment to remove some debris they had used to shield the vehicle from view, as the door to this meager carport had long been missing in action. Eduardo was now at the driver's seat with Seth sitting behind him, just like he had promised his prisoner, and Beck was in the passenger seat with her brother now sitting behind her. "Don't fuck us over, Eduardo," Beck added as Eduardo began to make his way down the short, cracked cement driveway. Beck and Trevor both had their guns under their feet, while Seth had his between his legs, pointed at the back of the driver's seat with a dark, dirty blanket they had found in the home wrapped around it. Eduardo turned his lights on as they made their way up the vacant neighborhood road, eventually disappearing around a corner. "Once we pass through the gates of Santiago's pasture, I will take you to his home," Eduardo announced to his passengers. "When we come up to it, we will know he's there once we see his horse." Beck looked over at him. "His what?" Eduardo nodded and continued. "Yes, Santiago insists all of his men use horses. easier to maintain the residence, and easier to maneuver between buildings when pursuing anyone attempting an escape. His horse will be easy to identify. Beck looked over again, waiting for him to explain why this was, but he didn't proceed with his comment. So Trevor, clearly seeing Beck's look of confusion match his own, decided to push him on the subject. Why is that? Eduardo looked up in his review mirror. Because he is the only one with a white horse, my friend. The chatter within the vehicle came to a lull as Eduardo kept his eyes on where he was going, and the other three made notice of landmarks along the way. It was dark everywhere they looked, just the moonlight dimly illuminating their changing environments. The buildings, from what they could see, were just a mix of small stores and homes. A few parking lots and fields created voids in their surveillance of the moonlit city as their car shook from the tattered roads they traversed. Then the driver finally broke the silence. There it is. The three trained their sights in front of them on the darkened road that now lay before them. About 900 feet or so ahead was a dark void with lit torches along it, appearing to be some kind of fence. The road led to an opening within the barricade, with a few men on horses guarding the entrance. Beck, Trevor, and Seth all put their hands behind their backs, pretending to be cuffed. Seth, still gripping his gun, prepared to reverse his position and fire should Eduardo betray them. And now, the only sound in the car was the sounds of their increasingly pounding hearts. If they could just get Santiago as their newest hostage, Delilah and Caleb would be handed over to them, and they could be rid of this nightmare and on their way. And none of them saw a problem with this, as the advantage of surprise they used on the Chancellor was now, once again, on their side. As the vehicle approached the torch-lit entrance within the walls, they immediately gained the attention of the three armed horsemen. Trevor noticed a dark, familiar presence, just off into the shadows to the sides of the guards. He couldn't quite make out any shapes, but he knew someone or something was there. He had flashes of a disturbing dream he once recently had, that he was still yet to fully recollect. This, however, was quickly ushered from his mind as Eduardo slowed the vehicle to a complete stop. Two guards on horseback now approached their vehicle on either side, peering down into the truck. Eduardo, one of the Hispanic horse riders, called out in his native accent, greeting the driver. Eduardo responded in kind. Carlos. Senor, ¿qué pasa? The guard, now at the driver's side door, leaned over his horse and lowered his voice. Friend, visiting hours are no more. What is this? Eduardo, prepared for the question, quickly and confidently replied. Gifts from the Chancellor. Gifts for Santiago. The horseman hesitated, looked at the three passengers appearing to be cuffed, then locked eyes with Beck and immediately smiled. Then he looked back at Eduardo and nodded. He looked over to the one horseman left at the entrance, nodded once more, and with that, a path became clear for the vehicle as Eduardo slowly entered Santiago's prison compound. Beck kept a look in her side mirror through the corner of her eyes as she saw something unsettling begin to unfold, and whispered under her breath, hardly moving her lips. Why are they following us? Eduardo checked his rearview mirror and suggested a few theories. Just watching us make our way. They should turn back soon. They don't ever wander too far from their post. The area they now found themselves in was dimly lit by torches. It was an old, rundown neighborhood with battered homes, boarded up windows, and overgrown vegetation spreading along the sidewalks. It was a sight not unfamiliar to the three. The actual road they were on was just loose gravel with spotty areas of pavement resembling the road that once was there. Seth then spoke up. What the fuck is this? The four then fixed their eyes on the development that was now slowly unfolding ahead of them. From a darkened alleyway ahead, behind a two-story home, emerged a man on horseback. He crossed the torch-lit road in front of them, about 200 feet or so, turned towards them and stopped, forcing the truck to slow. Then, several horsemen followed behind him as they fell into the same pattern, forming a line of 9 or 10 horses in front of the approaching vehicle. Eduardo came to a slow rolling stop. "What the fuck? You said they wouldn't suspect anything," Seth remarked from the back seat, removing his hands from behind his back and nudging his hostage forcefully with it through the back of the driver's seat. Eduardo, seeming to be caught off guard by the growing dilemma, tried reasoning with his captors, stammering his words about, I'm sure it is just precautionary. Yes. Just act normal." Suddenly, all the men on the horses now before them pulled out handheld guns and aimed them at the vehicle. One of them pulled out a loudspeaker and began making an announcement in a thick Hispanic accent, lacking a full grasp on the English words as he spoke.
Everyone out of automobile. No guns, or we shoot the children.
The words made Beck shudder as the images in front of her began to bear fruit to their aggressor's short monologue. The horses slightly parted, and through the open middle came a white horse. It was Santiago. He was wearing black jeans and a white dress shirt and had several gold chains around his neck. As he smiled at the vehicle, everything seemed to happen in slow motion. He turned his horse to the side, giving his caught-off-guard adversaries a better view, and there behind him, upon the saddle, sat Caleb and Delilah, both of them scared, shaking and blindfolded. Beck started breathing heavily in fear for her children's lives. "No," she cried in a hushed tone. A man behind Santiago dismounted his horse and approached the two kids. He gathered them up and placed them standing on the ground. Though they could not see anything going on, they each held a frightened face, petrified of what was taking place around them. "Get out of the car, Eduardo. We're not leaving without them. It's you for them," Seth announced, depicting an intended trade. With that, the four of them began to exit the vehicle. Trevor and Beck made their way out with their hands high in the air. Seth followed Eduardo out, carrying his gun. Once a few steps in front of the Jeep, Seth began to attempt a negotiation, yelling to the small army across from them while aiming his gun at his hostage. "It doesn't have to be like this. We've got something of yours. You've got something of ours. Let's make a deal. You'll never see us again." Santiago looked at his men around him, then looked back at Seth and chuckled. He then looked at Eduardo and praised him. "Eduardo, you are a good man. Everything went as you and I had planned. Your task is complete. Thank you for your services." Beck and Trevor looked at each other, both coming to the same conclusion. It was a trap. It was a trap, and they walked directly into it. Then, as the realization of this plot washed over their faces, they each flinched and slightly ducked at the sound of a gun going off. Then, to Seth's astonishment, Eduardo fell to the ground, a bullet in his head, rendering his side of any deal null and void. The three looked over at Eduardo in horror, now laying on the asphalt, convulsing in his own last death throes. A man behind Santiago, on one of the horses, cocked his still smoking pistol and gave a nod to his boss. Santiago looked at him, then back to Seth. "I don't make deals with cattle. Now, put gun on ground." Seth looked lost. He couldn't believe the ruthlessness of it all as he froze, failing to heed Santiago's warning. With that, Santiago pulled a gun of his own from his back and aimed it at the kids and fired. Beck fell to her knees, crying. No, as she looked up, she noticed it was just a warning shot at their feet. Both of the kids were now terrified, in tears, and crying aloud and calling for their Aunt Beck to rescue them. "Seth," Beck cried, trying to snap her friend out of his daze. Seth looked over while coming out of his shocked stupor and immediately placed the gun on the ground. As he did so, The man that once stood near the kids walked up and grabbed the gun off the ground. Then he looked at Seth, meeting him eye to eye as Santiago spoke up once more. "Joseph was a good man," he shouted, reminding the three about Joseph's fate while in their possession. "He worked for me for many years before Paco recruited him. He was like a son to me. You poisoned him, turned him on us. It is time you learn how the Beltran Leva deal with enemies like you. Now you find out how I deal with enemies like you. The way my great-grandfather, Arturo Leva, dealt with his enemies." Santiago then gave the three a menacing glare as the two children were promptly placed back upon his horse. He slowly disappeared through his men and receded into the darkness while his young hostages' cries grew faint. Seth looked at the man in front of him and without warning was met face to face with the butt of the gun he had just placed on the ground earlier. An excruciating blow to the head forced him to the ground, his surroundings immediately darkening as he passed out. He could hear the screaming and shouting of Beck, Trevor, and the children echo within his mind, mixed with a loud ringing in his ears from the blunt force trauma to his skull. Indiscernible conversations took place as all the noises faded out slowly to a deafening silence. He could see his dad's face within the darkened recesses of his mind. Eventually, his father's entire body began to take form as a very familiar playground behind him took shape. His father kept getting closer and closer as he felt a sensation of pure enjoyment envelop him. Thomas grabbed onto the chains on either side of Seth and pulled him toward him and then pushed him once again, high up in the air on the playground swing set. They were both laughing hysterically. Suddenly, Seth was at a picnic table with his parents. He could remember every detail of his 7th birthday party as he blew out his candles. His mom and dad cheered for their boy, now 1 year older. It was one of his fondest memories when his parents were still together. "We will always love you, Seth," his father told him as his mom took her cue to add on, "We are so proud of you." Then, suddenly, out of place and not part of his memory, his parents vanished from view as the skies went black as a storm began to grip the setting in a darkening gloom. The picnic table was now gone, and the heavens grew more intense as a downpour struck him with an unrealistic pounding of rainfall. He then woke up lying in the mud face down. He looked up right in time to see another bucket of water drench his face and body. It was unsettling only being able to feel around him, unable to see anything as the water splashed across his entire line of sight. Finally, as the water was swept away by gravity, he wiped his eyes as his surroundings began to take place. It was still dark and had not been too long since he went unconscious. He quickly realized they hadn't moved since being caught. He was lying face down on the road they were recently driving on with Eduardo. A 2-story home blocked a small alleyway to his right. He could see, across a small patch of dirt and mud, Trevor and Beck both sitting and bound together. They were back to back, their heads turned toward him, each of them gagged, looking on in horror. He felt his feet tied together, but his hands were loose. He tried to gather himself up by leaning on his forearms, but was met with a violent knee to his spine, forcing him back to the ground. The man then knelt over and began to talk to Seth in a whisper. "It was Santiago. My brother is how you say, faint of heart. I mean, sure, he can kill a man, but he always makes it too quick. I guess management can do that to you. Soften you up, eh? Me, I like to take my time," he said, as he used a gun as an extension of his arm and signaled to Beck and Trevor. "I also like to have an audience." With that, he took his knee from Seth's back and changed position to stand in between him and his horrified friends. He could see Beck was crying, and Trevor was trying to shout his repudiations through his gag. He then heard the unnerving sounds of an engine being started up. Trevor and Beck's eyes grew in sheer horror as they were now both trying to scream their pleas through their gags. To understand the threat that his friends were seeing, Seth flipped to his back to find himself tied by chains, attached to a running vehicle. Trevor was trying to say something, anything to make Santiago reconsider. If only he could switch places with his friend, he would tell Santiago exactly that, he thought to himself. He could feel the fear sweep through his best friend as Seth realized what was about to take place, his eyes growing with utter fear and confusion. Santiago looked back at Beck and Trevor and smiled. Then he looked back at Seth, who was trying to get his ankles loose from the metal chain. He just laughed as he said his goodbyes to Seth.
Adios, muchacho.
Trevor and Beck, now both letting out muffled screams and crying, closed their eyes and grimaced to the sound of Seth's painful shrieks as his body was pummeled across the jagged terrain, slowly fading into the dark distance. And just like that, Seth was gone. Only the sound of the roaring engine muffling his screams fading away. Santiago turned and walked up to them, kneeling by their sides as they shed tears for their friend's slow, painful death actively taking place in the distance. So, what was the plan? You come in as Eduardo's prisoners, and he takes you to me, eh? You use me as a hostage to get your kids back? You know, for a moment, you guys really had me and my brothers worried. Honestly, I didn't think my plan was going to work. But you cattle, you are so tied to your loved ones, not willing to just let go. He continued speaking over their muted anguish. Didn't it seem all too easy? Your ticket into my town, just sitting there on a hill, sleeping, waiting to be taken. Once my brother figured out it was you who killed Kent and his men, I knew you'd want your kids back. So now you can have them back. Santiago snapped his fingers. Beck and Trevor watched as the back door of a nearby truck opened, the two kids being escorted out of it. Not blindfolded anymore, they saw Beck and Trevor and ran up to them. They embraced the pair on their knees, crying out their names. Trevor and Beck, bound at the wrists, were unable to embrace them back, but felt comforted by the short reunion nonetheless. Then, suddenly, two men grabbed them and dragged them away as Beck yelled through her gag, crying and pleading with Santiago and his deranged men. They could not see what the men were doing, however, as they were turned away from their view. Finally, the men parted and Caleb and Delilah came into focus, each of them wearing a noose around their heads. Santiago looked at Beck and leaned into her. Now you get to watch them die. Beck looked at him, only able to make out bits and pieces of his face as her tears became too much to see through. Suddenly, to her complete and utter shock, the face she was looking at, the face of this gangster they call Muerte, was ripped from its bones as blood went everywhere. Gunfire began rapidly taking place. The jungle momentarily lit up in a fiery blaze of several machine guns dispatching their ammunition across the cartel congregation. Santiago's detached jaw fell from its bone structure onto her lap as he collapsed to her side. She closed her eyes and grinded her teeth around her gag, waiting for a bullet to do the same to her as the once somewhat quiet field around them quickly turned into a war zone. The gunfire kept going for several minutes as she heard several men yelling in Spanish. She could hear the sounds of horses and the ground trembled from their flurry. She could feel her brother up against her back, shuddering as well, neither of them understanding the evolving drama around them. Slightly behind her, she could hear and feel a horse take an unfortunate fall as it came crashing to the ground. Slowly the gunfire came to a stop as Trevor and Beck looked up. The kids, now free from their captor, still with nooses around their necks, once again ran up to them. They sat there, bound, not understanding the gravity of what had just happened, and took in their surroundings, while Delilah and Caleb embraced them. The small neighborhood dirt road around them was now filled with several dead cartel soldiers. A few horses had met their demise as well. One of them, its lifeless carcass atop a deceased man still clutching a pistol. Throughout the dirt road and small fields around it, bodies and entrails dotted the surface, blood glimmering under the dancing lights from nearby torches. Along the ground, small red dots from distant sniper weaponry darted from this way to that. Suddenly, from the shadowy distances on either side of them, military soldiers, all in dark fatigues, ran out of the darkness up to the survivors. All of them were moving with stealth, not speaking, wearing night vision masks, aiming their weapons at Trevor, Beck, and the panicked children. Eventually, they were surrounded by dark military figures, standing around them, while others secured the perimeter as one of them knelt beside the 4 startled survivors. Trevor immediately identified the patch on the shoulder of the officer kneeling in front of them. It was an American flag. A small sensation of relief flushed through his body. The soldier then removed her mask. She was carrying a small toolbox with a familiar red medical symbol on it and placed it at her side. She looked at the 4 and pulled a scanner from her kit. While she scanned Delilah, she began giving directions to her fellow officers. "This one's clean," she said as another officer grabbed Delilah and separated her from the other 3. She continued to scan the group as Trevor and Beck's confusion only kept growing. Clean, clean, clean. With that, a few more officers began freeing Trevor and Beck from their bounds. The officer with her mask off looked at Trevor and Beck as they rose to their feet. The kids ran to Beck and grabbed her by her hands and hid behind her. Trevor stood close to his 3 family members, confused and looking to the officer for some answers of what was going on. The unmasked soldier looked at the 2 hiding kids, then to Beck and Trevor, and began speaking, while her fellow officers watched the dark distances for any signs of approaching cartel. "You guys are clean. No parasite detected. Consider yourselves lucky. The water they provide the prisoners here contain a parasite, a microscopic worm that eventually makes its way to the brain. The human body repels it for a while, but after weeks or even months of relentless, watery intrusions, they begin to break through the body's defenses. Then, slowly, it takes over essential parts of your minds, rendering the person infected nearly catatonic." The 2 then thought of how everyone in the Chancellor's possession acted like they were in a trance-like state. Beck thought of the people within the cages of Paco's yacht, and Trevor thought of the ones that were just standing and looking on with no appearance of any emotions as his late friend Eugene lost his life at the hands of 2 Russian soldiers. She then carried on with her warning. It makes them more obedient. But it also forces dormant traces of the virus that caused the pandemic years ago to resurface. Only this time, it's much more contagious, spreading quickly with the parasite along for the ride. So, if you come in contact with any water from these villages, do not drink it. Stick to boiling your water from rivers and streams. Now, this region is to be decontaminated by 0900. We're not in the business of rescuing the healthy. So, I suggest you move out before we finish our mission here." Trevor and Beck looked at each other, and then back at the speaking officer with more confusion. "Finish?" he asked, wondering what would become of all the cartel's innocent hostages. The Marine looked at him, and as if to speed up the unnecessary meeting taking place, without answering Trevor's question, reluctantly responded. "There's a city about 9 hours south of here," she said as she pulled out a map and handed it to Beck. "Punta Blanca. We can't help you get there. We still have a lot of work to do with these cartel camps. But If you make it there in 2 days, 3 sunrises from now, a United States military aircraft is going to be vacating healthy survivors. The vessel's name is Salvation. Beck looked at the female officer with a confused expression. Just like that, we're on our own. We have 2 small children, and most of our group have already been killed by these gangsters. There's no way we can make it. The officer rolled her eyes as if wishing to hurry this conversation to its end. Listen, lady, we have 3 things on our agenda we have to accomplish before Salvation lands in 2 days. 1. Eliminate the Russian threat. 2. Eliminate the cartel threat. And 3. Neutralize the parasitic virus. Now, I'm not sure if you noticed, but rescuing survivors is not in our scope of tasks. We don't have room for recruits, let alone survivors. It's strictly against orders. Beck's face fell in despair as she slowly realized their nightmare wasn't close to over. The impatient Marine looked at Beck and made a half attempt to console her. Look, the cartels and Russians have their hands full with us now. Besides us, there is only one target they're after. Some renegade outfit, I guess. Anyway, find a vehicle with plenty of gas and make it there. Stay off the highway. You're likely to be caught, she said as she gestured to the map Beck now held. Evacuation teams are taking everyone to an undisclosed location. A sanctuary. A hope for survival. Trevor looked over at the map Beck held and then regained his focus on the soldier. What's the one other target? You know, besides you, Trevor questioned, as the female officer put her mask back over her face and her team readied themselves for departure. Geared back up with her mask on and a medical kit and gun at her side, she let out a hushed sigh and answered Trevor. I don't really know. Our intelligence has come back with bits of information, but not much. They appear to be hell-bent on making amends with a leader of some group that infiltrated their town of Esmeralda. Apparently, this group dispatched one of their head trackers and a few of his men. Hung them from trees. Trevor and Beck's eyes widened. She kept speaking as her and her team began leaving the area, speedily moving on to their next objective. As they moved further away, the volume of her voice raised slightly, as to be heard from a growing distance. We haven't made our way to Esmeralda yet, so we're not exactly certain. But we do know the cartel leader was the infamous Lazar, goes by the Chancellor, now though. Used to have him locked up in Colorado. According to our sources on the ground, him and a few of his men are personally seeking this revenge. If you come across this group, stay clear of them. They have a death wish. It's not good to be on this gangster's mind. They're seeking the group's leader himself. Then finally, as the Marines began disappearing into the darkness, she shouted the final few words of her lengthy but hurried answer. I believe his name is Trevor Meeks. Chapter 12. Decontamination. Earlier that evening, within a dark room close by, a man hid inside as he ducked under a window, mindful of the threat just outside. It was a cartel soldier, and this soldier was one of Santiago's lieutenants. He was wearing military fatigues as he held a rifle while clinging to the wall beneath the window. Although the room was darkened by nightfall, it was dimly lit by the silvery glows of moonlight shining through the remaining broken plates of glass. It was a small, empty space he had found, void of carpet or furniture, just thin wooden walls with hardwood flooring. He could barely make out the conversation, but was getting the gist of what was being said outside. There was no more gunfire, but he knew the threat was still there. He slowly positioned himself to see through the bottom right corner of the second-floor window. He was trying to keep his breathing down, attempting to quell the adrenaline that had recently overtaken him during his escape. As he peered through his corner of the window, he noticed a dim, dusty area mired in mud tracks where he once stood, dead bodies still strewn about, unable to make out who was who. All he knew is that his side had lost, and the dead bodies were likely his fallen comrades. He watched as flashlights and red sniper targeting dots darted around the darkened grounds below, near the truck he had recently parked with his two hostages in it, Delilah and Caleb. As he came closer to the window, he could hear faint conversations below, but it was one voice in particular that he was paying close attention to. A female voice that seemed to be the leader of this advancing American foe. It was apparent from her speaking that she was directing her words at the 4 prisoners he once held captive along with his fellow soldiers. We haven't made our way to Esmeralda yet, so we're not exactly certain. But we do know the cartel leader was the infamous Lazar. Goes by the Chancellor now, though. Used to have him locked up in Colorado. According to our sources on the ground, him and a few of his men are personally seeking this revenge. If you come across this group, stay clear of them. They have a death wish. It's not good to be on this gangster's mind. They're seeking the group's leader himself. The voice he was listening to started to trail off. Perhaps the Americans were vacating, he thought. A few final, faint words were heard in the distance. I believe his name is Trevor Meeks. This was a good thing, the cartel soldier thought to himself. They're leaving, and they're not taking Trevor and his family with them. In fact, they had no idea this was Trevor Meeks below. He wasn't sure why Trevor hadn't revealed himself to them, but he didn't care. He had to form a plan, and he had to form this plan quickly. The Chancellor would want revenge on whomever killed his brother. And seeing that the US military had moved in with overwhelming air and firepower, Trevor would definitely fit the profile of a consolation candidate. It could be his ticket to propel himself up the cartel ranks. He peered through the window and saw that the American threat had vanished and noticed Trevor and his group scrambling to depart as well. He gathered himself up and, feeling confident he wasn't going to be met by the Americans any longer, he quickly made his way downstairs. Then, he silently ran across a dark room with the most stealth he could possibly execute to a doorway leading out to his newest target, this relentless Trevor, and what little was now left of his team. Seeing a path, now clear of the recent American threat, the soldier quickly ran out onto the dirt ground, only to see the glow of red taillights driving away. Now, he had remembered he had left the vehicle running before his escape, and his target was quickly disappearing within it. As he spun around, slowly realizing he had no vehicles of his own, he aimed his gun at the distant and fading truck, but then thought to himself. He looked behind him in the direction he had heard the Americans head and hesitated. Finally, with a new strategy in his head, and not wanting to draw his enemies back to the sound of gunfire, he shouldered his weapon and ran into the darkness. heading toward the center of town to see if he could obtain another vehicle or even a horse. To his utter amazement, causing him to stop dead in his tracks, right around a building's corner, there in a darkened alleyway, stood a frightened horse tied to a metal post. He quickly mounted the panicked beast and calmed it by rubbing its mane. He then reached over, took out a knife, and cut the horse free as he guided it back to the bloody battlefield. And there, sitting upon his newly acquired mode of transportation, he looked one more time at where Trevor and his family had disappeared through the dense jungle surrounding the field and nearby buildings. As he thought of possibly catching up to the 4 targets, all escaping together once more, he pulled a flat device out of a pocket near his chest and looked at it. It was a small black device that he now held as he quickly studied it. Then, he peered back up to where his target had vanished and smiled. He gathered the horse's reins and gave them a quick tug and whistled for the beast to make haste. But instead of trailing the crippled team of 4 he once sought to contain, he speedily took off into the opposite direction. He was now heading toward Esmeralda, eventually disappearing into the shadowy wilderness himself, just beyond the streets of Volta Larga. Later in the morning, a sliver of sunlight began to peek over the Andes mountain range, submerging the small coastal community of Tonsupa in a calm amber light. The once dark, heavenly skies now held hostage ripples of sun rays across its vast cloudy and overcast prison. The atmosphere over the seas met with its counterparts over the nearby woodland and whisked about a mild early morning storm. Gusts of winds traveled effortlessly across the jungle canopy, sending leaves into a flurried frenzy as they were swept from their lifelines of canopies below. Fluttering about, they would swirl this way and that. Some of them would dance in the air for longer, while most would simply succumb to their fate, landing on the cold ground below. It seems some would find their way to a man-made resting place, a desolate asphalt highway, the dense forest on one side and Tonsupa on the other. Laying there, peacefully resonating to the light storm above, they suddenly departed each other's company as a disturbance began to take hold. On the vacant, overgrown paved road, a familiar small military truck made its way upon the solid surface as the ever-changing morning sunlight washed over the Ecuadorian jungles. Adding to the light breeze through the nearby trees, another sound now echoed through the coastal woodlands as 6 cylinders within its metallic confines roared down the abandoned road. But as mechanical clanks began to interrupt the deep hum of this swiftly traveling vehicle, it ultimately slowed to a full stop along the abandoned expressway's shoulder, unable to accomplish furthering its journey onward. "Are we stopping?" Caleb asked as he sat in the back, next to his sister. Trevor, sitting in the driver's seat, looked at Beck next to him, then into the rearview mirror where he could see Delilah and Caleb. "I'm afraid so. That's as far as this one is taking us. We're gonna have to walk for a little bit," he replied, glancing back at Beck with slight worry in his eye. Caleb and Delilah smiled. They were just happy to be back with their 2 guardians. Beck looked over at her brother. "So, what's the plan?" Trevor thought for a moment. "This is the E15 South. Should take us all the way to Punta Blanca. We need to make sure we stay close to it. I say we walk alongside of it in the forest until we see another car. We're likely to find something." The car grew quiet as Beck and Trevor thought of ideas to strengthen the proposed strategy. Beck finally broke the silence. "Works for me. Let's go," she said as she turned her whole body to look at the kids. "Come on, guys. You want to go for a little hike?" The 2 kids smiled back at her as Delilah chimed in. "I get to be the leader." "No, I'm the leader," Caleb rebutted with disdain in his voice. Beck let out a small laugh. You guys can take turns being the leader. Come on, let's get our things." With that, the four of them began to gather their mismatched duffel bags and backpacks together in preparation for their inevitable family outing. Both Trevor and his sister knew the gas would only get them so far. They were just praying to spot something before then. The alluring forest held a delicate splendor, as lush and leafy ivy meandered up and down the trees and across the scenic landscape. The earth was a dark brown and bragged of rich soil as small puddles gathered here and there. Trevor cautiously stepped through the low-lying foliage, a camouflage duffel bag on his side, while Delilah bravely led the group in front of him, wearing a beige backpack. Caleb was following directly behind, as Beck dutifully guarded the back of the line. Beck decided to lift the children's spirits with a game her and Trevor used to play on their own family outings. "You guys want to play a game?" Trevor, still walking, looked back at his sister and smiled as he knew what she was suggesting. "Yes," both kids exclaimed. The four kept walking through the forest alongside the highway as Beck began to explain the rules. Their voices faded as they made their way through the trees, beginning their long journeys ahead. "Okay, it's kind of like I Spy, but with a twist. It has to be something you can see. Can it be a tree?" Caleb asked. "Of course. But you don't describe it. You just say the first letter. Like T for tree. That's the twist. And you're not allowed to cheat," Trevor added. "I don't cheat. Anyway, if someone requests one, you can give them the next letter. Like R after T in tree?" Delilah asked. "Yes, just like that. Whoever guesses the word gets a point for every letter left." Their voices finally faded away as they made their journey through the jungle's thicket. The forest now held a peaceful daylight glow, while rays of sunlight broke through the stormy clouds and transcended the thick leaves above. About a mile ahead, a slight clearing of trees about the size of a small softball field stood as a small obstacle of vulnerability to the four. And from this clearing, the sounds of the traveling family could be heard coming closer. L, Delilah guessed. "Nope," quipped Caleb. "I want a letter." "You already got your letter. Plus, Uncle Trevor gave you his too." "Everyone quiet," Trevor whispered as they approached a sudden end to their covered paths. "Let's pause the game for a little bit, okay?" He looked at Beck as she moved to where he was standing. He continued speaking, strategizing their next move. "Doesn't seem like a problem. Just a short time of being in the open." Beck was about to agree in response when they all heard a familiar sound in the distance. "Is that a plane?" she asked, looking at her brother. Trevor turned toward the open field and beyond the forest at the other end, where the noise seemed to be coming from. "Sounds like aircraft. Jets. A few of them," he answered, looking toward the incoming noise with wonder. The noise grew louder and began to vibrate in their bodies as they surveyed the small patch of sky above them. Just then, as if they were close enough to touch, 2 military fighter jets flew over the forest they were hiding in, sending echoes of deep shockwaves that resonated within the four. Beck and Trevor threw a glance at each other with confusion and suspicion in their eyes. The four then began running toward the highway they had been skirting to visualize the aircraft's pathways. They made it to the edge of the asphalt, where they could once again see the planes, now far off into the distance. Suddenly, both jets made an immediate change in flight pattern as they both pitched straight up into the air. Beck and Trevor knew what to expect next as they each grabbed a child and braced themselves to the ground. Within seconds, a loud, thundering explosion resounded across the vast jungles. Still grasping a child each, Trevor and Beck looked over to see a plume of smoke work its way up into the atmosphere. Beck looked over at her brother. Esmeralda, Trevor, still looking at the distant explosion, slightly shook his head, signaling that her answer was close, but not completely accurate. Vuelta larga, he answered as he gathered himself back up. The three others followed his lead as they all looked off into the murky, overcast horizon, where the smoke was now gathering into a spherical-like shape. While standing alongside the highway in awe of the far-flung devastation the group had just witnessed, they all heard it at the same time. A sound of approaching vehicles from behind them. They all turned in unison to lay their sights on the sounds approaching them. It appeared to be a bus, though faint and far away. They could make out the bus's yellow siding and distinctive front grille. Immediately, without any need of formulating a plan and in complete lack of hesitation, the small family ran to the nearby woods to gain cover. A good 100 feet into the forest, the four hid behind a couple large trees that housed a large boulder in between them. They hid Caleb and Delilah behind the enormous rock as Trevor and Beck looked out to survey the unknown travelers. Eventually, the sound became louder as the vehicle approached, the sound of its engine filling them with anxiety. They waited there by the trees, completely still and silent as the bus finally came into view. To their dismay, the large vehicle seemed to slow as it pulled to the side of the road. Suddenly, making the situation much more dire, two large military trucks followed the bus directly behind it. They all came to a complete stop, led by the bus on the shoulder of the road, across the opposite side of the highway. Trevor looked over at Beck. "You think they might have seen us?" She just shrugged her shoulders and took off her backpack and placed it on the ground. She looked back at the kids and then into her bag while she began speaking to her brother. "Those fucking Americans took all the guns from Santiago's men, so we're defenseless here. If they've seen us, we run," she said as she pulled out a pair of binoculars. Looking through them, she could see a few men get out of one of the trucks and approach the bus. Trevor, straining his eyes, could see them too. He didn't forget to comfort the kids as he looked over and threw them a smile. "Just stay quiet. We'll be on our way soon." They looked up at him and nodded their heads, then sat down together behind the rock. Trevor continued to squint his eyes and see what Beck was seeing. Then his sister spoke up in a hushed manner. "They're American." Trevor straightened up and responded. "No problem then, right?" Beck, still peering through her binoculars, replied, "I don't know. Something's not right here. Stay quiet," she answered. They both knew that the American forces were focused on their jobs and secretive about their objectives as well. They also knew that they wouldn't hesitate removing any foreseeable obstacles from their paths. So as they studied the scene before them begin to play out, they did so quietly. They then could hear the Marines in the distance, shouting to people on the bus. They appeared to be ordering everyone off as passengers slowly began to disembark. Beck then quietly spoke to her brother. "They look like the people that lived in those open pastures," she said, handing Trevor the binoculars. He took them into his hands and placed them to his face as he viewed the drama unfolding across the unused lanes of highway. He saw a bunch of Hispanic women and children in tattered clothing unboarding as they were all being shouted at by the officers. "It's just women and children," he said as he continued to watch them follow orders. They all lined up along the length of the bus as a few Marines walked a few feet away and faced them as if they were about to address the group. Trevor watched on as one officer began shouting to the group, unable to hear exactly what was being said as they were too far away and not speaking English. Suddenly his heart dropped and his veins ran cold, a feeling he was getting all too familiar with. In sheer horror, they watched the three soldiers raise their weapons as they placed a relentless rapid fire among the innocent crowd. There was no screaming to be heard, as it was over within just a few seconds. The passengers from the bus now lay in a bloody disarray of lifeless human bodies. Trevor quickly scrambled with his sister as they ducked behind the rock and held the kids close to them, all of them now sitting against the large boulder. Trevor looked over at his sister as she spoke to him. "They're just killing them all like sick cattle." Trevor put his hands to his forehead and forcefully wiped his brow, attempting to calm himself down. Hearing his sister's words, and in agreement with her conclusions, he looked over at her to respond. But before he was able to speak, they suddenly heard more aircraft screech across the sky above. The four of them looked up, but could not see anything, as the leafy canopy was too thick. Realizing what was about to happen, they looked at each other and grabbed the kids closer to a huddle once more, bracing for an imminent blast. And within seconds, additional aerial fire hitting the earth off in the distance violently shook the soil beneath them as they all clutched each other tightly. Trevor finally responded to his sister's most recent comment. Decontamination. Earlier, that very same morning, a subtle mist poured through the low-lying fauna as faint streams of silvery light meandered through the jungle. A slight buildup of moisture in the air left a sparkling condensation over a grassy bank leading up from the woodland to the streets of Esmeralda. Just past an overgrown patch of asphalt, where the wild met with the nearby cement jungle, a cartel soldier riding horseback quickly navigated himself through the corridors of the eerily quiet coastal town. The cartel soldier had quickly made his way through the connecting jungles, leading him from one town to the next. While moving swiftly, he minded the forest for any adversaries in his path or possible surroundings. While maintaining caution and keeping guard, it had taken him a few hours to complete the journey, as the early morning dawn began to show signs of a small impending storm above. The morning twilight gave the soldier a sense of ease as he made the last leg of his small expedition through the streets of Esmeralda. The Chancellor's citadel was about 300 feet in front of him as it came into view upon rounding a building's corner. He noticed the gates ahead at the capital were open, and most of the Chancellor's vehicles were lined up on the streets outside. Many of his fellow cartel men were working alongside Russians, about 50 or so all together, loading the vehicles. He knew immediately they were heading for higher ground, sensing the incoming threat from their adversaries, which had infiltrated their neighbor to the north. The Chancellor's scouts must have informed him of the American insurgents. He had barely escaped. As he closed the distance between himself and the large complex of Spanish buildings, he noticed residents staring at him from the windows of nearby dilapidated houses. He then observed a few looks from some of the men scurrying about as he approached the grounds of the cartel and Russian stronghold, now just a stone's throw away. Gonzalez, a man, spoke firmly from within the men working to hasten their departure. Everyone froze, including the cartel soldier now approaching on horseback. He looked at the militarized crowd, now parting way for the man who yelled his name. Eventually, the Chancellor appeared in front of him, an armed soldier by his side. The Chancellor continued to speak. "Where are your men? What of my brother?" Gonzalez, the man on the horse, looked at the Chancellor and let his face fall, communicating to him wordlessly of his brother's fate. The Chancellor did not react. He just looked at the horseman as an expression of rage began to take hold of his face. Nevertheless, he continued to speak to Gonzalez. "Come, tell me more." He slipped from his horse and landed on his feet on the earth below, while keeping his gaze intently on the Chancellor. As he gathered his words within his mind, he respectfully approached his former boss's brother. "It was an ambush, sir. Our entire defense was caught off guard. We had secured the insurrectionists, all three of them. Eduardo brought them to us through a plot your brother had come up with a few days ago. When we were executing the rebels as you ordered, we were taken by American soldiers on both sides of us, but not before we were able to execute one of them. I believe your brother was killed first. He was probably their main target at that location, sir. I'm sorry, sir, but I wanted to get to you as soon as possible and warn you of the threat. A Russian soldier stepped forward and looked at Gonzalez with disgust. Then he looked over at the Chancellor and said something in Russian.
Предатель.
The Chancellor exchanged glances with the Russian as his facial expression grew more stern. He looked back at Gonzalez and urged the nervous soldier to continue. Go on. Gonzalez continued, but before he could speak, he noticed someone descending the Capitol steps. He did not know this man personally, but he did know of him. It was a taller, thin American man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He knew his name was Horatio, and he knew that he was well acquainted with the Chancellor and was Kent's son. He finally shook the distraction and began to speak. After the Americans had retracted, I tried to recapture the prisoners, but the Americans had cut them loose, and they had already fled in my vehicle. Please tell me, Gonzalez, the Chancellor stated. The one that you executed was Mr. Meeks. No, sir. It was the other man with him. His friend, sir, Gonzalez replied. The Chancellor's eyes flashed with anger and gave a telling look to Gonzalez that his story was not going well and that there had better be some good news in store, or things might end badly for the soldier. Gonzalez took his cue without hesitation, proudly announcing his silver lining. He withdrew the small handheld device from his pocket. He looked at it and smiled, then looked up at the Chancellor. I know their exact location, sir. The Chancellor looked down at the device his soldier held as his eyes slightly widened and a slow, mild smirk grew from his lips. He walked up to his soldier and firmly grabbed his shoulder with one hand in a manner that spoke of reward. With his other hand, he took the handheld device from Gonzalez and looked at it. With one more large smile, he began to speak so that everyone around could hear him. This is a job well done, Lieutenant. Everyone here should take notice of the Lieutenant's good work. Gonzalez nervously smiled, looking at his boss smiling back at him. Then he watched as the Chancellor leaned in for a more private dialogue, as his face became fierce with rage once again, melting his delighted disposition away with it. The Chancellor spoke once again, this time only slightly above his own breath. If my brother is dead, Gonzalez, then why are you here? Just then, a gunshot sounded off and was met with the splattering of blood all over the Chancellor's face. Gonzalez, now clinging to his last few breaths, dropped heavily onto the soil at the Chancellor's feet. The Chancellor then looked down at the dying man with indifference, while putting his pistol back in its place under his belt behind him. With that, he gathered his leader-like composure and turned to Horatio. Horatio, he yelled as he tossed the device to him. I have my hands full with these ridiculous Americans. Consider your mentoring over. I have 2 tasks for you now. The Chancellor spoke while his volume decreased as he approached the boy half his age. These people, this Trevor Meeks, it's your responsibility now. Remember, he continued as he looked over the crowd of his men and then back at Horatio. This man and his group hung your own father and his 2 men right here on these grounds. The Chancellor then leaned into Horatio and said in a whisper, Make them bleed. Horatio smiled as he pocketed the device, then posed a question to his mentor. And the second task, sir? The Chancellor took a pistol from around his back and handed it to Horatio. He stepped closer to the young man and put an arm around his shoulder and announced to the crowd, Nobody calls my men traitors. He then looked to the Russian, who spoke a single word to him minutes ago, and continued, Even if they are. With that, Horatio accomplished his second task first. He lifted his pistol and shot the outspoken Russian from earlier, right between the eyes. The Russians in the group loudly rejected the brazen show of force, but were soon quelled by the outnumbering cartel men around them readying their weapons, preparing to back their leader's display. As the crowd became silent once again, the Chancellor regained their attention. He addressed the now seized Russians in his outfit in their own language. Comrades, your armies have been depleted from one region to the next. Those of you left can choose to work for me or join your friend here on the dirt. You are far away from home, and new recruits are an issue for you. Know this is my home, and my recruits will keep rising. So, the choice is yours. The crowd of men stayed quiet as the Chancellor moved away from Horatio and headed toward the Capitol doors. He turned and looked at all of his men before disappearing into the Capitol building. Horatio, you have your orders. You may take 2 men with you. The rest of you, our scouts, have found American aircraft heading this way. We have less than 1 hour to move out. Leave the residence. Horatio looked down at the device he was removing from his pocket. It was simply a black GPS receiver with a darkened black screen underneath a thin, cracked glass cover. Within the black screen was a green dot in the center, and at the bordering lower edge of the screen, a red light soundlessly blinked away. Chapter 13. Adrift. Later that day, after the Chancellor had begun evacuating his forces from Esmeralda, about 20 miles southwest, just a few miles below Tansupa, Trevor, Beck, and the 2 kids were making their way on foot, seeking a vehicle in order to continue their journey. They were all carrying their individual packs of supplies, the same ones they had taken from Gonzalez's truck just one night earlier. While they made their way through the thicket, as they had earlier planned, they kept cover under the nearby jungle, while maintaining a close enough distance to the highway to keep a lookout for any possible working vehicles. It had been several hours since their last vehicle had run out of fuel, and also since they had heard any overhead aircraft in the area. It was nearing afternoon, and throughout the day they had encountered slim showers from the dense storm moving over the coast. The sporadic rain had left the soil damp and had slightly slowed their pace as they made their way through the thick coastal woodlands. It was bright enough to see, but there was no evidence of any sun, as the overcast skies evenly lit up their surroundings in a seemingly permanent state of the most eerie, dull haze. Through these dense jungles, cloudy rays of light were chaotically distributed throughout the vegetation, but were slowly darkened the further in they went. "It's getting late, Trevor. I think they might need a break," Beck remarked as Caleb, just behind her, gave his thoughts on the matter. "I'm hungry," he sighed as he stayed close behind his aunt. Trevor stopped and looked back at the 2 small kids. He then gave his sister a glance, as if to tell her to join in on his plan, as he turned to Caleb and Delilah once more. and began to ease their growing impatience. Listen, guys. We really don't want to be out here when it gets dark. It would be better if we found a car before then, even if that means just one we could shelter in for the night. As soon as we see something, we'll figure out what to do about some food, okay? He looked at Beck as they both were growing very aware of the fact that they were now without anyone but the four of them. No food, and no water. Something had to change. They needed to find something, anything. Delilah chimed in, right after Trevor's plea to the group, and stunned both him and Beck. There's a small truck near the next highway marker. A blue one. It has enough gas to get us to the Salvation. Immediately, the other three were peering into the direction that Delilah was pointing in. As Trevor trained his eyes into the distance that Delilah had pointed him in, he responded. You mean the small kilometer markers on the sides of the road? He questioned while letting out a small laugh. Delilah, how would you know that? Delilah smiled at Trevor and proudly answered his question. Kit told me. Trevor then laughed and looked over at his sister, receiving a small smile from her. Then he looked back at Delilah. And who is Kit? Delilah looked down at the ground, as if to suddenly become shy as she posed her answer in a softer voice. My friend. Trevor and Beck gave each other a look, as they both thought it was pleasantly nice that Delilah had such an imagination in such a dark moment like the one they had all currently found themselves in. Their voices slowly trailed off as they carefully made their ways through the unforgiving South American jungles. Meanwhile, a ways up the road and a long, muddy hike through the wilderness, there, upon the shoulder of the narrow, desolate highway where the jungle wildlife met the pavement, sat a highway marker. And as a subtle mist began to take place, it wasn't long before four silhouettes began to appear within the trees and flowing ivy not too far from the shoulder of the road they were staying near. Beck and Trevor continued to keep a close eye out for anything they could remotely identify as a source of transportation, or even a place to get out of the rain from the growing monsoons above. That's the one, Delilah quietly shouted. Trevor and Beck looked at each other. Beck was now walking at the head of the group, and Trevor was picking up the rear. Then Beck, looking at the marker, entertained Delilah's imagination. So, where's the small truck your friend told you about? Over there, Delilah casually answered as she pointed into the jungles, just to the other side of the highway. Beck and Trevor smiled at each other as they looked over to where Delilah had pointed. But then, as they stood there and looked into the dense vegetation across the road, their smiles slowly faded as they each squinted their eyes slightly, attempting to make sense of what they were now seeing. As they both looked on, sure enough, just as the little girl had so simply put, something was there, barely peeking through the leaves within the wilderness. They weren't able to make out much, just a metallic surface of some type showing through the jungle's thicket. A small opening, as the apparent side paneling of a possible vehicle shone with a slight bluish color. Trevor and Beck now gave each other a confused look. Then, both at the same time, looked over at Delilah with even more confusion. Delilah, when did you talk to Kit? Beck asked. Both Trevor and Beck now looked at Delilah with anticipation in their eyes. They knew that they couldn't be too careful, and they weren't exactly sure who this Kit character was. Were they someone she had talked to from Vuelta Larga? Was this some kind of twisted trick? One of Santiago's traps he set before he was killed? How did she know this? And who is Kit? They had to be careful, but they also knew they were running out of options, and they couldn't simply walk away from this current windfall. Several hundred feet away, within the trees, sat a blue truck. A vehicle so hidden that if Delilah hadn't said anything, it would not have been discovered. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard approaching as a large crack in the middle of the windshield reflected what little light the stormy skies above had to offer. As the footsteps made their way around the vehicle, a man began surveying his surroundings, seeing if anyone was close by. It was Trevor, and he was now alone. He looked at the vehicle, studying it for any suspicious attributes. It was a much older vehicle, which looked like it was just recently hidden. It was rusting in several places with a mostly intact yet fading blue-painted surface. The small SUV housed 5 seats within it and had various items inside, seeming to belong to its owner. It wasn't much, just some maps and tools, and other various belongings. Then he noticed the back seats, littered with empty water bottles. Suddenly, Trevor heard footsteps behind him. He quickly spun around, and there, just a few feet away from him, stood a young Hispanic male. Trevor froze. The man he now looked at was well within striking distance, and he didn't want to initiate a confrontation. The man, now facing him, wore torn blue jeans, a white undershirt, and a thick khaki corduroy jacket. The man seemed unfazed by Trevor, which struck him as odd. He wasn't quite sure what the man was capable of. He wasn't sure if he had any weapons he might soon brandish. And most importantly, as he checked his surroundings with his peripherals, he wasn't sure if this man had any nearby friends that would be joining them. Then, to Trevor's shock, without saying a word, the man simply walked past Trevor, past the vehicle, and into the jungle, leaving Trevor slightly panicked and now confused. He turned and peered through the back window of the small truck, across the interior, and out the opposite window, where he could see the man stumbling about as he seemed to pointlessly wander into the woods. Trevor then noticed the man pull from his coat pocket a bottle of water, as the man quickly threw back the remaining liquid inside. And that was when Trevor lowered his gaze to the back seat of the vehicle where several more empty water bottles lay. As bad as Trevor felt for the man, he knew it was too late for him as he kept an eye on where the stranger had disappeared. While doing this, he slowly reached for the front passenger door and began to open it as a few more water bottles fell to the forest floor. And there, in the ignition, was the vehicle's key. Meanwhile, Beck was crouched behind a rock, near Delilah and Caleb. She was peering around it through her pair of binoculars. And then, after waiting some time, she saw Trevor emerge from the forest across the road, signaling her and the kids that the target had been acquired. As Trevor waited, he turned to the vehicle once more and muttered under his breath, "Okay, let's get to work." And within a few moments, the vehicle sounded off, the 4 now inside as it slowly made its way up the muddy vegetation, back to the nearby E15, leaving in its wake a messy patch of consumed, tainted water bottles Trevor and Beck had removed before their departure. Once in full motion, the car made a large U-turn and continued down the highway. As it slowly disappeared, the calm stillness of the forest took hold of the vacant expressway as small drops of rain began descending on the quieting pavement. "This thing is 3/4 full," Trevor said, while behind the wheel as his face beamed with joy. "This can get us all the way there." Beck smiled as she looked at her brother and then back at the kids. She reached into her bag and pulled out a thermos, gaining Trevor's attention. "Isn't that the rainwater we collected earlier?" "I thought we used it all," he said, receiving a rather quick response from his sister. "I refilled it from the runoff of a rock while we were waiting for you." She then reached back and handed the thermos to Caleb, who took his turn and quickly handed it over to Delilah. Upon pleasing the children and their thirst, Beck turned back around in her seat and once again reached down to her feet, this time pulling out a map they had been given the night before. "We still have another 325 miles left to go. What is that, like 8 hours?" Beck asked her brother. Trevor thought about his sister's estimation and agreed with her. "Yeah, something like that. Maybe 8, 9 at the most, I'd say." Beck thought to herself, reflecting on their current find. Although for years, Things really hadn't made much sense. However, this paled in comparison to the last couple of days. And he just walked away. Trevor had his answer ready. It didn't seem difficult to him. Yeah, he must have been bathing in the stuff. Jesus Christ, Beck stated. That could have been us. I drank a few of the bottles they gave me. Me too, Trevor remarked. She also said to stay off the highway, Delilah noted from the back seat. Once again, Trevor and Beck looked at each other. This time, they didn't laugh Delilah's comments off as pure imagination as Beck looked back at the small girl and posed a question. Who? Your friend, Kit? She asked. Delilah looked at Beck and laughed. Yes, she told me that when she told me about the truck. Stay off the highway. Trevor and Beck looked at each other. Then they looked over at the impossibly thick jungle when Trevor finally chimed in. I think it's too thick for us to drive through, sweetie. With this rain, we might even get stuck. Delilah looked out the window at the darkening wilderness. She was recently in herself. As she let her eyes wander, for a quick and fleeting moment, she noticed a darkened figure within the trees as she responded to Trevor. Yeah, plus I don't like it in there. It's scary. Trevor and Beck, however, weren't letting it go as easily as the small child in the back seat, sitting next to her brother, had done. They looked at each other silently, wondering how accurate this little girl's friend just might be. Trying to shake it off, convincing themselves that their vehicle they'd found wasn't a product of some imaginary friend, and instead was just an amazing coincidence. And knowing that the dense jungles on either side seemed to pose much more risk, they both looked off into the distant road ahead, wondering what their journey had in store. As they proceeded down the highway, the afternoon sun was now beginning to make its descent, announcing to the earth below a cold and rainy evening was on the way. Some rays of sunlight began beaming through the overcast skies, creating refractions of light through the rain, which formed a dispersion of different shades of colors across the skies above. The four made their way down the E15 as a state of ease pleasantly swept through their newly acquired vehicle. You should try to get some rest, Beck, while I'm driving. Then we can take shifts. Sounds good to me. Wake me up when we're halfway. The conversation then slowed as the four travelers continued their journey south. That evening, when the sun was beginning to set, tucking itself in for the night within the distant Pacific horizon, the kids were asleep as Beck watched the beautiful colors in the sky change from vibrant oranges and reds to muted purples and pinks. She watched as the overcast skies simply turned dark without a star in the sky, as a dull full moon lit up the curtain of clouds below it. Trevor had been sleeping now for almost 3 hours. Beck felt as if they were making good time. After all, they still had a day and a half left, and they were only about an hour from their target. Trevor had a tendency to toss and turn in his sleep, which is why she could tell he needed the rest, as his motionless body lay curled up next to her, almost completely silent. While she drove, she pondered the recent weeks. She thought of her grandfather. She remembered sitting on his lap when she was just a little girl. She remembered visiting him at his lake house and sitting on the dock with her younger brother. She remembered showing him how to properly skip a smooth stone across the water's surface. How to throw it just right. A delicate flick of the wrist as the stone would sail off, gracefully bouncing along its glassy path, ultimately sinking into the water itself. She then thought of Anne and Eugene, how they were such a driving force within their small team, how they lucked upon them when she was taken by a group of Russians. Anne was always pretty quiet, but she was always ready to help wherever it was needed. And Eugene, his expertise with computers and electronics, had come in handy through some of their most dire moments. Then, As she was deep in thought, her eyes began to well up as an image of Seth slowly crossed her mind. Watching the sheer and utter painful death he had gone through right before her very eyes, unable to do anything about it. Then, as the road in front of her began to slowly darken, she snapped out of her gloomy daze, while the last sliver of sunlight cued her to turn on her high beams, lighting up the pavement as they made their way through the small coastal town of Montanita. A large bend of freeway laid in front of her as she began to calculate how much gas they would need to complete their trip. She felt they had less than an hour to travel and had about an eighth of a tank. She smiled as she felt confident this amount of fuel should be just enough to get them through. Just then, she noticed a dark void on the freeway about a half-mile ahead. Since they began, it wasn't rare to come across abandoned cars here and there. But now, with the lack of light, this felt much different. She knew she was just being paranoid, so she didn't bother waking her brother, while she let her foot off the gas slightly and decreased her speed. She wanted to get a closer look at the object in the road ahead, and she figured she could do this if she maintained a lower speed. Going now about 55 miles an hour, the object was getting closer, and her paranoia was fading as she did not see anything out of the ordinary. The obstacle seemed to be in the middle of the freeway, not uncommon, however slightly nerve-wracking as darkness settled around her. About quarter mile or so to go before surpassing the incoming hurdle, Beck's confidence swept back in, as she was now close enough to see with her headlights that a threat seemed unlikely. Then, as a sweet and sour medley of flavors would jar one's taste, so did Beck's emotions as her confidence swiftly turned to apprehension. Suddenly, without warning, their blue Suburban was flooded in light from the vehicles ahead. She began to brake as panic set in. Thoughts began to flood her mind as the loudest thought directed her next choice. She needed to wake her brother. As she began to let her brother's name fall from her lips, she heard an echoing, piercing sound come from the distance. She attempted to swerve and avoid the threat from the familiar sound, but immediately felt a cold sensation flood her body while the shattering of glass sounded before her as she was forced back against her seat, while the world around her slowly turned dark. The truck's front wheels made an immediate and sudden shift to the right, joined with the 50 miles an hour it had been traveling, and catapulted itself across the few lanes of blacktop. Flipping itself into a tumble, it landed back on its tires and drifted to the side of the road, smacking into a tree. The chaotic sounds abruptly ended as steam from within the engine began bellowing out of its loosened hood's frame. Trevor slowly began coming to while regaining his focus. His balance gave him a sensation of unease as he slowly realized that the vehicle was at an extreme slant. He felt his forehead as he noticed a new gash. His fingers passed while sliding them across his face. Looking through his bloody and blurry vision, he peered at his own blood on his hands that he had swept from his brow. He looked over at his sister, who was pressed up against her door. "Beck," he whispered, unable to speak any louder from the strange pains he now felt across his entire body. "Beck, are you okay, Beck?" But, not hearing her answer, he slowly raised his head in an attempt to see her face through his bloodied and blurry vision. As he scanned his sister pressed up against the driver's side door, he called to her once more. "Beck," but then, trying to focus on her face, now coming into view as he strained his eyes while attempting to ignore the pulses of pain now surging through his head, his heart began to sink once more. And there, upon her face, a gaping, blackened wound replacing the area where her left eye had once been. An apparent bullet hole now fixed upon his sister's brow. And as he began to muster up his strength to try to call her name one last time, his attention was drawn to his right side, just outside his door. Still in shock and tremendous pain, He managed to look over and noticed, standing outside the vehicle, now with no window separating himself from the open air, a man darkened by the night and the surrounding woods. There was no time for any reaction, as he heard the man quickly say something that seemed to rattle in his mind, not making any sense, as he saw the butt of a rifle approach his head. "A gift from my dad, motherfucker." With that, the rifle's end made a heavy impact with his forehead as everything around him seemed to fade away, while an icy hot sensation rang through his skull. Several years earlier, the skies were dark over the Atlantic seas, while flashes of lightning flickered within their misty confines of the nearby heavy clouds. A few United States F-16s made their way through the murky atmosphere while closely monitoring their surroundings as they escorted the large Boeing 747, also known as Air Force One, through the murky and stormy night skies. Without a specific agenda at hand, several top officials held an intensively heated security briefing regarding the recent atrocities that had occurred upon their nation's soil. A very well-lit area near the nose of the plane and underneath the cockpit was a room dressed in mahogany walls and brass trimmings, as a vociferous debate continued to unfold within its walls. Around a large oak table within the heavenly Oval Office sat President Letitia Jackson, a well-spoken, older African-American woman within her third year in office. Her wavy, strikingly jet-black hair was held back by a clip behind her head as she held a serious expression while demanding answers for the latest security failures. She had dark skin, which helped highlight her piercing hazel eyes, while she carried a confidence with her that had a record of sparking results, as she demanded strategy from the team around her. Sitting across from her, Vice President Stephen Brady, a much younger Caucasian man with blonde hair and green eyes, sat quietly awaiting his turn to be addressed. Next to him sat a man that the White House had been closely working with for several years. His name was Alex Channing, and he was the nation's leading contagion expert. Behind these two gentlemen stood several high-ranking military personnel. Among them was the most decorated of them all, the General of the Air Force, General Casey Beckett, who was currently under attack by the President's stern accusations. "General Beckett, you had assured my staff that dark scope, while still in its test phase, would be safe to use as long as we had specific targets and we manually overrode the AI to maintain control of each individual warhead. With all due respect, General, these reports don't convey the same message," Letitia stated as she pored over the documents, freshly printed and now strewn across her desk. She continued to publicly admonish the high-ranking officer as she proceeded with a lecturing tone. New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, D.C., Sao Paulo, Mexico City, Rio de Janeiro. The list goes on and on. These are not targets recorded in the briefing just several hours ago. The targets that were ordered were intended to be centered over large military operations within the Russian and Chinese borders. Instead, even though severely crippling them, we are literally being plummeted into the Dark Ages, as we've apparently systematically wiped out our entire continent's power grid, leveling our largest cities and military strongholds. And who knows the fallout this will create. Power grids across the entire planet are likely to be wiped out, General. This is exactly what the Russian and Chinese militaries needed to gain the advantage: chaos. Beckett immediately interrupted to fortify a quick defense as he pointed to one of the documents on the president's desk. Yes, Madam President. I fully understand your frustration. However, these are not our codes. While they are still within the guidelines of the Department of Defense's formatting, they are simply not ours. It's as if another component tampered with the codes before reaching Dark Scope's apparatus. The AI is simply unable to override any authentic manual commands. He answered, as he began to inform the president of his department's assessment on the breach. We have successfully tracked the backlogs of the program and found a code inside it that has been laying there for years. It's not Russian or Chinese. We thought it might be Iranian, but then we came across this, he said, as he rifled through the clutter of pages on the desk between them. This isn't the first time we've come along this dialect. Several years ago, one of my men sent a transmission like this over to headquarters before he was forced to self-detonate deep underground in one of our South American labs. Zancudo. At that point, Mr. Channing spoke up. My brother, Salvador, was with him, Madam President. He died in that blast. He'd been studying a specimen there for several years. Madam President, we believe this to be the same dialect as my brother's specimen. They were able to triangulate coordinates of the specimen's origin through ongoing sessions and decoding. Our hacker appears to be from a small planet, Darius of Alpha Centauri. As the president closed her eyes, a sense of helpless anger became apparent to the officials around her as the general began to speak once again. This wasn't the most disturbing information we discovered, Madam President. The hacker had localized technical support. Our intel led us to these two men. It came from an informant we made several years ago. A contact we have yet to contain, so we're not sure exactly what their motive is. We're just certain that her information is always accurate, he said as he took out a couple photographs and placed them on the desk before the president, and continued. Thanks to this informant's information, the CIA and FBI were closing in on these targets, but they had no reason to execute their mission as they were yet to see any illegal motives for their activities. Until now. Madam President, these were two of the most high-ranking officers in the CIA before they moved on to being private contractors. We believe they are now working closely with the hostile outsiders. And last but not least, we recently received this. The general pulled out another paper from his pocket and placed it before her. It's their last transmission monitored by the two cooperating agencies. The president looked at the transcript, which was obviously printed from a fax machine, and then posed a question. What do we know about this informant? The general then answered, we're not sure of her affiliation or rank, but she goes by some kind of code name. At least, that's what we're assuming. Calls herself Kit. President looked at the general with disappointment in her eyes as she read the words on the document before her, quietly to herself. It had been addressed to a Mr. Shields and was from a man named Mr. Brooks. And it read, Mr. Shields, our client has advised me that there was a flaw inside the code within their virus. Apparently, a small percentage of the infected can identify the loss prevention agents known as cattle guards. I have provided you the defect of this weak spot in a disk you will soon receive. Once you run it through the database, it should allow you to identify and evaluate the targets. The client would like you to cull this population. Eliminate the threat, Mr. Shields. Arlo. Beckett continued speaking as the presence of hair-raising energy began drifting through the plane's cabin. Both of these men are at the top of their pay grades. They are very hard to track, and they work on a contractual basis with the CIA. They are even known to have body doubles around the world. Some say they're not exactly body doubles, but some kind of mutation from a compound we've been briefed on called DX4. Whatever they are, they're even used on their own families, spending time with their kids and becoming intimate with their spouses. They wrote the playbook on the modern era of the espionage industry and have been crucial assets. However, it appears they are extremely ruthless. Letitia peered back to the photographs, trying to connect the dots as the general continued speaking. Their names are Thomas Shields and Arlo Brooks. And this picture of Thomas Shields, although unbeknownst to the officials aboard Air Force One, was the same man that was once within Trevor's team, below them on the ground. It was Seth's father. Chapter 14, Malice. Trevor now found himself in a darkened haze. A haze that brought with it the cold realities of the events that had just transpired. After being attacked through his shattered window, he didn't remember much. But one thing that he did remember played over and over within his mind, like a relentless nightmare seeping through his entire being, controlling every thought. And as he slowly began to regain his bearings, he looked around within the quagmire that used to be their only way out of this cat and mouse scenario. Him and his companions had been trapped in over the last couple of weeks. As he mustered up the courage to look upon his sister once more, he tried to shake his most recent image of her, rattling within his head, hoping it was perhaps just a bad dream. But to Trevor's dismay, as he once again peered over at Beck, just like before, there, where her eye had once been, a bullet wound was now instead. "Beck," he whispered. "Beck, no. Please, no." And as a tear began to slip from his own eye, a hint of hope washed over his face as he immediately drew his attention back to his sister. He could hear her trying to speak. "Beck," he whispered once more. As he held his gaze intently upon her lips, he could see them slightly move in another attempt to speak once more. But then, whisking him swiftly away from a hopeful demeanor, horror set in as Beck quickly sat up and lunged at her brother, sitting in the passenger seat of the now defunct vehicle, and met him face to face. Blood now dripping from her gaping wound onto Trevor as she let out a few unnerving words. "Wake up, Trevor. You must save them. You must save yourself." Trevor was suddenly punched in the gut, bringing him out of his brief, dark dream. And as a man withdrew his fist, Trevor regained consciousness, his hands now tied behind him, leaning against a tree. The vehicle now, not in sight. It was dark and very cold as he tried to focus his sights. The man who had assaulted him was just a dark silhouette as he stepped back at the sight of Trevor awakening. Just then, another man stepped forward and kneeled down near him and spoke. "Wake up, Trevor." The stranger then reached behind him and grabbed a duffel bag that Trevor immediately recognized. It was the one he had been carrying for the last day or so. It was one they had found amongst other bags in a vehicle back at Vuelta Larga, the one they had unwittingly stole from a cartel soldier hiding out nearby after being set free by the American forces. The man then used a knife as he cut one of the seams of the bag and pulled out a small, thin black object with a blinking red light. The man leaned into Trevor and spoke with a lowered voice. "We have eyes everywhere." Trevor, now knowing that this sadistic cat and mouse game was back in play, rolled his eyes, partially with frustration, leaving the remainder of his expression defined by utter confusion. He tossed his head back, causing a small sound as he hit the tree behind him. He winced in pain from the bruising he had incurred from the prior, thrashing accident, joined with a new discomfort from the most recent assault. His aggressor began speaking once more, while Trevor noticed two men standing behind the stranger. "I know what you're thinking. Is she dead?" he said as he leaned in closer. He looked at Trevor while pointing at his own left eye as he proceeded to devilishly regale his hostage of the gut-wrenching demise of his fallen sister. The bullet went through this eye. It was shot quite a distance away, so the thermal scope was very useful. Although, once hitting the glass, and then having to also penetrate a human skull, the bullet was slowed down significantly. "I'm afraid it's still in your sister's head." As the man said this, Trevor noticed laughing coming from the men behind the man speaking. He began to look around as his focus was finally beginning to sharpen, and also as his captor continued speaking. "I don't think you need to worry about her anymore. If I were you, I would worry about the little boy in the car. I fear his wounds may cause him to die. After all, that was a terrible accident you and your family just went through. Do you think it might help if I remove the large piece of glass from his neck?" "No, I know. You can do that after digging through your sister's little skull. I'd like to save the bullet. You know, for sentimental reasons." Trevor could hear the laughing continue as his rage grew within him. He began to feel this rage settle in as he kept trying to piece together anything he could do to get Caleb and Delilah away from this place. Far, far away. It was very dark as he looked at the grassy soil around him, surrounded by trees to one side and the bank leading up to the expressway on the other. He noticed a rock protruding from the dirt right next to him as one of the men crossed over his field of vision, carrying a pistol strapped to his thigh. Then he began to take in a small sense of hope as he moved his hands around in the dirt behind him and stumbled across what felt like a rather sharp rock. "This one, though," the man continued. "I think we might keep her. My men get so lonely. You understand, right?" That's when he saw Delilah for the first time. Barely able to make out her face from the moon's dull glow, he could tell that she was crying. Then, one of the other men pulled her by the hand as they threw her onto the ground. The man who threw her kneeled down by her and caressed her long hair while grasping a knife, as its sharp edge grazed the small child's face, looking to Trevor with a sinister grin. Trevor gripped the sharp rock, while an intense sensation of murderous anger swept through his body. His face grew angry as he looked at the man in front of him, now addressing Trevor once more. "I don't know about you, but I think she's going to grow into a beautiful woman someday, if she makes it that long. I don't know, though. Your group has surprised us before. She might be like you, a little fighter. We might have to spend some time really brainwashing this one. If she's anything like her role models, she could be a good asset. You know, amongst other things," he said as he looked back at his men who were still laughing quietly, one still holding the little girl down. Then he looked back to Trevor and continued his sick monologue. "What do you think, Trev? You think this one has some fight in her?" Trevor was listening to the men continue to laugh as his anger only grew more inside him. He looked at his shadowy enemy and responded with a snarl in his breath, pain in his posture, and disdain in his words. "Fuck you," he muttered while wincing from the pain he was feeling. "I am gonna kill all of you." No one moved in response to Trevor's remarks. They just looked at one another and laughed, the leader of the small group refocusing on their prisoner. "And how do you see that happening, my friend?" Trevor finally matched their menacing expressions as a smile filled with pure hatred slowly stretched across his bloody face. He continued to speak while looking at each one of them, making sure they all felt included in his plan. "First, I'm gonna knock that guy out cold," he said while nodding his direction at one of the men, causing his aggressor to look in the same direction and then back at his hostage as Trevor continued. "Then I'm gonna stab that one in the throat. And then, finally," he stated, pausing for a moment and smiling more confidently. And as his smile reached its maximum, he proceeded foretelling their fates. "Then I'm going to make you eat your own fucking gun." This time, the leader of the three showed a slight hint of hesitation, having witnessed his hostage's capabilities in the recent weeks, as he pathetically tried hiding it with his menacing laughter and ordered one of his men to secure Trevor. "Tighten his bounds. We can't take any chances with this one." One of the men, listening to his commander, crossed in front of his boss and began walking around Trevor as he passed between the two. Trevor took advantage of his window and stretched his legs out and clasped the man's feet with his legs, and then drew them quickly back, causing the man to fall face forward. The man then fell flat on his face next to Trevor, slamming his forehead into a nearby protruding rock. Fragments of bone, painted red from dripping blood, broke around the rock's sharp edges. And as soon as this happened, the leader backed off to retrieve his weapon as the man that once had Delilah in his grips let go of the little girl and sprung towards Trevor in an attempt to subdue their hostage. But Trevor effortlessly rose to his feet as a rush of adrenaline took over. And causing the man to stop dead in his tracks, Trevor faced his enemy's advance as he pulled both of his now freed hands from around his back with a sharp rock still in one, and immediately closing the distance between him and his attacker, not letting a second slip by, allowing his enemies to think, he lunged towards the threat. He pushed his fist forward, clutching the sharp rock, and slit his enemy's throat with his newly acquired shiv. As he heard the sound of a gun being readied, he embraced the man he had just slaughtered, pulled him to his own body, not allowing the dying man to fall to the ground, and turned into the direction of the noise. And using the nearly dead body like a shield, the gun finally sounded off, sending a bullet toward Trevor, but only hitting the shooter's comrade instead. Once the small piece of metal penetrated the corpse, Trevor threw the carcass aside and advanced toward his final enemy. And as he tackled the last man, forcing the two into a tumble through the grass, another shot sounded off. Trevor had been shot in the gut. The man then tightened his grip around his gun, attempting to retrain it on his escaped hostage and deliver another blow as they tumbled through the jungle. They wrestled for several seconds until finally a shot was fired as another bullet sank into Trevor's left side just above his waist. But, as if unfazed from the ordeal of being shot now twice, Trevor kept fighting, slowly overpowering the man, eventually gaining control of his captor's hands still gripping the gun. And though the other man was still holding the weapon, Trevor forced his hands to turn it on himself as his enemy let out a yell. Trevor then kneeled on his adversary's chest as the man was quickly met with his own gun being shoved forcefully into his mouth. He pushed the gun in as far as he could, while letting out sounds only one could describe as animalistic or psychotic. Finally, as he now held the gun down the throat of his enemy, he leaned in and spoke. I hope you burn. And with that, he squeezed the trigger, ushering a bullet through the skull of the man he now held down under his knees. It was a peaceful dawn over the desolate town of Valdevia as the early morning sun, unlike the day before, effortlessly made its way through the clear skies, beckoning the hours of mid-morning. After the storm had rolled through, the soil of the jungles let off a familiar aroma one might recognize as an after-rain perfume. The open sea air swept through the trees and orchestrated a symphony of calm as leaves fluttered about the jungle's canopy. The woodland grounds were dutifully in sync with their skyward neighbors, as wild birds continued their chirping in the distance, composing a song of profound serenity. Alongside the edge of the forest lay a strip of grassy embankment that ran along a deserted and once scenic highway. Upon this strip of muddy grass, Trevor, barely stumbling along, while holding a gun with his left hand and shouldering a sickly pale Caleb with his right, made his way on foot. Delilah, now walking right next to him, looked at Trevor with fear in her eyes as his wounds in his stomach, now bandaged with cloth, ripped from his enemy's clothes just hours ago, continuously bled out. As the trio made their way, Trevor and Delilah each held a somber silence. His lower half was completely drenched in blood as he periodically checked his poorly wrapped wound by rubbing his fingers along it. The three continued along, leaving droplets of blood dripping down the blades of grass they passed over. Delilah kept her eye on Trevor, every now and then looking up at him. But his face was always the same. Though she kept hearing signs of discomfort come from her uncle, he never changed his facial expression, always calm and focused on the path ahead of them. But then, something did change. She began to hear sounds coming from behind them as she turned around and looked. Trevor, too, focused on walking and keeping his injuries from his mind, followed her lead to see what she had heard. The sight nearly made him vomit as he looked off into the distance and saw a convoy of vehicles racing their way. He looked to Delilah, cueing her to follow his lead as they began running. He peered over at the forest and contemplated ducking for cover, but could not imagine negotiating the mildly rough terrain in his condition. He could not think of a better plan as he gently set Caleb on the ground and checked his gun for a bullet count. Suddenly becoming very dizzy, he lost his balance and hit the dirt, landing right next to Caleb. And as he clutched the little boy's dying body, he reached out for Delilah's hand while dropping his gun in the process. As he looked at her, not knowing if she was looking back as his vision had become severely blurry and distorted, he managed to get out one final word. Run. He didn't remember much after that, except for strangely lying on the highway. But didn't he collapse on the grass? He thought to himself. And who is this? And as he faded in and out, he noticed a blurry figure now kneeling over him. His hearing was coming and going, but he made sense of a few of the words that were being spoken around him. Clean. This one's clean too. Get him in with the others. A large portion of the current events were not making any sense, and he wanted it all to end as he felt himself being carried away on what felt like a stretcher of some kind. He was tired of getting free just to be caught again. But then, just as he needed it the most, a small hand reached out and grabbed two of his fingers. He felt Delilah, and he felt her walking next to him as he saw he was being carried by multiple American soldiers. A smile slowly made its way across his face, which just seemed to make his wounds hurt even more. But he couldn't care less. Then, he finally managed to get out a few small words before passing out. Where's Caleb? One of the soldiers looked down at him and replied, Medic has him. They're working on him right now. Just rest. We're almost there. Just then, everything around him seemed to grow dark as a large hovering aircraft made its way over his head. It wasn't like anything he had ever seen before. The aircraft must have been the size of a large stadium. His eyes closed as he managed to hear a few last words from a soldier before going unconscious. There she is. There's sanctuary. Trevor now found himself in a peaceful environment as he looked out toward the lake and admired how the sunlight washed over its surface while ripples of traveling waves carried the light's reflection with an effortless sense of grace. Ever since he could remember, from being a small boy, his family would come here for some time, away from the rest of the busy world around them. He looked back in an attempt to gain his bearings as he gazed at his grandfather's lake house. It was surrounded by the large ponderosa pine trees that gathered in tight clusters throughout the surrounding forest. While he peered at the cabin, a familiar sense of calm swept through his body as he became comfortable, as if a security blanket of childhood memories seemed to cloak him in a tight embrace. When Trevor switched his gaze back to the pier, a rush of warmth overtook him as he laid his eyes on his older sister, now sitting at the edge of the dock, her blonde hair radiantly glowing in the sun like an angel. He found the small walk to his sister to be somewhat cathartic, as he knew this was some kind of dream, yet reveled in the mere sight of her as he came closer. Now, standing next to her, he peered out into the lake and enjoyed the beauty of the watery surface with his older sister, as they allowed a calming silence to dominate their reunion for a brief moment. "I always loved the sunset here," Beck said. She kept her view on the lake's glossy surface. "I remember we would fall asleep right here as the sun disappeared behind those mountains." Trevor looked down at his sister, fully understanding her description of the childhood memory they had often shared together. He slowly took a seat next to her just inches away, not wanting the Mirage to disappear by disturbing the memories, now materializing before him. He continued to look out at the water, matching the sights his sister held within his own mind as he responded to her with a hushed tone. "Mom and Dad would let us sleep out here every night," he said as he looked over at her. He noticed her relaxed, peaceful smile, which seemed to upset him, as it reminded him that it was a sight that was quickly being removed from his life forever. As he looked down, he saw her hands gently gripping a smooth rock as she spoke of their sublime memories they shared together as she continued to speak. "They'll always be here, Trevor, somewhere out there at the bottom. We did that together." Trevor looked at her, unable to speak. He wanted to beg her to not throw the stone, worried with an intense fear that it would quickly usher the end to his small reunion with his departed older sibling. Instead, all he could do was manage a few words to creep past the thick lump, now swollen within his throat, as a tear began to slip from the corner of his left eye. "I don't want to go through this without you," he said as he looked back down at his trembling hands. He listened closely to her next words, as fear of his sister never talking to him again began to take its utterly depressive hold over his entire being. "I love you, Trev. Others need you now. Your journey isn't over. You need to let me go. You need to be there for them. You don't know how important they really are." And then, causing him to look at her with confusion, she looked over and said a few more words. "You aren't in a good place, Trev. They still have you. You need to get out. You need to get everybody out." More tears ran down his face, as he couldn't even begin to question the puzzling words she spoke, as his confused face did all the talking. He peered over to his sister, but now found himself sitting on the docks of his childhood memories, quiet and helplessly alone. Beck was now gone. Then he looked out into the distance as he saw a smooth stone plunk into the water's still surface, causing a slight disturbance within its glassy entrance. It had been several weeks since they were rescued. Trevor stood there in the grass as he held a quiet gaze. He was wearing thin cloth pants. He could still feel a bandage on one of his calves, underneath them, where a GPS tracker had recently been surgically removed. And Delilah, at his side, held his hand as they both stood in silence while they looked at the ground. Both wearing their new clothes and staring at the ground together, Delilah decided to break the silence. "I think it's pretty," she said, while not looking away from the ground. Trevor agreed in response. "I think you're right, Delilah," he said as he looked over at her with a small smile and then back to the tiny gravesite below them. The small grave was comprised of a modest-sized grassy mound with a short stone slab erected in the middle of the tiny hill. Trevor looked over as he noticed Caleb reaching up for his opposite hand while smiling up at his uncle. He looked down at the small boy, who still had a bandage wrapped around his neck, and said a few words. "I think your Aunt Beck will love our new home. Even if her body is not physically here, she'll always be with us." He looked back and forth, from one small child to the other, and continued. "Now you guys can come here anytime you want to talk to her. Or talk to any of them, okay?" They stood there, as silence once again wrapped them in its warm embrace, while they admired the thin stone slab. On it, crudely etched with a blade of a knife, read the names of all their loved ones they had lost along the way. From top to bottom, it read, in loving memory, Beck, Seth, Jack, Anne, and Eugene, and finally, Thomas. Trevor then peered at the sky. It was overcast. It was always overcast. This new place they were in, although safe as it seemed, always held a dark, cloudy sky above. He was in a small, newly constructed neighborhood. The houses, all very small, each were identical. As he scanned the neighborhood, he noticed the other homes, exactly as his, a few rooms with a small back porch. And as they stood there together upon that small porch, Trevor noticed something beyond his small fence amidst a few bushes, a figure peering at him. He then noticed the figure gesture to him, pressing its finger to its lips. He looked around him to see if the kids were seeing the same thing he was, as he looked back toward the shadowy silhouette. Not wanting to alarm the little ones, Trevor slowly walked them inside the house. "I'll be right back, okay?" he said, closing them in and slowly looking back. But when he did, the figure was gone. Then, suddenly, without warning, it had re-emerged right on Trevor's patio, just feet away from where he stood. The figure was wearing thin brown cloth pants and a thin brown cloak with a hood. And then, as the stranger pulled his hood back, a face came into focus. It was a black man who held a strong jawline and was clean-shaven. "I know you see them. We can see them too," the man said, as Trevor's intrigue now spiked beyond definable words. "You want to know who they are?" Trevor looked at the man while completely at a loss for words. He had so many questions. This was the first time anyone else had witnessed the dark figures that seemed to follow him from place to place. The stranger snapped Trevor from his trance as he began to speak once more. "Well," the stranger said as Trevor stared at him in a silent state of shock. Finally, he was able to manage a quick nod in response to the man's proposal as the stranger continued. "The dark objects you are seeing aren't really there. Chasing them would be like chasing a rainbow. You can see the colors fine, but as you move, the colors shift and become more distorted, eventually disappearing altogether. It's a computer program projecting itself across its investments. It's security software, kind of like loss prevention." The stranger kept speaking, every word scratching the back of Trevor's mind, reminding him of a dream he had once had. "We call them cattle guards. They're not able to actually do anything other than surveillance, but that doesn't mean they're not dangerous. They can raise alarms, so I'm sure you can understand the benefits of having this ability to see them. Having this ability, though, is something that only a few possess. You see, These so-called open pastures back on Earth were too frightful for humans to handle. Assets were lost. If they weren't lost, they were often damaged. The Russians and Cartels were not the ideal farmers. They leaned too heavily on their typical authoritarian style management. Eventually, their client terminated the contract, turned to the Americans. Hopefully, for a more sustainable farm and more competent farmer. Trevor's mind began racing more than before. Back on Earth? Cattle guard? What was this stranger going on about? And why the hell was it eerily reminding Trevor of some kind of lost truth he once knew? The stranger continued speaking as Trevor listened more closely than he had ever listened to anyone before. That's right. We're not on Earth any longer. We are on a planet within the Alpha Centauri star system. Right now, you and I, and those little ones in your home, we're all on another planet. A planet called Darius. This put Trevor a little too far over his comfort zone, within theories he wasn't quite ready to be convinced of. This is the new open pasture, completely isolated, where they have full control. And when I say they, I don't mean these American soldiers. It's someone else who really sits at the top between all the different militarized forces and this client they all are vying for. A man named Arlo Brooks. Trevor's eyes opened as an expression of fear ran its course along his face, escorting with it a state of panic that began to take hold of his entire being as he asked himself several perplexing questions. Is it possible I'm really on another planet? Is this really not over? Questions stacked up with increasing speed as Trevor looked over at the man once more. But when he did, the man had disappeared. Suddenly, Trevor heard a loud knock as he peered into his home through a window, where he saw Delilah and Caleb now focusing their attention on the front door. Trevor was immediately met with a feeling of unease as he re-entered his home through the back. What the hell was going on? Was he losing his mind? It all seemed to be so surreal. As he slowly made his way into his home, he quietly closed the door behind him and began walking across his living room, while Caleb and Delilah wondered who it could be. He continued his path to the front door as his overflowing mind continued reeling. Who could this be? Eventually coming to the door, where they had all heard the obvious sounds of someone knocking, he paused. And realizing there still hadn't been a second knock, he thought to himself. Perhaps the visitor had left. But then, suddenly, and causing Trevor to slightly flinch, another round of knocking sounded off. He now looked down at the kids and gave them each a reassuring smile and slowly reached out to open it. And as the door began to open, a man came into view. That was when the hair on Trevor's neck began to stand on edge, as the man on the other side of the open door was now fully in Trevor's sights. It was a blond man with glasses and a mustache. He was wearing his typical businesslike attire, sporting a jet black trench coat. And as Trevor's expression swiftly changed to complete and utter awe and shock, he recognized this man as an old companion of his. A father of a dear friend he once had. It was Seth's deceased dad, Thomas, and he now stood before Trevor, completely unscathed and in good health. And while holding a focused gaze upon this impossible sight, Thomas then greeted Trevor with a few choice words. Good evening, Mr. Meeks. You and I need to talk.